Chapter 50-51, Vengeance 2. Noah acknowledged this truth to himself and finally directed his attention to the completing process of Ozymandias' transformation. His other self had spent the latter half of the civilizational eon attempting to form a Proterozoic bone, and according to the prompts, the process had commenced. However, when he examined Ozymandias' body more thoroughly, he realized something had actually been accomplished. The Proterozoic bone resided in his right leg. Noah elevated the limb and examined what his other self had forged during that eon of isolated cultivation. The bones of his right leg, from knee to toes, shimmered with multicolored brilliance unlike anything the remainder of Ozymandias' body contained. The patella gleamed at his knee, transformed into something beyond normal bone. Below it, the tibia and fibula ran parallel down his shin, both blazing with light that pressed against perception. The tarsals of his ankle, the metatarsals of his foot, and the phalanges of his toes had all been converted into Proterozoic configurations that declared their nature to anyone capable of perceiving it. They were unfathomably heavy. Oh, it was actually his right leg that contained the Proterozoic bone? No wonder the living elemental had appeared near death when Noah believed he was exercising tremendous restraint. Those kicks had not been casual discipline. They had been strikes from a limb forged at the second scale landing upon a body still anchored at the first. Noah observed that leg as terrifying pressure emanated from it, force similar to his spear of civilization radiating outward with each movement. When he exerted pressure deliberately, channeling authority through the transformed bones, something emerged. 2 rivers of misty light began swirling around his leg. The first river was clear and nearly invisible, moving like smoke given purpose as it coiled around his shin and ankle. This was the force of unobservable, that vast darkness beyond perception now flowing through bones that had learned to channel it. The second river blazed with golden luminosity, a misty current of power wrapping around his leg in patterns opposite to its clear counterpart. This was the force of observable, the accumulated acknowledgement of everything witnessed now integrated into his transformed limb. When they swirled together around his right leg, Noah felt as though he could crush anything. Prompts bloomed before his vision. Proterozoic bone formation detected. Collective designation: the Hadean limb of infinite hunger. Components: patella, tibia, fibula, tarsals, metatarsals, and phalanges of the right leg, all transformed through Proterozoic. Methodology during civilizational eon of development. Description: the Hadean limb of infinite hunger has been forged through the integration of infinity, observable, and unobservable weavings into bone structure prepared by the civilization of infinite hunger. This Proterozoic bone contains the civilizational instinctus and autonomous existential response infused and elevated within its marrow. Civilizational instinctus: the limb will react to threats before conscious awareness processes them. Attacks launched against the bearer will be countered by autonomous responses from the transformed bones. Much of this Proterozoic bone's weavings and capabilities remain unknown. Field testing against appropriate opponents is recommended before relying upon this transformation in genuine conflict at the second scale. It required testing. Noah's eyes, or rather Ozymandias' eyes, shone with tyranny as he considered the prompt's recommendation. He required a test subject. Someone who could provide genuine resistance while not being so overwhelmingly powerful that the test became meaningless. Someone strong enough to compel this Proterozoic limb toward revealing its capabilities, who precisely would be sufficient to permit him a satisfactory confrontation while also not being defeated in a one-sided manner. His eyes shone brightly moments later as a smile spread across Ozymandias' obsidian features. He already knew. Noah's eyes flickered back to the early Vale shore as he permitted his other body within his organ of civilization to continue as it was. The transformation of Ozymandias could proceed without his direct attention. The Hadean limb of infinite hunger required testing, and his other self possessed sufficient autonomy to pursue that objective initially. The connection between his bodies allowed information to flow in both directions, ensuring he would know immediately if anything significant occurred within the Hadean Desmoterian. He breathed out and sensed his organ of civilization more thoroughly than he had before. After the spear of civilization and the Hadean Desmoterian, he knew the transformation was not yet complete. The organ continued pulsing against his chest, multicolored light radiating outward in waves that suggested additional capabilities waiting to be revealed. Something else remained. "What is the last surprise you have for me?" He spoke such words with a smile, addressing his own existence as though it were a separate entity capable of responding. In some ways, it was. The spinning organ of civilization on his chest released a multicolored pulse in response to his question. Waves of information bloomed before his vision as prompts materialized with brilliance that pressed against his awareness. The golden sands of the early veiled shore trembled beneath his feet as his organ communicated what it had become. Final transformation stage detected. The Hadean organ of civilization has culminated all weavings of your existence and civilizations into unified expression. The integral weavings of your Archai, Mundi, Atlas, Grimoire, and everything you stand for have stepped forward to affirm a singular truth. Through your organ of civilization and weavings of infinity, you possess the capability to emulate any civilization in existence. This capability exceeds simple mimicry. You do not merely copy, but you comprehend, integrate, and express civilizations as though they were always part of your foundations. Boom! The prompts were substantial ones, and Noah's eyes spun gloriously as he processed their implications. Around his body, the clear and golden misty forces of unobservable and observable began to swirl without his conscious direction. The clear river coiled around his left side, that vast darkness beyond perception responding to his organ's transformation. The golden river wrapped around his right side, the accumulated acknowledgement of everything witnessed declaring its presence alongside its counterpart. Both forces recognized that something significant had just been unlocked within his existence. The prompts continued their disclosure. Weavings of your cheats, loot, quintessence, and protagonist among all others have guided the organ of civilization to allow for the emergence of the Hadean coalescence. Primary function, your organ of civilization will act as a magnet to passively multiply by 10 and elevate by an exponent of 3 all incoming harvests. Resources, authority, and cultivation gains directed toward your existence will be amplified through this methodology before integration into your foundations. Secondary function, you may now pull Hadean civilizational singularities from any entity you are actively observing. These singularities represent compressed expressions of their civilization's fundamental nature. After pulling and absorbing a sufficient number of Hadean civilizational singularities from a target, you can freely express their civilization as it will be recorded into your organ of civilization. Tertiary function, all recorded civilizations will be broken down and analyzed for weaknesses you can utilize. Understanding an enemy's civilization grants understanding of how to dismantle it. Quaternary function, the weavings of loot and cheats have advanced further to permit selection of a maximum of 3 targets possessing strong enough connection to your existence. From these selected targets, you may siphon Hadean existential singularities. Hadean existential singularities can include understanding regarding the usage of observable and unobservable forces, infinity comprehension, progress of cultivation, musings on proterozoic organs or bones, and any other miscellaneous aspects relating to their existence. The more powerful an existence is compared to you, the less effective the extraction of Hadean existential singularities becomes. Noah's eyes shone brilliantly at the set of prompts flashing before him. He breathed in deeply as he contemplated the many implications cascading through his awareness. He could observe enemies and extract understanding of their civilizations. He could select enemies and siphon their existential progress directly into himself. His body in Nakatsukuni presented immediate opportunities. He would be able to siphon Hadean civilizational singularities from Nuldine and the singular cognizance to comprehend their civilizations and eventually emulate them. The primordial architect who had been teaching him about the Proterozoic scale could become a source of knowledge beyond what she consciously shared. The ancient Satiker could provide understanding of singular cognizance methodology simply by being observed, and if he selected grand enough targets for the 3 slots permitting Hadean existential singularity extraction, well, even powerful enemies would contribute to his advancement however slowly. Noah rose up with bright eyes, his mind already racing through potential selections. 3 targets with strong connections to his existence. The criteria suggested beings he had interacted with significantly, entities whose fates had become intertwined with his own through conflict. Several candidates presented themselves immediately. He was about to begin the selection process when something caused him to pause. Astonishment crossed his features as he looked out across the early veiled shore. His gaze traveled further, extending past the vast and nigh endless infiniverse into the outside landscape where rivers and seas of the pluvial epoch of existential infinity spread through observable existence. The multicolored rain continued falling across regions his authority had touched, transforming everything it contacted while declaring his influence to anyone capable of perceiving it, and there, projected across the transformed skies, he observed something unexpected. The illusory image of the creature holding the lifeless eyes of Horus blazed against the backdrop of existence itself. That massive titan wreathed in flames sat upon a makeshift throne. Posture radiating dominion over everything within sight. In both hands, he gripped crimson eyes that had terrorized regions for eons, now bloody and torn and ruptured beyond repair. The message being broadcast required no words to comprehend. Horus had fallen, the creature had claimed victory and was now displaying the proof to all of observable existence. Noah's eyes shone brilliantly as he observed this declaration of supremacy. He could not help but nod in appreciation of what this being had accomplished. His hands came together in applause that echoed across the early veiled shore, genuine respect expressed through the simple act of clapping. Well done. He spoke the words aloud even though the creature could not hear them from this distance. Props were deserved when props were earned, and eliminating Horus while Noah had been focused on his own transformations demonstrated exactly why the creature remained the most dangerous entity in observable existence. The warning being broadcast was clear: behave, or face the same fate. Noah smiled at the image before returning his attention to the selection of his 3 targets. The creature's display had reminded him of something important: power in observable existence was not merely accumulated. It was demonstrated. It was declared. It was shown to those who might otherwise forget that certain beings should not be challenged. His Hadean coalescence would permit him to grow through methodology his enemies could not perceive. By the time they understood what he was doing, he would have already extracted everything he required from them. In prima indifferentia, there exists a creature known as the Hallowing Witness. It does not hunt or chase. It does not announce itself through roars or displays of dominance that might alert its prey to approaching danger. The Hallowing Witness simply watches from distances its targets cannot perceive, observing through senses that operate outside the boundaries of normal awareness. While it watches, it feeds, not on anything the observed entity would notice missing until far too late. The Hallowing Witness consumes potential, it devours futures that have not yet occurred, digesting possibilities its targets would have otherwise achieved. Every moment of observation removes something from the prey that they never knew they possessed. A being observed for a single day loses nothing significant. A being observed for a year loses opportunities they would have dismissed as bad luck. A being observed for a century begins to wonder why their cultivation is slowed, why breakthroughs that should have arrived remain perpetually out of reach, why existence itself seems to resist their advancement. A being observed for an eon discovers they have become hollow without ever understanding how. There is a tale told among the undivided ones of prima indifferentia regarding a formless terror who grew suspicious of his stagnation. He had cultivated diligently for millennia. He had consumed resources that should have elevated him beyond his current state. Yet he remained precisely where he had been when his efforts began, as though running in place while believing himself to be sprinting forward. He searched for enemies. He found none. He searched for curses. He discovered nothing. He searched for parasites feeding upon his foundations. His existence was clean. Only when he was moments from dissolution, his potential entirely consumed, did he finally perceive the Hallowing Witness observing him from a distance his weakened senses could barely register. The creature had been watching for longer than the formless terror had been aware of his own stagnation. Every future he might have claimed had already been digested. Every height he might have reached had already been stolen. The formless terror screamed a single question before his existence collapsed into nothing. Why me? The Hallowing Witness did not answer, for it had already turned its attention toward new prey. The parable concludes with a truth that those in prima indifferentia understand intimately: the most dangerous predators are not those who face you in battle. They are those who have already won before you realize the conflict has begun. By the time you stand before them, you have already lost everything that might have permitted victory, you simply have not noticed yet. Chapter 50-52, Vengeance 3. The figure of Alexander appeared on the early veiled shore, stepping through folds of space that recognized him as welcome within this domain. Noah turned toward his arrival and nodded in acknowledgement before waving his hand toward the skies above. Reality responded to his gesture, and the image of the creature holding the lifeless eyes of Horus materialized against the backdrop of the early veiled shore. That massive titan wreathed in flames now blazed above the golden sands, his trophy displayed for Alexander to witness just as it was being displayed across all of observable existence. Noah turned to Alexander as he spoke: even second-scale primordial architects like Horus are not untouchable. You likely had him among those you would seek vengeance against in the future, but he is now taken care of. His eyes studied Alexander's reaction carefully. How do you feel about the one who tortured you? Noah observed Alexander as Alexander looked back at him. The man appeared different from when Noah had last examined him closely. He seemed taller than before, his frame more robust as though his foundations had expanded to fill space they previously could not occupy. A green robe adorned his figure, the material flowing with quality that suggested authority woven into its threads. But the most striking change rotated upon his chest: a vibrant enneagram shone there. 9 points connected by lines that blazed with multicolored gems embedded at each intersection. The symbol rotated like a wheel against his sternum, its movement steady and purposeful. His expression held grandeur that had not been present before his torture, as though suffering had refined something within him rather than diminishing it. He looked at the image of the lifeless Horus as his eyes blazed brighter, and he simply clenched his fists before he unclenched and breathed out, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. W.A. Alexander's voice emerged with conviction that matched his transformed appearance. I was actually about to come and ask you something. I do not want to wait too long. He paused, gathering words that clearly cost him something to speak. I followed the paths that only second-scale existences know. I have reforged my existence so that just as he was able to hurt me through what only he could see, I should be able to hurt him just the same. His jaw tightened, but I know that alone will not be enough. So I have to ask for help. He met Noah's eyes directly. Please. Help me. Help me, collapsed Beowulf. Boom, a man asking for help from another man was a rare occurrence in existence. Whenever any man found himself hurting, he rarely turned to another for assistance. He would exhaust every option available through his own power, attempt every solution his own mind could conceive. Push himself to the absolute boundaries of what his foundations could sustain before even considering the possibility of reaching out. That was how so many men became destroyed and collapsed into obscurity. They never asked for help. Sometimes it was not even a matter of pride, sometimes it was simply that they did not know how. The words felt foreign in their mouths. The vulnerability seemed like weakness rather than wisdom. The admission that they could not accomplish something alone felt like failure rather than an honest assessment. They had been taught, through countless experiences and observations, that strength meant self-sufficiency, that real men handled their problems without burdening others. That asking for help was the first step toward being seen as lesser. These were lies that killed more men than any enemy ever could. There were many reasons not to ask for help. Noah understood this intimately. But Alexander had come forward regardless of those reasons, had spoken the words despite their difficulty, had requested assistance even knowing how it might appear. Noah would give that help freely, nor would he ever make Alexander feel bad or lesser for asking. One should always feel permitted to ask for help. Whether you possessed family or someone you considered a friend, you should never be afraid to reach out. In existence, you were never alone. The isolation that convinced men they had to face everything by themselves was another lie. Perhaps the cruelest one of all, Noah rose and placed his hand on Alexander's shoulder. Come on. Let us go find Beowulf. His grip tightened with reassurance. He is on a whole different scale compared to us, but hey, a smile crossed his features. While there will not be the power of friendship suddenly rising up to save the day, I have a very, very sharp spear. As Noah spoke these words, incandescent stellar blue rivers of infinity began surging from above. The authority descended like waterfalls of condensed potential, gathering before Noah and Alexander in configurations that twisted space into new arrangements. The rivers wove together, braiding themselves into an archway that solidified into a doorway blazing with endless blue light. Through that threshold, distances that would require eons to traverse became single steps. Many wanted to find him across observable existence, but with the pluvial epoch of existential infinity and his spread of infinity everywhere, it was very easy for him to find others instead. His authority had saturated regions throughout observable existence. His weavings permeated spaces that enemies thought were hidden. If someone existed within range of his infinity's touch, he could locate them. This doorway would lead them directly to Beowulf. Oh, before that, Noah stopped for a moment, his attention turning inward toward his organ of civilization. A thought crystallized into command as he spoke aloud. Set the targets for Hadean existential singularities to be Beowulf and the living paradox, His organ of civilization began to spin with terrific glow, multicolored light blazing from his chest as the mechanism within processed his designation. The clear and golden rivers of unobservable and observable force swirled around his form in response, acknowledging the targets he had selected. Prompts bloomed before his vision. Hadean existential singularity targets designated. Target 1, Beowulf, the primordial armor, classification, Rhaetian Proterozoic lifeform, connection strength, significant. Decent confrontations and conflicts have established substantial existential resonance between your foundations. Siphoning efficiency, medium due to scale differential. Hadean existential singularities will be extracted at a normal rate. Available extractions. Understanding of observable and unobservable force integration, Proterozoic bone methodology, civilizational anchor composition, Target 2, Irwin, The Living Paradox, Classification, Apex of the First Scale, Proterozoic Transition. Civilizational anchor more than halfway established. Approximate strength rivals Rhaetian Proterozoic lifeforms, connection strength, profound. Historical relationship creates deep existential resonance that enhances extraction efficiency, siphoning efficiency, extremely low. Something is going on with this guy. Available extractions: Paradox Civilization Methodology, Civilizational Anchor Formation Process, Proterozoic Transition Insights, Understanding of Contradictory Existence Integration, Target 3, Undesignated, 1 slot remains available for future selection, Passive Siphoning, Active, Hadean existential singularities will be extracted from designated targets starting now. Extraction occurs without target awareness. Accumulated singularities will integrate into your foundations automatically. Noah observed the prompts with satisfaction before dismissing them from his vision. 2 of his 3 slots were now filled with beings who had earned their positions through enmity. Beowulf would contribute to Noah's understanding of the Proterozoic scale whether he wished to or not. The Living Paradox, he seemed to still be more than what many believed. The 3rd slot he would reserve for now. Noah stepped toward the doorway blazing with stellar blue infinity, his form approaching the threshold that would carry them directly to a dangerous being at the 2nd scale. Alexander followed behind him without fear. In his eyes there burned a deadly light, the illumination of peace he had to establish regardless of the cost. It did not matter how badly a primordial architect had to bleed for that peace to be achieved. It did not matter what Alexander himself might suffer in the pursuit. Beowulf had broken something within him, and the only way to repair that damage was to face the one who had caused it. Peace would be achieved, no matter how much blood had to be spilled. Chapter 50-53, Acceleration I. While 2 men crossed weavings of infinities to go seek a primordial architect, the isolated region of Jotunheim had transformed beyond recognition. Seas of multicolored brilliance from the pluvial epoch of existential infinity had gathered in basins that previously held nothing but ice and desolation. A citadel emerged from these accumulated waters, its structure crystallized from condensed authority that the epoch had deposited across the landscape. Rain continued falling in rivers of combined existence, quintessence, and infinity, painting the skies with hues that existence rarely witnessed in such concentration. The living temporal sat in a meditative position before this transformed citadel, ancient rivers of time flowing around his figure in configurations that bent perception. Amzurmodred appeared as a man both old and young simultaneously, his features shifting between ages depending on which angle observed them. Dignity and grace permeated his bearing despite the casual nature of his seated posture. His robes flowed with temporal currents that made their fabric appear frozen and moving at the same instant. He possessed bounded countable infinity now, granted to him by the youngest through bonds of servitude that had proven far more generous than expected. His existence was currently exuberant, all his eons of progress culminating heavily as a daring idea crystallized within his awareness. He was actually contemplating forming his anchor. The civilizational anchor that the 2nd scale demanded, the absolute self-knowledge that permitted transition beyond the 1st scale into heights he had spent lifetimes believing were beyond his reach. The youngest made impossible things possible with infinity. Why not him as well? Perhaps he and many others required only the courage to follow Osmond's lead. After all, Osmond had not gone mad with infinity just yet. As he contemplated these possibilities, rivers of temporal infinity coalesced behind him. The multicolored currents flowed toward the secret of Ian, who had been examining herself since regaining consciousness. She stood apart from the others, her dark eyes fixed upon hands that had recently been controlled by something other than her own will. The primordial mycelia had used her existence as a puppet, and the memory of that violation pressed against her awareness with a force that demanded response. Behind Amzur, Abaddon sat touching his chest with blank expression. This guy was still reeling. His fingers pressed against his sternum as though searching for something that should have been there, something so fundamental to his identity that its absence made him question whether he still existed at all. At this time, a determined expression finally formed on the face of the secret of Ian. She cracked her neck with sharp motion, the sound echoing across the transformed landscape. Authority flashed across her body in waves of illumination that pressed against everything nearby. Her robe shifted from whatever state it had held before into pristine white that seemed to reject any stain or imperfection. Her dark hair shimmered with light that came from within rather than reflecting from without. She turned toward the absent-minded figure of Abaddon. Her hand shot out and grasped his neck before he could react, her fingers closing around flesh that offered no resistance. She lifted him slightly. Forcing his blank eyes to meet her cold gaze, I plan to destroy and then hold all the keys of civilizations, starting with you. Her voice emerged frigid and grand, each word carrying conviction refined across her existence. You would have been the stepping point for me to go after Erwin, to determine if I even possessed a chance against the creature. But you go and lose your claim? Her grip tightened. Were you not supposed to be the oldest of the claimers? You fucking loser, boom, her words pressed against the transformed landscape as her gaze burned with coldness that would have made lesser beings flinch, yet Abaddon did not even react. He simply observed her with absent expression. His eyes holding nothing but the emptiness where chaos had once resided. Her fury meant nothing to him. Her threats meant nothing to him. The loss of his claim had taken something from his existence that made everything else irrelevant. Amzer Madrid turned around and frowned at the scene unfolding behind him. Leave him be. Even with a lost claim, he is still. He rose and moved to separate the two as he spoke, his temporal authority gathering around him in preparation for intervention. Before he could complete either his sentence or his action, something unexpected occurred. The secret of Ian used her other hand. It shone with terrifying light, power concentrated into a strike that moved faster than Amzer's temporal perception could process. The blow connected with his chest and launched him backward with force that should not have been possible from someone he had considered roughly his equal or lesser. Amzer smashed into the multicolored seas nearby, his form creating waves of displaced authority that rippled outward in all directions. He tumbled through the liquid brilliance until friction finally brought him to a stop, his body half submerged in waters that soaked through his temporal robes. He looked up in shock at what had just occurred. The secret of Ian continued staring at Abaddon without acknowledging Amzer's displacement. Emotive took your claim? The one you and Paradox and the creature have been using for pleasure all these eons? Her voice dripped with contempt. Big fucking men in power, and a loose woman brings you down like this? Maddening. She was furious for reasons that extended beyond just simple frustration. Something she had been planning to do before her existence was controlled by another had already been accomplished by someone else. The destruction of the keys of civilizations and replacement had been her purpose. Her goal, and now someone she had not even considered significant had accomplished what she intended before she could even attempt it. The living emotive, that manic creature obsessed with emotions, had stripped chaos from someone the secret of Ian had marked as her first target. She shook her head and tightened her grip on Abaddon. At this moment, a deep voice boomed out from above. Whoa, I do not sense any weavings of unity anymore. Did that fellow work so quickly while I was getting my ass handed to me? The voice paused. Ian, is that you? The secret of Ian and Amzer Madrid raised their heads to observe what had arrived. The primordial Paradox descended from heights that seemed infinite, his obsidian titanic body shining with blue and gold light that pressed against the transformed landscape of Jotunheim. Paradox burned around him brilliantly, that contradictory authority declaring his nature to anyone capable of perceiving it. He was massive and ancient and dangerous. Ian met his gaze without releasing Abaddon, her grip remaining tight around his neck. After a moment of consideration, she permitted her fingers to open. Abaddon slumped to the ground without acknowledging his release. I have to thank Osmond, even though I promised to hunt him after I was done with others. Her voice emerged thoughtful rather than grateful. The primordial Paradox smiled at her words, amusement flickering across his obsidian features. I do not think you will be able to do that. He descended lower, his massive form coming to rest upon the transformed landscape. But no matter. You appear to be getting left behind here. Do you want to take that step to form your anchor? I can help you out if you help me with your civilization. His words were substantial ones. The secret of Ian scowled at the implication that she required assistance. She looked up at him and spoke. Has your disciple grasped the second scale already? That will make it difficult for me to do anything against him. The primordial Paradox smiled more broadly at her concern. He possessed that power already. Oh, and he has a singular cognizance and likely primordial architects he is allied with, so you alone may not be able to do much. His obsidian form shifted with amusement. You were already working with Osmond, yes? Just consider this an extension. His words were grand as the secret of Ian contemplated what he offered. She thought for a moment before releasing a sigh of resignation. Her gaze fell upon Abaddon one final time, distaste visible in her expression as she observed the broken figure who had once been the oldest of the keys of civilizations. Then she took a step and disappeared from Jotunheim entirely, her existence folding through spaces that carried her toward where she would have the primordial Paradox follow. Chapter 50-54, Acceleration 2. The primordial Paradox smiled at her departure before his attention shifted. He gazed with something approaching sadness toward Abaddon, whose body had begun to drift listlessly upon the multicolored sea. The currents of the pluvial epoch carried him away from the citadel, away from the others, away from everything that had once defined his existence as one of the most significant beings in observable existence. Chaos was gone, what remained was merely flesh that had forgotten how to care about its own continuation. The primordial paradox nodded toward Amzurmadred, who remained drenched in multicolored rain where he had risen from the seas. Acknowledgement passed between them before the primordial paradox disappeared as well. His obsidian form folding away through spaces, Amzurmadred observed the body of Abaddon floating away on the transformed waters. He shook his head and released a frustrated sigh, temporal authority rippling around him in response to his emotional state. Everything was changing too quickly. Alliances formed and dissolved. Powers shifted between beings who had held them for eons. The stability that had governed observable existence was crumbling, and new configurations were emerging that would reshape everything. His eyes burned with temporal determination as epiphany crystallized within his awareness. Everyone's path is different. The time it takes is different, he spoke aloud to no one but himself. Someone like Osmond can advance at a fraction of time compared to others because he possesses infinity. Time dilates around those who hold endless potential, compressing what should require eons into what occurs within moments. The temporal advancements bend around his existence like light bending around a star. His form began to shimmer with temporal authority gathering into configurations he had never attempted before, and now this infinity is shared with many. Will the time it took to advance infinitely not be cut short? If bounded countable infinity flows through my foundations, does time not become malleable in ways it was not before? Rivers of temporal energy coalesced around his figure. Ancient currents responding to revelations forming within his consciousness, temporal infinities. Infinite time. They are methodologies I can employ. His eyes blazed brighter as the truth settled into his foundations. My anchor is established across time rather than within a single moment. I will seek it not in the present but across all moments simultaneously. I have sought it across time already. I should have obtained it across time. The seeking and the obtaining, the past and the future, they are the same when time becomes infinite. Boom. With such words, Amzurmadred disappeared into a temporal multicolored river that commenced extending infinitely across Jotunheim and beyond. The current stretched through moments that had already occurred in moments that had not yet arrived, reaching into temporal configurations that defied linear understanding. It spread beyond Jotunheim's boundaries into the greater expanse of observable existence, carrying the living temporal toward a civilizational anchor established not within time but across it. His paradoxical pursuit had commenced, and time itself would determine whether his epiphany held truth or merely the comfortable lie of a being desperate to believe advancement remained possible. Abaddon floated listlessly upon the seas caused by the pluvial epoch of existential infinity. The multicolored waters flowed around his body. Into his body, through his body. He did not bother to stop the currents from permeating his existence. He did not bother to resist the transformation they offered. He simply drifted, carried by forces he no longer possessed the will to acknowledge, his eyes staring upward at skies painted with colors he could not bring himself to care about. On and on he drifted. The waters carried him past crystallized formations that the epoch had grown from nothing. They carried him past shores where new life emerged. They carried him through regions of Jotunheim that had once answered to his command, territories where his claim of chaos had made him absolute. None of it mattered anymore, until something shifted beneath the surface. The multicolored seas began to churn around his floating form, currents disrupting in patterns. Massive shapes rose from the depths, shadows ascending through brilliance that should have made them invisible. They emerged slowly, deliberately, with purpose that pressed against the listless despair surrounding Abaddon's existence. Chaos giants, they arose from the waters in groups of 5, then 10, then dozens. Their massive forms towered over the seas as they gathered around the drifting body of Abaddon, their features ancient and terrible and filled with something that appeared remarkably like reverence. They remembered their king. Massive hands reached beneath Abaddon's floating form and lifted him from the waters with gentleness that contradicted their enormous strength. They raised him above the multicolored seas as if carrying a fallen monarch, their grips supporting his body. His head rested upon one giant's palm while others supported his torso and limbs. Abaddon's eyes shook for the first time since losing his claim. He stared at the chaos giants surrounding him, at faces he had commanded for eons, at beings who should have abandoned him the moment his authority departed. They had no reason to serve him now. They had no obligation to acknowledge his existence. The claim of chaos that had bound them to his will was gone, yet here they were, the Chaos Giant smiled at him, expressions of warmth crossing features designed for terror. They simply carried him away from the drifting currents, away from the listless despair that had claimed him, toward destinations known only to those native to this realm. One Chaos Giant stopped to observe this procession commandingly, as if he was literally the one commanding all this. He stood apart from the others, his massive form half submerged in the multicolored seas as he watched his brethren carry their fallen king. A smile crossed his terrible features, but something about that expression did not match the reverence displayed by the others. From his mouth, a voice echoed that did not belong to him. The past claimer of chaos, the great usurper, spoke through the giant's flesh, his authority commandeering the vessel with ease. You may have lost your claim, but you are still grand. A vessel of possibilities that should not be discarded simply because one purpose has concluded. The giant's smile widened as the great usurper's voice continued. I will forge you into something worthy again. The Chaos Giant turned and followed the others he had silently usurped. Chapter 50-55, Awakening. The secret of Ian appeared in a domain that existed between observable and unobservable. The space measured only a mile wide in diameter, a pocket of stability carved into the boundary separating what could be perceived from what could not. Beyond its edges, swirling weavings of unobservable wrapped around the domain in configurations that would have driven lesser beings mad merely from proximity. The darkness there moved with purpose, pressing against the domain's boundaries without quite breaching them. Within this small sanctuary, vibrant green grasses covered the ground in carpets that should not have been possible given the forces surrounding them. A simple white hut stood at the center, its construction humble and unremarkable, the kind of dwelling that suggested meditation rather than habitation. This place had been hidden for eons, known only to one existence in all of observable existence, until now. Behind Ian, a sliver of a gateway remained open where she had entered. From it, the primordial paradox stepped through, his obsidian titanic form immediately scanning the surroundings with attention that missed nothing. His paradoxical authority rippled around him as he observed the grasses, the hut, the swirling unobservable beyond the boundaries. This place I have not been to. His voice emerged with the weight of someone realizing they had been deceived. Just what more are you hiding? The secret of Ian did not respond immediately. She sat down upon the vibrant grasses with calm that seemed inappropriate. Her expression held resignation rather than fear, acceptance rather than anxiety. Whatever she was about to do, she had made peace with it long before this moment arrived. Then she plunged her hand into her own chest, her fingers passed through flesh that parted without resistance, reaching into depths where her foundations resided. When she withdrew her hand, she held a key that blazed with golden light so pure it seemed to reject the surrounding unobservable entirely. The key was ornate and ancient, its design suggesting purposes that predated most classifications observable existence currently employed. Ian parted the hair behind her neck, exposing skin that had not seen light in eons. Without looking at the primordial paradox, she extended the key toward him. I wish I had never told you about me. Her voice emerged flat and tired. I wanted to never return to that state. Even when I was being controlled by unity, I did not reach out to it. I wanted to overcome it myself. She paused, but I failed. Osmond scorched unity out of me, and in turn, he has also loosened the seal. Since it will break regardless, I will consider this eons long experiment to have been a failure. I thought I could make things happen without it, but whatever. She thrust the key toward him more insistently. Take the key. I made it so that I could not fully unlock it myself. The primordial paradox grasped the key with confusion visible across his obsidian features. What are you talking about? I reached out to you because of your civilization. With it, my paradox can undergo acceleration even dash. I lied to you about my civilization. Her interruption was sharp and final. Just put the key on the back of my neck. Everything will become clearer after. The secret of Ian wore a hardened expression as she spoke these words, a key. Something even the primordial mycelia had never sensed during its occupation of her existence, something far above that fungal horror's stature to perceive. Naturally, a key meant something was locked. And right now, that something was Ian herself. Turning the key would unlock her. Doing so was an admission that she had failed, that her experiment in living as something lesser had concluded in defeat. What could she do? Existence was unfair. It had always been unfair. She had simply spent eons pretending otherwise. Behind her, the primordial paradox continued to frown as he brought the key toward her exposed neck. I may speak to you differently and change afterward. Her voice held hesitation for the first time. Do not mind it. I will still be me. Just somewhat different, the primordial paradox frowned even more deeply at her words. He shook his head at the strangeness of this situation, at the mysteries piling upon mysteries, at the sense that he was about to participate in something he did not understand. Then he plunged the key into her neck. The golden metal entered her flesh with blinding light that pressed against his perception. The key sank deeper than should have been possible. Finding a lock that existed somewhere beyond physical form, click, he turned the key, and, boom, the primordial paradox found his body flung across the domain before he could process what had occurred. He smashed against the boundaries where observable met unobservable, the collision sending shockwaves through his obsidian form. When he managed to orient himself and look back toward where Ian had been sitting, he observed something magisterial. All around the domain, golden misty light gathered with speed and density that defied comprehension. The force of observable itself was flooding into this small space, drawn by something that demanded its presence. Rivers of golden luminosity poured toward the figure of Ian from every direction. Converging upon her form with intensity that painted the entire domain in hues of captured sunlight, her aura became something else entirely. The primordial paradox attempted to rise from where he had landed, pushing against the ground with strength that had conquered countless enemies across eons of conflict. His body refused to comply. Something pressed down upon him with force that would not permit him to stand, as if all of surrounding existence had to remain low for what was waking up. He could only watch from his position near the ground. Golden rivers of observable force continued flowing into Ian as she rose from the grasses without apparent effort. The power lifted her upward. Rivers of golden light forming beneath her feet to create platforms of solidified authority. Her dark hair shone with brilliance that seemed to generate its own illumination rather than reflecting what surrounded her. Her eyes, when she opened them, radiated endless gold that pressed against the primordial paradox's perception with intensity. The force she radiated horrified him. It seemed to exceed the singular cognizance he had faced when fighting alongside Erwin. It surpassed what he had believed possible for any being at the first scale. It defied everything he understood about the hierarchy of power. What is this? He had to ask the question even though speaking required effort against the pressure pinning him down. Ian turned to look at him. Her body had transformed. An unfathomable sense of beauty now permeated her existence, the kind that made observation feel like privilege rather than simple perception. Radiant golden tattoos rolled from her neck down to her chest. Upon her wrists, golden bands shining with contained authority had formed, their presence suggesting royalty rather than ornamentation. Her expression had changed as well. Where before there had been coldness and calm, now there was coldness born of supremacy. Where before there had been calculation, now there was the calm of one who did not need to calculate because outcomes were predetermined in her favor. Arrogance radiated from her bearing. She replied to the primordial paradox with a voice that sounded glorious and detached, as if she were addressing someone beneath her rather than an equal. What this is my whims coming to an end. The golden rivers continued flowing into her as she spoke. I admit I do not have the power to do anything without what I was born with. You will be rewarded for aiding me in my transition. Chapter 50-56, Awakening. 2. The primordial paradox frowned at her tone, at the implicit dismissal contained within her words. He sought to rise again, gathering his civilization of paradox around him in preparation to force himself upward through whatever pressure held him down. Ian simply waved her hand. The pressure vanished, and he was able to stand. His expression remained heavy as he observed her, still seeing boundless golden swirling misty light flowing into her form from every direction. The observable force showed no signs of diminishing. If anything, it was accelerating, more rivers converging upon her with each passing moment. I really need you to explain now. His voice emerged somber and demanding. Why do you feel even stronger than a singular cognizance at the second scale when you should only be at the first scale? The secret of Ian turned to look at him with calm and imperious bearing. She placed her hands upon her chest as if sensing her own existence. Feeling the changes that the unlocking had wrought within her foundations. Because you and I are distinctly different. Her words carried no apology. I was born made different. I tried to live like you and all others, and I failed. Because life forms like you, what I tried to be, do not have the capacity to influence existence to a high enough level. She paused, her golden eyes studying him with assessment that felt clinical. That part of myself has admitted this after falling prey to a fucking fungus and having to be saved by another. Which brings another problem because Ian looked deeper into her existence as she spoke, her attention turning inward, there, nestled within her foundations. She sensed something that made her frown. An irreversible and unbreakable bond with quintessence Infiniforce existed within her. something that Osmond had placed in her eons ago in Ginnungagap. Her old self had not known about it. The connection had been subtle, hidden beneath layers of her diminished existence where her sealed perceptions could not reach. It had entrenched itself into her existence so thoroughly that as she examined it now, she understood she could not expel it. The thing held infinity within it, and infinity was not something that could be removed through force alone. Worse, this quintessence infiniforce was actually benefiting from her nature. She could sense her weavings. Her authority, her observable force flowing into the connection. This would be a problem. As she frowned at this discovery, the primordial paradox maintained his heavy gaze upon her. He shook his head at answers that only generated more questions. What does that mean? What are you, really? His voice demanded truth rather than requesting it. The secret of Ian turned to face him with calm that bordered on indifference. To understand what I am is to understand what you are. Her golden eyes held no warmth. In existence, all beings are not born equal. You are among the bounded life forms. You and countless others. I am what is known as the gilded life form. A different pedigree of life form entirely. She let those words settle before continuing. My former self lied to you about my civilization. My civilization is anything I wish among that which is observable. Boom. As she spoke these final words, she waved her hands to feel the heavy concentrated golden misty light of observable continuing to flood into her form. The force responded to her gesture, swirling around her fingers as if eager to serve. She looked toward the primordial paradox, who observed all of this with grim expression that could not hide his growing unease. Ian shook her head at his obvious confusion. You required help with your anchor? Sure. Here you go, HUUM. As she spoke, she tapped out with casual gesture that should not have been capable of accomplishing anything significant. From the boundless power of observable surrounding her, a blazing golden light began to form. It coalesced into configurations that the primordial paradox recognized immediately, patterns that he had spent eons preparing to forge through careful affirmation and absolute self-knowledge. A singularity of paradox, perfect and complete, materialized from the force of observable. It entered into the primordial paradox before he could react, flooding his foundations alongside an influx of observable force that saturated every aspect of his existence. He had not called out any affirmations. He had not established his identity through the declarations that civilizational anchors required. He had not done anything except stand there and watch, yet an instant later, boom, a terrifying aura of power emanated from the primordial paradox as shock overwhelmed his features. A glorious civilizational anchor had formed within him without his participation. It felt just as powerful, if not more powerful, than what he would have forged himself through eons of careful preparation. The foundation of his transition to the Proterozoic scale now existed within his foundations, placed there by someone who had treated the process as casual generosity. Before he could process what had just occurred, Ian looked at him with even greater calm. Have your Proterozoic scale entry as well. HUUM. With such words, the tattoos adorning her body shone with brilliance that pressed against perception. Even more golden misty light flooded into the primordial paradox, most of it flowing into his chest where his bones resided. The force pressed into his skeletal structure with intensity that would have destroyed any existence not prepared to receive it. An aura of a Proterozoic scale entity began radiating from his form. His chest bones continued absorbing the golden misty light, transforming through processes that should have required years of careful cultivation. The observable force was remaking him, elevating him, forcing advancement that he had not earned through any methodology he understood. While all of this happened, he looked at Ian with incredulity that could not be contained. Hey! What the fuck is this? His voice emerged with bewilderment that stripped away all composure. The secret of Ian looked back at him with calm that bordered on boredom, a difference in existence. Her golden eyes held no sympathy for his confusion. I told you, not all beings are born equal. You and I are not born equal. You can understand it as a feat of existential engineering, but even that is not entirely true. She waved her hand dismissively. No matter. Acclimate to your power and do not ask too much. I have to understand how the actions of my former self may have tainted me. Because now I have a parasite of infinity latched onto my existence. She said this coolly before turning her attention inward, beginning to study the quintessence infiniforce that had entrenched itself within her foundations. The golden rivers continued flowing into her form, but her attention had already moved past the primordial paradox and his questions. He stood there stupefied, power he had not earned surging through foundations that barely understood what they had received. What the fuck were the gilded? Why was he and all others deemed the bounded? Did that designation apply to everyone he had ever known? To the creature? To Abaddon? To Irwin? To Osmond himself, the questions multiplied within his awareness. Each one more disturbing than the last. The secret of Ian continued studying the quintessence infiniforce within her, paying him no further attention. He was beneath her notice now, as perhaps he had always been. Chapter 50-57, for all to see. In the wastes, seas of multicolored brilliance swirled below while rivers surged above. The figure of Beowulf floated within this transformed landscape, his massive hammer resting against one armored shoulder as he gazed out at the area where the illusory visage of the creature had been displayed. That image had faded now, but its implications remained. Horus was dead. The creature had claimed victory and displayed the proof for all of observable existence to witness. The death was a heavy one, and it made Beowulf think about many things. He had known Horus for eons. Now that ancient primordial architect was simply gone, his eyes ripped from existence and held aloft like trophies by someone who had decided the time for tolerance had ended. At such a time, something shifted behind him. From the seas of multicolored infinity at his back, singularities sparked and churned with activity that should not have been possible without his awareness. The waters of the pluvial epoch twisted into configurations that bent space, forming pathways where none had existed moments before. Authority pressed through those pathways with intention that announced arrival rather than requested permission. Two figures emerged from the churning brilliance. Noah stood at the forefront, his multicolored emperor's robe flowing with currents of infinity that wrapped around his form like loyal serpents. Alexander stood beside him, his green robes pristine and his enneagram rotating upon his chest with steady determination. Both of them gazed forward with expressions cold and grand, as if they had come to this place specifically to challenge what awaited them. The massive armored figure of Beowulf turned around to observe them in stupor. Two first-scale entities had appeared before a second-scale existence, and they bore themselves as if the difference in power meant nothing. Their postures held no deference. Their eyes held no fear. They floated before him with the bearing of challengers rather than prey, as if this confrontation was something they had chosen rather than something they would suffer. Noah gazed at the massive visage of Beowulf as the primordial architect completed his turn. When he looked at this being now, he did not feel that heavy sense of oppression that had pressed against him during their previous encounters. His foundations had changed. His capabilities had evolved. The Hadean organ of civilization pulsed within his chest with authority that declared itself ready for whatever came next. Beside him, Alexander wore an expression of extreme coldness. He looked at Beowulf as if he was already dismantling the armored figure piece by piece. As if this confrontation was merely formality before the violence he had been anticipating since his torture concluded. His hands remained still at his sides, but the authority gathering around him suggested those hands would not remain idle for long. Noah nodded to Beowulf. "Big guy, did you miss us?" "I did not want to make you wait for too long, so I came to fulfill my oath." He had told this contemptible existence that he would return and pay things back manifold. That time was now here. The words emerged with confidence that pressed against the transformed landscape of the wastes. Beowulf looked at them with expression that bordered on skepticism, his armored head turned slightly, scanning the surrounding area as if searching for hidden allies or concealed traps. When he found nothing except the two beings floating before him, his twisted smile formed across features that had intimidated countless existences across eons of conflict. "You are arguably one of the most unique existences I have come across in a while." His voice emerged with amusement that did not quite conceal his wariness. Noah's response came immediately, "And you are one of the more boring ones." "Did you see your friend, Horus, and the humiliation of his corpse displayed for all to see across existence?" He spoke such words grandly, letting them hang in the air between them. Beowulf's expression shifted into a frown that darkened his armored features. His hammer rose over his shoulders, the weapon's presence alone causing the surroundings to begin trembling and shaking. Authority gathered around his form with intensity. Existence is vast and filled with wonders. His voice emerged cold. "Some of us will die. Some of us will triumph. With you coming here now, I will not allow you to slip away again. I will never have to experience the same fate as Horus." His armored head tilted slightly. "Once I grasp your weavings and secrets regarding infinity." The sentence trailed off as his brutal smile returned. Proterozoic scale power spread outward from his form, sifting through the transformed landscape with authority that demanded submission from everything it touched. All churning rivers of multicolored brilliance around them ceased their movement. The flowing seas below became still. For the surrounding light years, everything that had been in motion simply stopped, even the rain falling from above halted in place, droplets of the pluvial epoch suspended in air that no longer permitted their descent. Noah gave a light nod at this display of power. Seeing the actions of the creature reminded me that when it comes to truly breaking down one's enemies and letting others know how to act, seeing is better than believing. His eyes shone with purpose, so he raised his hand and clenched it. The multicolored seas of infinity shook in response to his gesture. Around them, massive disturbances churned through the transformed waters as something vast began to rise from the depths. 3 illusory screens emerged from the brilliance, each one a single light-year in diameter, their surfaces displaying images that captured everything occurring in this space. The screens showed the figure of Beowulf and their figures with clarity that missed no detail. My weavings of infinity are spread all across observable existence. Noah's voice carried across the light years his screens encompassed. Just like the creature was able to illuminate the fate of Horus, I will go a step further to illuminate and illustrate. I will give all of observable existence the chance to see the fates of those poor enough to come after me. The illusory screens shone with brilliance that exceeded their already massive presence. What they displayed began to permeate across observable existence. Across the wastes, screens rose from seas and rivers of transformed brilliance. In primordial realms scattered throughout existence, similar displays emerged from wherever infinity had touched. Within remaining shelters of the loom, screens materialized before beings who had thought themselves hidden and protected. In prima indifferentia, illusory images pressed through barriers that should have been impenetrable. The wandering territories. The lands of the dead, in all places where infinity sensed absolutes or any glimmers of second-scale existences. These illusory screens began to rise. They streamed everything occurring at this moment. Noah looked up as the illusory screens zoomed upon his face, Alexander visible behind him, multicolored infinities wrapped around his body and rivers of endless authority. His multicolored emperor's robe shone gloriously. While looking into the screen, he spoke words meant for all of observable existence. Let this be a lesson and warning to all. He said for this to be a warning, but he knew many would not take it like so. He knew many would take it as a challenge, which would in turn invite adversity. And that was also another goal of his. Beowulf observed this display as his gaze became unfathomably cold. His massive body was reflected on the screens surrounding them, his armored form towering over Noah and Alexander like a giant observing ants. His pride as an existence so much grander than them buzzed with indignation at this moment, at being made a spectacle for beings across observable existence to witness. I will not stop at dissecting your existence. I will dash. At such a time, Noah's words interrupted him. Hold on. Because at this moment, Noah began to feel something horrific and grand inside his existence. A flood of the power of observable surged from within him in an unfathomable manner, its concentration far exceeding anything he had handled before. Golden misty light erupted from his foundations with intensity that should have torn him apart. The force was vast and overwhelming, a sea of observable power pouring through connections he had not consciously activated. It felt surreal and utterly overwhelming. There was so much that his existence was almost initially overwhelmed by the sheer volume of what was flooding through him. His foundations trembled under the pressure, his cells burning with golden light that pressed outward from within. Then the Hadean organ of civilization began to spin right after, collecting the terrifying misty golden seas of observable force with efficiency that prevented catastrophic overflow. Every cell and atom within his body literally began to burn with golden light of observable. His existence worked rapidly to process what was occurring. Infinite undifferentiated fate searched for the connection to understand where this flood originated, but he could not find anything apart from the connection with the primordial paradox. When he dug deeper toward the source of these terrifying waves of observable force, he felt as if he was being blocked by barriers that resisted his perception. He proceeded to use the overflowing power of observable itself to finally affirm the truth. Particles of his quintessence infiniforce were acting as pathways, pulling from a source. The connection led to Ian. The secret of Ian. What, are you okay? Beside him, Alexander asked the question as Noah appeared to have frozen in place. His eyes burning with golden light while his expression shifted through confusion and calculation. As Noah was in the middle of ascertaining all this, Beowulf became cold and apathetic. The primordial architect raised his hammer. His armored features showed no amusement now, no fucking tolerance for whatever his opponents were experiencing. He had been interrupted, insulted, and made into a spectacle for all of observable existence to witness. No playing around this time. His voice emerged with frost that spread across the suspended droplets around them. I will collapse you and look at the pieces after. Let me show you how vast the gulf is between the second scale and the first scale. As he said this, he swung his hammer. Noah's eyes could see the backbone and makeup of that weapon as it descended toward him and Alexander. Within the hammer's construction, a single shining crimson obsidian bone blazed with light that pressed against perception, a Proterozoic bone, fully activated, channeling the full might of a second-scale existence through an instrument designed specifically for destruction. The hammer thundered down toward them. Time seemed to slow as Noah processed what was occurring. The flood of observable force continued burning through his foundations. The hammer continued its descent. Alexander stood beside him, ready to fight but lacking the capability to stop what was coming. The illusory screens broadcast everything to observable existence, capturing the moment when the youngest would be crushed by power he should not have challenged. Noah put his hand on his chest, his fingers pressed through his emperor's robe, reaching toward the organ of civilization that spun with fury within him. From that organ, he pulled forth a weapon that should not have existed at the first scale. The Hadean spear of civilization emerged from his sternum. The multicolored crystalline Kantas spear materialized into his grip as the hammer continued its descent. Around his body, the vibrant lights of observable and unobservable began swirling with intensity that exceeded anything he had previously channeled. Golden mist and clear smoke wound around his form, both forces converging upon the tip of his spear with concentration that made the air itself tremble. The tip of the spear rose to meet the giant hammer, and, crack, the impact was shocking and forceful and blinding. A horrid sound echoed across existence as Proterozoic bone met civilizational armament. As the second scale collided with something that should not have been possible at the first scale, light erupted from the point of contact with brilliance that painted the suspended droplets of rain with hues existence rarely witnessed. Noah remained floating exactly where he was. He did not move. He did not budge. He did not shift a single inch from the position he had occupied before the hammer's descent. Instead, the massive hammer of Beowulf was knocked backward and upward. Oh, the weapon that had crushed an unknown number of existences across eons of conflict recoiled from the collision, its Proterozoic bone ringing with frequencies. Beowulf's armored arms absorbed the recoil, his massive form pushed back by a force that should not have come from a first-scale being. Stupor and astonishment followed. Noah stood there in the aftermath, his spear held at angle. The light of Quintessence Infiniforce blazed around him in rivers of multicolored brilliance. Infinity wrapped around his form, and unobservable and observable forces swirled around his weapon in clear and golden rivers that pressed against everything they touched. He held that spear, the Hadean spear of civilization. The illusory screens captured everything. They broadcast his image across observable existence, showing countless beings the moment when the Genesis monarch blocked the full strike of a Proterozoic scale entity and knocked that strike away without moving from his position. Noah pulled the spear back and spoke with a frown. I told you to hold on. Sit the fuck back for a second. Even Alexander looked at Noah in stupor. Beowulf stared at his hammer and then at Noah's spear. His gaze moved between the two weapons back and forth. The body of this primordial architect then began to vibrate and shake with rage. Chapter 50-58, For All to See. 2. The collision echoed across observable existence through illusory screens that spared no detail. Countless beings witnessed the moment when the Hadean spear of civilization met the hammer of Beowulf, the primordial armor. They observed the flash of light, heard the horrid sound that accompanied the impact, and watched as a first-scale entity remained unmoved while a second-scale entity's weapon recoiled backward. Their interpretations varied according to their understanding. In a distant area, he was holding back, declared a primordial architect observing from a domain within the wastes. Beowulf clearly underestimated his opponent and pulled his strike at the last moment. No first-scale being could genuinely block a Proterozoic attack. Around him were two more primordial architects who nodded in agreement, finding comfort in logic that preserved the hierarchy they understood. And even further distance away, infinity must be responsible, theorized an undivided one watching from prima indifferentia. Perhaps that authority created some manner of defensive barrier that absorbed the impact. The spear itself could not have been responsible. These beings sought explanations that fit within frameworks they already possessed. The second scale was supposed to be unreachable from the first scale. The gap between them was supposed to be absolute. If what they witnessed contradicted these assumptions, then surely they had witnessed incorrectly. Surely there was context they lacked. Surely Beowulf had been caught by surprise, had not taken the confrontation seriously, had permitted this outcome through carelessness rather than inability. The alternative was unthinkable. the alternative meant everything they understood about power and progression was incomplete. Among those who had spent eons striving toward the Proterozoic scale without success, different reactions emerged. In a Niflheim, "If he can do it, perhaps I can as well," whispered an ancient being who had failed to form his civilizational anchor 17 times across his existence. His eyes fixed upon the illusory screen with intensity that bordered on desperation. "Perhaps the gap is not as vast as we believed." Hope loomed in foundations that had long ago accepted limitation as permanent. "Infinity changes everything," declared another, watching from a primordial realm where the pluvial epoch had continued transforming the landscape. These beings observed the impact and saw possibility rather than anomaly. They did not understand what had occurred, but they understood what it might mean for their own futures. If the first scale could challenge the second scale, then ceilings they had believed unbreakable might possess cracks they had never perceived. Their hope was not entirely misplaced, but it was not entirely accurate either. Among those who had touched the Proterozoic scale themselves, who understood what that power actually meant, reactions were markedly different. Smiles vanished from faces that had been amused moments before, expressions that had held condescension shifted into seriousness that pressed against their surroundings. Beings who had been observing casually, treating the broadcast as entertainment, suddenly found themselves unable to look away. In prima indifferentia, the obsidian figure with a single horn who had laughed at the creature's display now observed through the same crack from which he had emerged before. His Proterozoic bones shone with light that reflected the illusory screen's brilliance, and his expression held none of the amusement it had contained previously. In Jotunheim, where the primordial paradox had only recently departed, the Chaos Giants carrying Abaddon's listless body paused their procession to observe screens that rose from the transformed seas around them. The great usurper, speaking through the giant whose body he had commandeered, said nothing at all as he only watched. The truly knowledgeable did not rationalize, they did not hope, they understood. Beings who had achieved the Proterozoic scale through their own effort, who had integrated observable or unobservable forces into their civilizations, who had forged Proterozoic bones or organs through methodologies spanning eons of careful cultivation, these beings recognized something in that impact that others could not perceive. Beowulf had not held back. His hammer had descended with the full force of a Rhaetian Proterozoic existence, channeled through a Proterozoic bone that had been forged specifically for destruction. The crimson obsidian within that weapon had blazed with power that should have atomized any first scale being it contacted. There had been no restraint. There had been no surprise. There had been a genuine strike from a second-scale entity intending to end a confrontation before it could properly begin, and that strike had been deflected, not absorbed or redirected, deflected. The youngest had met a Proterozoic attack with a weapon that should not have existed at the first scale, and he had knocked that attack away as if it were an inconvenience rather than an existential threat. The gap between scales, that supposedly absolute chasm separating those who had achieved civilizational anchors from those who had not, had just been demonstrated to be significantly smaller than anyone had believed, or perhaps the gap remained exactly as vast as it had always been. Perhaps the youngest simply stood in a different location than anyone had realized. Many did not take their eyes away from the illusory screens for even a second. They could not afford to. Every moment of this confrontation contained information that might prove essential. The illusory screens continued broadcasting across observable existence. Beowulf was important, certainly, but right now, Noah's entire existence was going haywire as he felt like he had tapped into something almost as vast and grand as infinity itself. The force of observable flooded his finite existence with intensity that should have torn him apart, golden light burning through every cell and atom of his form. If he did not have the Hadean organ of civilization spinning within his chest, collecting and processing this influx with efficiency that prevented overflow, the result may have been disastrous. He had locked down the source to be the secret of Aeon. The quintessence Infiniforce he had placed within her eons ago in Ginnungagap was acting as a pathway, pulling observable force from her existence into his own. He did not know why this was happening now. He did not know what had changed within Aeon to trigger such a flood. But he unluckily happened to have started a battle against a second-scale primordial architect, so he had to deal with both situations simultaneously. It was extremely hard to tell a primordial architect to sit down and be still for a moment, especially when they attacked you at full power and you rebuffed their attack in front of all observable existence. Noah understood this predicament intimately. He needed just a moment. Just a nanosecond or a single second to process what was occurring within his foundations, to understand the connection flooding him with power. To communicate with the source and determine what had changed. But Beowulf would not grant him that moment willingly. so he would have to take it. Noah observed the massive primordial architect far ahead of him, watching as Beowulf began to rise from the recoil of their collision. The terrifying grandeur and immensity of someone at the second scale was rotating around that armored form with intensity that pressed against everything within range. His rage was visible in the vibration of his body, in the way the suspended droplets of rain around them trembled, in the cold fury radiating from features that had just experienced humiliation before all of observable existence. Noah knew this fucker would not sit still. He needed more of a push. You are angry? You have always been angry, his voice emerged cold and measured. You hold the civilization of armed existence, and yet you have remained pathetically weak. As a primordial architect born of the first scale, you barely grasped the second scale by working with Horus and two others in Prima and Differentia. He let those words settle before continuing. Now Horus is dead, and you are wondering if you might be next. Noah stared at Beowulf, whose entire existence seemed to be blazing with terrifying power. How did he know what he had said so far? How did he possess information that should have been hidden from anyone outside Beowulf's closest confidants? Of course, it was because since he arrived here, and even slightly before, golden bubbles of loot had been leaking from Beowulf and flowing into him, the Hadean existential singularities. He could see them with clarity. Golden bubbles of light emerged from the primordial architect's armored form without that being's awareness, drifting through the space between them with lazy purpose that belied their significance. Each bubble shone with glorious golden light, the illumination of loot that had been refined beyond simple material value into concentrated essence of another being's existence. They flowed toward Noah with inevitability that could not be resisted. The bubbles disappeared into his body upon contact, their golden light absorbed by foundations hungry for what they contained. Each absorption brought weavings and information. Beowulf's secrets, his private thoughts, his hidden shames, all of it poured into Noah through pathways the primordial architect could not perceive. Prompts bloomed before his vision as the singularities integrated. Hadean existential singularity absorbed. Source: Beowulf. The primordial armor. Category: civilizational anchor. Composition: content. Subject: civilizational anchor was established through affirmations declaring absolute unity between self and armament. Core affirmation recorded: I am the weapon. The weapon is me. There is no distinction between the hand that strikes and the blow that lands. My existence is combat. My identity is war. I cannot be separated from what I wield because I am what I wield. Stability assessment: anchor is fundamentally sound but contains vulnerability. Subject's identity is entirely dependent on external armament. Removal or destruction of armor would cause catastrophic anchor degradation. Hadean existential singularity absorbed. Source: Beowulf. The primordial armor. Category: Proterozoic bone. Methodology. Content: subject possesses a single proterozoic bone integrated into his primary weapon rather than his physical form. The crimson obsidian bone within his hammer was forged through collaboration with Horus in Prima Indifferentia. Hadean existential singularity absorbed. Source: Beowulf. The primordial armor. Category: hidden psychological profile. Content: subject experiences profound insecurity regarding biological limitations imposed by his civilization of armed existence. His complete integration with armament has rendered him incapable of physical intimacy or procreation. Subject compensates through observation of other lifeforms engaging in carnal activities, deriving vicarious satisfaction from experiences he cannot personally have. The additional content: subject's persistent rage stems partially from this limitation. He resents beings who possess capabilities he sacrificed for power. What? Noah wanted to pause, but more information came. Hadean existential singularity absorbed. Source: Beowulf. The primordial armor. Category: alliance intelligence. Content: subject's collaboration with Horus was not based on friendship but mutual necessity. Horus required Beowulf's combat capabilities for territorial expansion. Beowulf required Horus's methodology for proterozoic advancement. With Horus eliminated, subject's path to further advancement has been severed. Chapter 50-59. What are you? Noah read the prompts as they integrated into his awareness, each one painting a fuller picture of who Beowulf actually was beneath that intimidating armored exterior. A being who had sacrificed so much for power that he could no longer experience simple pleasures. A being whose advancement depended on others rather than his own capabilities. A being whose rage masked insecurities that would have been pathetic if they were not so dangerous, and while Noah absorbed this information, he was weakening Beowulf without that being's knowledge. Every singularity that flowed from the primordial architect into Noah represented something being lost. Not enough to notice immediately, perhaps not enough to notice for a while, but the extraction was occurring nonetheless. Beowulf was becoming lesser while Noah was becoming greater, and the primordial architect had no idea this transaction was taking place. It would be even easier for him in this battle if he could stall for somewhat longer, so he continued, "Your civilizational anchor is fascinating, Beowulf. I am the weapon. The weapon is me." Such absolute declarations, yet they contain such obvious vulnerabilities. Noah watched as the armored figure stiffened at words that should have been impossible for anyone outside his own existence to know. "You did not forge your Proterozoic bone yourself. You required Horus to provide methodology. For all your bluster about armed existence, you could not even arm yourself without assistance." The rage radiating from Beowulf intensified to levels that pressed against everything within range. "And then there is the matter of your limitations." Noah's voice became almost conversational in its cruelty. "Beowulf, the grand primordial armor, actually feels insecure that your civilization and nature make it so you cannot procreate or enjoy carnal pleasures. So you simply like to watch other life forms enjoy carnal pleasures every now and then." He paused to let those words sink in. "Is this part of why you are so angry? I can speak more about this and other things for all of observable existence to hear, or you can do what I asked and sit the fuck back for a second." His eyes met the invisible gaze behind that armored helm. "Can you do that? I need to check on something else first. And then we can continue." His words were heavy and terrifying, declarations that should have been impossible, revelations that should have remained hidden for eternity. Behind the armored head of Beowulf, invisible eyes burned with unfathomable light of rage that pressed against the boundaries of what that form could contain. But Beowulf raised his hammer and held it still. He stared at Noah with menace that promised violence beyond imagination. His aura continued spreading through the surroundings, placing everything in the nearby gigaparsecs under his control, establishing dominance over the battlefield in preparation for the moment when he would no longer be constrained. His rage did not diminish. His hatred did not lessen, but for now, he did not make a move against Noah. Shockingly, he gave that second, and in that second, Noah could stretch it toward infinity. He closed his eyes calmly as he grasped his spear of civilization, its crystalline shaft humming against his palm with authority that had just deflected a Proterozoic attack. He focused on his quintessence infiniforce, on the portions of it that continued to act as pathways for obscene amounts of observable force flooding into his existence. He traced those pathways back toward their source, linked his existence through them, and called out, "O secret of Ian, Huum." His voice was heavy with authority that pressed through the quintessence infiniforce connection. Nothing happened for a moment. He was about to call again when the pathways began to illuminate with golden light that eclipsed even the observable force flowing through them. The portion of his existence he sent through those pathways was met with another presence, and they both disappeared into a single instant of infinity. His vision changed. Part of his consciousness found itself moving between endless weavings of observable, traveling through channels that existed outside normal space, passing through barriers that should have been impenetrable. The journey lasted no time at all and an eternity simultaneously, the paradox of infinity making both statements equally true. He appeared in a place that defied easy expectation. Domain entry, isolated sanctuary between observable and unobservable. Unobservable boundary pressure is active. All unauthorized existences experience foundational strain within this zone. Immunity triggered. Quintessence Infiniforce has granted temporary authorization. An illusory version of his body materialized within an isolated domain that measured only a mile in diameter. Green grass covered the ground in vibrant carpets that should not have existed given the swirling unobservable weavings pressing against the domain's boundaries. A simple white hut stood at the center, humble and unremarkable. This was a sanctuary hidden between observable and unobservable. Noah observed the primordial paradox first. Entity detected. The primordial paradox. Status: frozen. Current scale: the Proterozoic scale. Rayation tier: status effect. Temporal suspension is active. The target cannot act, perceive, or respond until effect is lifted by source. Ruination became much more active with information as far too much force of observable weavings of existence flooded him, giving him an influx of everything. His former master stood nearby, but something was profoundly wrong with his positioning. He appeared frozen in place, his obsidian titanic form locked in a posture. Yet his aura radiated profound power that declared his achievement of the second scale with authority that could not be mistaken. The primordial paradox had achieved the Proterozoic scale. and he was frozen. Noah frowned at this impossibility before turning his attention to the one responsible. Entity detected. The secret of Ian. Status unknown. Warning. Entity classification cannot be determined. The secret of Ian stood at the center of the domain, and the moment Noah observed her, his mind began cataloging details. Civilization activation detected. Unknown civilization. Observable dominion is active. All observable force within range is being redirected towards source entity. Her eyes radiated endless gold rather than the dark irises she had possessed. Radiant golden tattoos rolled from her neck down to her chest in configurations that told stories in languages predating speech. Upon her wrists, golden bands shining with contained authority had formed. Her posture had changed entirely from what he remembered, where before she had carried herself with the cold calculation of someone who had experienced wonder. Now she bore herself with the cold supremacy of someone who had never needed to plan anything at all. The difference was subtle but unmistakable. Her shoulders held no tension. Her stance contained no preparation for threat. She existed in a state of absolute certainty that nothing around her could pose genuine danger. She looked at him as a queen might look at a peasant who had wandered into her throne room. Observable force flow analysis. Straight face, direction, all vectors pointing toward the secret of Ian. Volume exceeds measurable parameters. Absorption rate 100% efficiency. Conclusion: entity is not cultivating. Entity is restoring to come previous unknown state. Golden misty light of observable continued flowing into her form from every direction, rivers of force that exceeded anything he had witnessed even during his own transformations. The volume was staggering. The concentration was beyond what should have been possible for any container to hold. Yet she absorbed it without strain, without effort, without any indication that she was doing anything remarkable at all. Noah assembled these observations into conclusions that formed with uncomfortable clarity. He could see the evidence of transformation. But the fundamental question remained beyond his capacity to determine. Noah looked at her directly, his illusory form standing before her actual presence with posture that refused to show deference regardless of what she had become. Other questions he could infer answers to through observation and deduction, but one question remained that he could not answer through inference alone. What are you? His voice emerged steady and demanding, filtering no confusion, displaying no uncertainty, other things he could determine. But what exactly was Ian? Chapter 50-60, What are you? 2. In this moment stretched out toward an infinity, Noah looked at Ian. She looked back at him with an expression so calm it bordered on indifference. Those endless golden eyes holding none of the calculation he had grown accustomed to seeing in her features. The observable force continued flowing into her form from every direction, rivers of golden light that painted the isolated sanctuary in hues that should not have been possible within such a small space. Status effect: temporal dilation is active. One instant is being stretched toward infinity. Ultimately, she spoke, the longer your infinities remain in my body, the more risk you run for yourself. Her voice emerged with authority that pressed against the boundaries of this domain, each word carrying implications that demanded careful consideration. What happened during the time that I chose to live like you and all others will have far-reaching consequences. Giving you the chance to spread your weavings inside of me has made this possible. I cannot blame you, but I can advise you on exactly how things should unfold from here. Noah's eyes remained sharp as he listened to her words, her choosing to live like them. With that phrasing, he could infer a great deal. She had been something else, had deliberately become something lesser, and now had reverted to what she originally was. The tattoos, the bands, the way observable force flowed toward her as if she were its natural destination, all of it made sense when framed as restoration rather than transformation. But what exactly was she now? So you were living among us as us? Noah's voice emerged steady despite the flood of observable force still burning through his foundations via the quintessence infiniforce connection. What have you reverted back to now? Why do I feel this flood of observable force rushing from your existence? Ian looked at him calmly, her golden eyes holding an assessment that felt clinical rather than personal. She was studying him as one might study an interesting specimen, determining how much information he could handle, how much he deserved to know. Others I would not bother too much with. She glanced toward the frozen form of the primordial paradox. Even paradox I was sentimental about and said a few things. You are a case study that will already be of interest to us. I just did not want that interest to become a verdict of your end. Her expression shifted slightly. There is much you and even I do not know, but existence is too vast and has been going on for too long. Your history, the history of our observable existence, my history, all of it is a flicker of dust in overall existence. She paused to let those words settle. You have been alive for an insignificant amount of time. So have I. So have countless others. Eons before we were born, existence has been ongoing. Lifeforms have been ongoing, her golden eyes held his without wavering, and across existence, there are different types of lifeforms. There are those like you, and there are those like me. Noah's gaze turned heavy as he absorbed these words. Different types of lifeforms. Not different in terms of power or cultivation or achievement, but different in terms of fundamental nature. The distinction she was drawing went beyond what many had encountered in their journey through observable existence, but he continued to listen calmly, permitting her to explain what she meant. You, primordial architects, the creature, the primordial paradox, the living paradox, every single one of you are lifeforms born and drenched in adversity in the scales of existence. Her voice held no condescension, only statement of fact. You are the bounded, classification revealed, the bounded. Definition: lifeforms born and drenched in adversity. The words pressed against Noah's awareness. I am not drenched in adversity. Ian's golden tattoos shimmered as she spoke, their patterns pulsing with light that seemed to respond to her declarations. I am part of them. The gilded, classification revealed. The gilded, definition, lifeforms fundamentally distinct from the bounded. Not subject to the same unknown limitations. Reason for the reaction of observable force: I could act and play a role to be like you, which is what I did for Ian's. But you could never be like me. No matter what you do. No matter how much you persevere. She tilted her head slightly. That is a doctrine of Vakachev, by the way. To persevere no matter what across the scales. But existence engineered you already to never be capable of much. Her words were not cruel. They were simply true, at least from her perspective, that already is a gulf enough. Understanding that is what I told Paradox here, and I will tell you somewhat more. She gestured vaguely upward, toward heights that existed beyond this isolated sanctuary. Above you, the bounded, are those like me, the gilded. And above me are the primeval. Even I am not some grand being. I am just a bit higher on the totem pole. Classification structure detected straight face. Tier 1, the bounded lifeforms drenched in adversity. Tier 2, the gilded lifeforms above adversity. Tier 3, the primeval, classification unknown. Above the gilded, Ruination's beams continued to flash before his eyes as he listened, with her weavings breaking down everything she WSS receiving as she made a grand database. That is how vast existence is. So much more exists that you cannot even imagine. Ian's voice carried no triumph in these revelations, only the weariness of someone explaining obvious truths to those who had never been permitted to see them. You look at observable existence and think that is it. You do not think about all others that are observable. You do not think of all that which is unobservable. You do not think of all that exists in between. You do not know of the designations. She paused, and when she continued, her voice held something approaching a warning, but something supremely critical is how those within their designations remain within their designations. By connecting yourself to me with your quintessence infiniforce as you have, you are violating your designation. WAA, Chapter 5061, what are you? 3. The words landed with a magisterial force that pressed against Noah's foundations. Even if I do nothing and I veil it as much as possible, it will be known. For such a violation, it does not matter who you are. Even if you are a unique case study among the bounded for your usage and resistance to infinity that does not belong to your form of life. They will end you for your transgression. Warning: existential threat detected, threat level, beyond current parameters, cause, quintessence infiniforce connection to a gilded lifeform. Her golden eyes met his with intensity that cut through the clinical detachment she had been maintaining, which is why I told you to remove your quintessence infiniforce from me. Save yourself, Osmont. Boom, the words settled across the isolated sanctuary with finality that pressed against everything within range. Ian stood there with grandeur and imperious bearing that declared her nature as something fundamentally beyond what he had believed her to be. An extraordinary air shone around her form. Golden light radiating outward. She was not merely powerful, she was different. She was the gilded, and he was the bounded, and according to everything she had just explained, that distinction mattered more than any amount of cultivation or advancement or achievement could ever overcome. Noah looked at her seriously as he took in all her words. His mind processed everything as he looked back at all the prompts from Ruination. The bounded. The gilded. The primeval. A hierarchy of lifeforms that existed beyond the scales of existence he had been climbing, beyond the classifications of primordial architects and singular cognizances he had been learning, beyond anything observable existence had revealed to him. He was supposed to be insignificant in this grand scope, he was supposed to be minor, he was supposed to be a flicker of dust in overall existence, a being whose entire history amounted to nothing compared to the eons that had preceded his birth. His eyes shone with a light of tyranny at being told how minuscule he was. He knew he was young. He knew this truth intimately, had known it since the moment he began perceiving beings who had existed for eons beyond counting while he had lived for mere moments in comparison. He understood his youth. He accepted his youth, but he was also grand. Oh, he was grand. The observable force flooding into him from eons' existence continued burning through his foundations. And the Hadean organ of civilization continued spinning to process it, and his quintessence infiniforce continued acting as pathways that apparently violated designations he had never known existed. He was the bounded, she said. He was limited by existential engineering, she said. He could never be like her no matter what he did, she said. Noah stood there in his illusory form, looking at the secretive Eon with expression that held no fear, no despair, no acceptance of the limitations she had just described, only tyranny, only the absolute certainty that regardless of what existence had engineered him to be, regardless of what designations he was supposed to remain within, regardless of what they would do to him for his transgressions, he would become something that made their classifications seem small. He knew he was young, but he was also grand. As his eyes shone with imperious light, Ian looked at him as if she understood everything his gaze stood for. She shook her head calmly before turning to look out toward the edge of this small domain, where swirling weavings of unobservable pressed against the boundaries that separated this sanctuary from the vastness beyond. Her expression shifted into something contemplative, something almost wistful in ways that did not match the supremacy she had been radiating since the moment he arrived. I see your defiance. Her voice emerged softer than before. I was similar once. Perhaps I still am. She paused, golden eyes fixed upon distances that existed beyond the mile-wide domain surrounding them. When I first became aware of what I was, of what the Gilded meant compared to everything else in existence, I felt as though I did not belong anywhere. The Bounded could not understand me. Other Gilded seemed content with their positions, with the natural superiority we were born into, with accepting the hierarchy as it was designed. I was not content. Her hands touched the golden bands upon her wrists, fingers tracing patterns that seemed older than most existences. I watched the creature make choices of his own volition. I watched him embrace adversity when he had no need to. Experiment with forces that could have unmade him, reject everything he was supposed to be in pursuit of something he wanted to become. I watched primordial architects struggle and succeed and fail again, each mistake shaping them into something different than what they had been before. She turned slightly, her profile illuminated by the golden light still flowing into her form. I wanted that. I wanted to make my own choices and my own mistakes. I wanted to experience existence differently than how I was supposed to experience it. The role of the Gilded felt hollow when I had done nothing to earn it. I had been born into supremacy rather than achieving it. Her expression shifted into something that resembled regret. So I sealed myself. I locked away what I was and chose to live as the Bounded, to experience adversity as they experienced it, to struggle as they struggled, to feel the weight of limitations I had never known before. She released a breath that seemed to carry centuries of accumulated experience, and mistakes I made. So many mistakes. I convinced myself that persevering through challenges without my true nature was noble, was meaningful, was something that would make me understand existence in ways I could not have understood otherwise. I even looked at the adversity the creature and Irwin engineered and promised myself I would strip them of their distinctions as keys of civilizations of our observable existence and take them myself or give them to others. Her golden eyes closed briefly. I was even foolhardy enough to allow a fungus of a primordial architect to take over my existence. The primordial mycelia seized control of me, used me as a puppet, violated everything I was, and I did not unseal myself because of my pride. Because I told myself that unsealing would mean admitting failure, would mean my experiment had concluded in defeat. She opened her eyes and turned to face Noah directly. I made mistakes. Eons worth of them. Some taught me things I could not have learned otherwise. Most simply hurt. Her gaze held his with intensity that pressed against his awareness. Do not make the same mistakes as me. The words emerged with conviction that seemed to surprise even her. I can afford to make mistakes. You cannot. Mistakes for me are a slap on the wrist, a minor inconvenience, a lesson that carries no permanent consequence. A single mistake for you is extinction. She stepped closer to his illusory form, golden light radiating around her with each movement. You do not need what I have. You are already exceptional enough among the Bounded. Your resistance to infinity, your weavings, your progression, all of it marks you as unique within your designation. Just take your quintessence infiniforce away and save yourself. Chapter 5062, Defiance. Noah listened to her words with the attention they deserved. Her story was not what he had expected. Pride and foolishness and the desire to experience something beyond the role she had been assigned, these were motivations he could understand even if he could not entirely relate to them. She had made herself lesser because being greater felt unearned. She had suffered because she refused to admit that her experiment had failed. He could respect that, even as he refused to follow her advice. Where I grew up, there was a private school near the public school I attended. His voice emerged with calm that matched her earlier composure. Vastly different institutions. The private school had uniforms and gates and parents who drove expensive vehicles. The public school had metal detectors and overcrowded classrooms and teachers who had stopped caring years before I arrived. He observed her expression shift into curiosity at his unexpected response. Some days during lunch, I would walk to a park that sat between these two vastly different worlds. And in that park, I befriended a girl from the private school. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind in ways that suggested she did not realize how different our circumstances actually were. Noah's illusory form shifted slightly, memories he had not accessed in what felt like eternities surfacing with clarity that surprised him. When her friends found out about our friendship, they cornered me. They told me the two of us were in different worlds. They said I needed to stop pushing myself around her, that she was just being nice to someone as little as me. She was far above. I was below. His eyes met Ian's golden gaze with defiance that had not diminished since childhood. Tell me, do you think I stopped seeing that girl? He did not wait for her to answer. She was a baddie. And I never stopped seeing her until she went abroad. She was supposed to be out of my league. Everyone told me so. Her friends told me so. Her parents eventually told me so. I did not care. His smile held the tyranny that had defined him since before he understood what tyranny meant. So tell me, what do you think I will do in this situation? His words were grand, declarations that refused to acknowledge the hierarchies being described to him. Ian looked at him calmly again. She did not reply to his story, did not attempt to explain why his analogy was flawed, did not point out that the consequences of defying existential designations were somewhat different than the consequences of defying private school social hierarchies. She simply observed him as one might observe a specimen confirming expected behavior. Noah looked at her as another question formed in his awareness. As a gilded life form, why is so much observable force flowing into you? You seem to have so much that my weavings inside of you cannot help but transmit it over. Ian's expression shifted into something approaching patience. The gilded are blessed and nurtured by all that which is observable. Her voice held the tone of someone explaining fundamentals to those who had never been permitted to learn them, contextually not infinite, but all gilded have access freely to an almost endless amount of observable force. Traversing the lower scales of Vakachev's existence is easier for us. All the bounded never gaze upon anything past Proterozoic. She looked at him with directness that permitted no misunderstanding. You will never gaze upon anything past Proterozoic. Advancement limitation confirmed for bounded lifeforms. Maximum ceiling, the Proterozoic scale. The gilded can progress past the second scale with time. It is simply how we were born. Access to observable is merely one of the perks. Her golden tattoos pulsed with light that seemed to emphasize her words. We interact with the scales differently. We have resistance to infinity and much more unlike what any bounded can imagine. I am telling you all of this, but it seems worthless as it does not seem like you will change your path. Noah's eyes remained firm with tyranny as he processed her words. The bounded could never progress past the Proterozoic scale. That was the ceiling existence had engineered for his kind. That was the limitation he was supposed to accept, the boundary he was never supposed to cross. The height beyond which he was never supposed to gaze. He nodded slowly. If I have gotten my hooks on one of the perks of the gilded through you, why should I let go? His smile held conviction that refused to acknowledge impossibility. I want to enjoy what you are enjoying. Decision registered. Quintessence Infiniforce connection will be maintained. Ian looked at him silently for a long moment. Had you not helped my foolish past self with that fungus, I may have forced you to do what I am saying. Her voice emerged measured and final. As a thank you, I will not. But my choice to thank you this way can also be considered your catastrophe, as I know what it will bring for you in the future. She turned away from him, her form beginning to shimmer with light that suggested imminent departure. You have made your choice. I will not go back and forth on it with you. Just be ready. She paused, looking back over her shoulder. When they do inadvertently find out, you can find ease in the fact that they will only care about you. They will only extinguish you. Your family or any of those under you would be untouched. Her golden eyes held his one final time, so at least there is that. Your choice will only bring about your own ruin, and others will mourn you. Noah's eyes shone sharply at her words. What about you who allowed this to happen? Ian's calm reply emerged with the certainty of someone stating mathematical truth. I told you. I get a slap on the wrist. You get extinction, HUUM. With such words, her figure rose as she began to flicker out of observable existence. Golden light gathered around her form. She was departing, returning to existences he had never known existed until moments ago. Noah looked at her defiantly as she looked back at him. The two held their gazes across the distance separating them, gilded and bounded, superior and inferior according to designations he refused to acknowledge. He would not remove his quintessence Infiniforce from her existence. He would not surrender the observable force flowing into him through those pathways. He would not accept the extinction she predicted with such casual certainty. Ultimately, she sighed, then, she disappeared. Chapter 5063, Defiance. 2. Entity departed. The secret of Ian. Status effect. Temporal suspension has ended. Domain status normalized. The freezing power that had held everything in place vanished instantly. The primordial paradox unfroze as if no time had passed at all, his obsidian titanic form completing whatever motion he had been making before Ian's power locked him in place. His massive head turned toward where she had been standing, found nothing, then shifted to observe Noah's illusory form floating nearby. His expression changed through several configurations before settling on bewildered frustration. Fucking hell. His voice emerged with exhaustion that seemed inappropriate for someone who had just achieved the second scale. You are not going to tell me you are some gilded grandiose lifeform too, right? Noah floated closer to the primordial paradox, observing the changes that had occurred within him. The aura radiating from that obsidian form declared Proterozoic authority with intensity. Something had fundamentally shifted within those foundations. He sighed at the question. No, I am not something like that. His illusory form settled beside the massive primordial paradox. But hey, the second scale for you. Congratulations, entity analysis, the primordial paradox, current scale, the Proterozoic scale, Raiation tier. Civilizational anchor, established. Composition, paradox, Proterozoic bone detected, the paradoxical sternum, location, chest cavity, integrated with ribcage, capabilities, allows simultaneous channeling of contradictory authorities. Enables existence in mutually exclusive states. Full parameters unknown, requires testing. The primordial paradox's expression twisted into something between gratitude and offense. Congratulations, what? I did not even do it myself. His obsidian hand pressed against his chest where his newly formed Proterozoic bone resided. The all-important gilded lifeform who has apparently left just tapped out twice to form my anchor for me in this Proterozoic bone. Fucking hell, Noah observed Paradox gazing at his chest bone. His own eyes shone brightly as he processed the implications. A few taps from Ian had taken the primordial paradox to the second scale. Casual gestures from a gilded lifeform had accomplished what should have required a great fucking deal, what should have demanded absolute self-knowledge. She had done it with taps, then he truly would not release the quintessence Infiniforce flowing through her existence. The observable force continuing to pour into him was insane. Volumes that his Hadean organ of civilization processed with efficiency that prevented overflow but could not prevent awareness of just how much was coming through. His own power and progression would be jumping tremendously as his foundations absorbed what a gilded lifeform considered casual excess. Incoming observable force, continuous, processing status, the Hadean organ of civilization operating at elevated capacity, projection, significant advancement imminent across multiple parameters. But with everything somewhat clearer regarding Ian and her nature, he could return his attention to Beowulf, the second scale primordial. Architect was still waiting in the wastes, held in check by revelations that should have been impossible for Noah to know. Alexander was still there as well, ready for the confrontation that had brought them to that transformed landscape. The illusory screens were still broadcasting everything to observable existence. As he thought this through, he came to sit beside Paradox within this isolated sanctuary. What happened with Irwin, indeed? Whatever happened to the living Paradox that no one knew at this moment in time, had arrived in the same location as another body of his in Nuldine Manthan in Nakatsukuni, the primordial Paradox side, and he began to talk. While wonders unfolded all around him, Noah returned his attention to the body facing Beowulf. In that region of the wastes filled with multicolored seas and endless rain, the instant stretched toward infinity concluded as he refocused his awareness. His illusory form in the isolated sanctuary remained as his consciousness settled fully into the body, floating before a second-scale primordial architect who had grown extremely serious during his momentary absence. He looked around to sense what had changed. Environmental conditions have shifted dramatically. Proterozoic suppression field detected. Source: Beowulf, the primordial armor. The heavy Proterozoic scale power Beowulf had laid down pressed against everything within range. This was battlefield control exercised by someone who had decided casual exchanges were no longer acceptable. Status effect: Proterozoic containment is active. No entity without a Proterozoic bone can leave this region. Boundaries extend for surrounding gigaparsecs. Status effect: scale diminishment is active. All first scale power reduced by 99% within affected zone. Status effect: authority drain is active. Civilizational authorities are being siphoned from all non-Proterozoic entities at rate of 3% per second. Status effect: infinity rejection is active. All infinity-based weavings experience 75% efficiency reduction. Status effect: observable suppression is active. Observable force channeling reduced by 80% for first-scale beings. Noah smiled at the comprehensive suppression Beowulf had established during his momentary distraction. This fucker had gotten really serious. The multicolored seas around them had stilled completely, frozen not by ice but by authority that demanded all movement cease until permitted. The endless rain had stopped falling, droplets suspended in configurations that declared Beowulf's dominance over this entire region of transformed space. His Hadean organ of civilization released a burst of multicolored light from within his chest. He grasped his spear of civilization tighter as the organ spun with fury that rejected everything attempting to constrain him, the force of the infiniverse erupting out. The observable force continuing to flood into his existence from Aeon's pathways provided fuel that Beowulf's suppression could not account for. His foundations burned with golden light that pressed outward against every status effect seeking to impose itself upon his form. Immunity triggered. The Hadean organ of civilization has negated Proterozoic containment, but immunity triggered. The Hadean organ of civilization has negated scale diminishment, but immunity triggered. The Hadean organ of civilization has negated authority drain. Immunity triggered. The Hadean organ of civilization has negated infinity rejection. Immunity triggered. The Hadean organ of civilization has negated observable suppression. Status: all hostile effects nullified for you. Extending nullification field to designated ally, Alexander. Status: all hostile effects nullified for Alexander, HUUM. The suppression that should have crippled any first-scale entity simply dissolved around Noah and Alexander, their existences protected by authority that operated according to different rules than what Beowulf understood. Noah looked at the massive primordial architect floating in the distance. That armored form radiating fury that had only intensified during his absence. Sorry about that. I had to take care of something for a second. His voice emerged with casual confidence that pressed against the tension saturating this region. We can continue now. Chapter 50-64, merely Raiation. Beowulf looked at him silently and coldly. The primordial architect no longer spoke, no longer offered threats or declarations or promises of violence to come. He existed in a state of immense focus and grandeur that communicated everything through posture rather than words. His hammer was grasped in his hand, that weapon containing a Proterozoic bone now held ready for strikes that would not be exploratory. He was truly serious. Noah turned to Alexander, who floated beside him with an expression that held bloody peace rather than fear. Give me a few seconds to wear him down, and then you can tag in. Alexander nodded lightly. He understood that Noah needed to establish something first. Noah began to float toward Beowulf. As he did so, his organ of civilization buzzed with activity that pressed against his awareness. The terrifying force it had received from Aeon's existence, that flood of observable power that continued pouring through Quintessence Infiniforce pathways, began channeling toward his right hand, the hand holding the spear of civilization. The hand that would bear the weight of this confrontation. The Hadean organ of civilization is inducing formation of a Hadean bone within your right hand. Process: observable force integration. Source: gilded lifeform connection providing accelerated resources. Estimated completion unknown. Dependent on combat intensity and force channeling. Current progress 0%. The bones of his right hand began to tremble as the spear grasped within them buzzed with resonance that matched his foundations. Noah's eyes shone brilliantly as he felt boundless quintessence infiniforce and observable force flooding into his hand with intensity. The boons of being connected to a gilded lifeform began to show. His hand burned with golden light that seeped through his skin, illuminating the bones beneath with brilliance that declared transformation in progress. He could feel his phalanges trembling, his metacarpals vibrating, his carpals shifting as observable force saturated them with authority they had never been designed to contain. But he went ahead toward Beowulf regardless. "Come on, big guy." For all of observable existence to see, his voice rang across the stilled battlefield with challenge that could not be ignored. "Come on, HUUM." Beowulf moved. Civilization activation detected. Armed existence. Civilization ability. Absolute armament strike. All weapons wielded become extensions of wielder's foundations. Damage ignores civilizational defenses. The massive hammer descended with speed that contradicted its enormous size. Crimson light blazed from the Proterozoic bone within as Beowulf channeled everything he possessed through the weapon designed specifically for destruction. The air itself screamed as the hammer fell. Reality protesting the force being applied against its fabric, Noah raised his spear of civilization to meet it. Crack! The collision sent shockwaves rippling outward across the stilled battlefield. Multicolored seas that had been frozen by Beowulf's suppression were not merely disrupted but erased entirely, vast expanses of transformed water simply ceasing to exist as the force of their exchange pressed through them. The suspended raindroplets within a light year of their position vaporized simultaneously. HUUM, impact assessment, attack blocked. Strain detected in your foundations, Hadean bone formation, 7% complete. Noah felt the impact reverberate through his arm with intensity that made his teeth clench. Holding his ground was possible, but it was not easy. He was immovable. Beowulf possessed power refined across eons of existence at the second scale. The gap between them was real, but the gap was closing. Beowulf withdrew his hammer and swung again with motion that carried the momentum of the first strike into a second assault. The crimson Proterozoic bone blazed brighter as he channeled even more authority through its configurations. Civilization ability detected. Cascading armament effect. Each consecutive strike increases in power by factor of 1.5. No known upper limit. Noah met this strike as well, his spear intercepting the descending hammer with precision that placed crystalline tip against crimson bone. The observable and unobservable forces swirling around his weapon pressed against Beowulf's authority with intensity that made the primordial architect's massive form actually shift backward slightly. Boom, another light year of multicolored seas vanished. Impact assessment, attack blocked. Strain increasing, Hadean bone formation, 15% complete. The third strike came faster than the second, Beowulf's massive form moving with speed that should have been impossible for something so large. His hammer arced down from angles that seemed to change mid-swing, the civilization of armed existence allowing his weapon to move in ways that contradicted normal physics. Physics didn't even matter as they were being violated thoroughly. Civilization ability detected, impossible trajectory, effect, weapon can alter direction after swing commences. Conventional blocking ineffective. Noah did not attempt conventional blocking. He thrust his spear forward to meet the hammer before its trajectory could shift, endless blue seas of infinity converging on the spear tip, intercepting the weapon at the source of its motion rather than attempting to catch it at its destination. His crystalline spearhead pressed against the hammer's shaft just below the head, infinity, observable and unobservable forces grinding against the crimson bone with friction that generated light visible across the remaining seas. Crack! The impact almost drove Noah backward for the first time. His body buzzing through suspended raindroplets that vaporized upon contact with his passage. He didn't move, but space around him was. The space came to a stop 3 light years from where he had been, his right arm burning with pain that the transformation within was simultaneously amplifying and soothing. Impact assessment, partial block. Spatial displacement detected, Hadean bone formation, 23% complete. Warning. Incoming follow-up attack. Beowulf was already there. The primordial architect had crossed the distance separating them with speed that demonstrated why the second scale represented such a fundamental advancement over the first. His hammer descended again. Fourth strike of a cascade that would only grow more devastating with each successful connection. Noah raised his spear. The weapons collided with force that created a sphere of absolute destruction expanding outward from their point of contact. Everything within that sphere simply ceased to exist. Matter and energy and authority all dissolved by the violence of their exchange. The multicolored seas of the wastes, which had covered this region for as far as anyone could see, were being systematically erased by their confrontation. Impact assessment, attack blocked. Foundational strain approaching thresholds, Hadean bone formation, 31% complete, observable force influx, compensating for damage. The golden light in Noah's right hand burned brighter, he could feel the bones transforming, could sense the metacarpals shifting into configurations that should not have been possible for any first-scale entity. The observable force from Ian's existence poured through his quintessence infiniforce pathways with volume that accelerated the process beyond what natural formation would have permitted. Ozymandias may actually not be needed for this. Beowulf swung again, fifth strike. Power increased by factor of 7.59 from the baseline. Noah met it with a swing of his own. For the first time in their exchange, he did not simply block but attacked, his spear of civilization moving to intercept Beowulf's hammer while simultaneously pressing toward the armored chest behind it. The observable and unobservable forces swirling around his weapon condensed into majesty. Boom! The collision halted both weapons simultaneously, neither combatant moved for an instant that seemed to stretch toward eternity. Noah's spear pressed against Beowulf's hammer with force that neither could overcome. The Proterozoic bone within that weapon ground against the civilizational armament that should not have existed at the first scale, and for one perfect moment, they were equals. Impact assessment, stalemate achieved, Hadean bone formation, 47% complete. Then Beowulf pressed harder, the primordial architect's massive form leaned into the exchange, bringing the full immensity of his second-scale existence to bear against Noah's resistance. His hammer began pushing the spear back, centimeter by centimeter, his superior scale asserting itself through raw application of force that methodology alone could not overcome. Warning, stalemate breaking. Enemy advantage increasing, Hadean bone formation, 52% complete. Noah felt his arm straining under the pressure. The bones of his right hand burned with transformation that was occurring too slowly, observable force flooding into structures that were not yet ready to channel what they were receiving. He needed more time. He needed the formation to complete before Beowulf's cascade reached heights he could no longer match. He needed to hold on. Is that all you have? His voice emerged strained but defiant. I expected more from the primordial armor. But in the end, you are merely a Rhaetian Proterozoic lifeform. Beowulf did not respond with words, he responded with the sixth strike, civilization ability detected, terminal armament, effect, final strike of cascade sequence. All accumulated power released simultaneously, the hammer rose and fell with speed that made everything before seem leisurely by comparison. All the accumulated force of the cascade, every factor of increase built across 6 consecutive exchanges, compressed into a single descending blow that would end this confrontation one way or another. Noah met it with everything he had. Hadean bone formation, 67% complete. Crack, chapter 50-65, merely Rhaetian. 2. The impact created devastation that spread across the remaining multicolored seas like a wound expanding through flesh. Everything within 10 light-years of their collision simply disappeared, transformed into nothing by forces that existence itself could not withstand. Noah felt his arm screaming with pain, his bones burning with transformation that was being forced toward completion by the violence demanding expression through them. He held his ground, barely, his feet, if feet could be said to exist in this space of floating combat, pressed against nothing and found purchase anyway. His foundations refused to retreat further. His will, that tyrannical certainty that had defined him since before he understood what power meant, declared that he would not be moved. Fuck that. Hadean bone formation, 78% complete, observable force influx, critical volume achieved, transformation acceleration detected. Beowulf pressed harder, putting everything behind the strike that was supposed to end Noah's existence. His armored face contorted with effort that seemed inappropriate for someone who should have been ending this exchange with casual superiority. He was struggling, the primordial armor was struggling against a first-scale entity. Hadean bone formation, 89% complete. Golden light erupted from Noah's right hand with brilliance that painted the destroyed battlefield in hues that had nothing to do with the multicolored seas that had previously occupied this space. His bones blazed with transformation reaching completion, observable force crystallizing into golden rivers around him that declared his hand to be something fundamentally different from what it had been moments before. Hadean bone formation, 95% complete. Hadean bone formation, 99% complete. Hadean bone formation, complete. HUUM. Noah's right hand became visible through his flesh as the bones within shone with imperious gold that pressed outward against the skin containing them. Every structure within that hand blazed with light that declared transformation accomplished, authority crystallized into physical form through methodology that should not have been possible at the first scale. His carpals glowed golden at his wrist. The metacarpals all radiated with observable force that had been integrated into their very composition. His metacarpals blazed with brilliance that extended from wrist to knuckles, 5 bones that now channeled authority their original design had never anticipated. His phalanges shone brightest of all, 14 bones forming his fingers and thumb that now grasped the spear of civilization with grip that could not be broken by any force Beowulf could bring to bear. Hadean bone formation. Complete designation: the Hadean hand of infinite grasp, components, all carpals, metacarpals, and phalanges, of right hand transformed through observable force integration. Capability: grip strength now theoretically infinite. Anything grasped cannot be released except by wielder's will. Force channeled through hand is multiplied by a factor of observable concentration, full capabilities unknown. Field testing in progress. Noah grasped his spear of civilization with his newly transformed hand. The weapon buzzed with resonance that seemed almost joyful, as if the crystalline armament recognized that its wielder had finally developed a grip worthy of what it contained. Observable and unobservable forces swirled around the spear with intensity that exceeded anything he had channeled before, golden and clear rivers pressing outward from the weapon's tip with fury that demanded release. Beowulf felt the change. The primordial architect's eyes, invisible behind that armored helm, widened as he perceived what had just occurred within Noah's existence. His hammer, still pressing down against the spear blocking it, began to vibrate with frequencies that suggested strain rather than dominance. Noah smiled with tyranny that had no trace of mercy. He pushed, crack, his newly transformed hand channeled force through the spear of civilization with intensity that exceeded everything he had managed before this moment, the observable force from Ian's existence. The unobservable weavings integrated into his weapon, the quintessence infiniforce, saturating his foundations. All of it condensed into a single point of contact between crystalline spear and crimson bone hammer. Beowulf's weapon began to crack, damage detected, enemy weapon structural integrity compromising, Proterozoic bone within hammer experiencing resonance overload. The primordial architect attempted to withdraw, to create distance that would allow him to reassess this confrontation that had shifted so dramatically against his expectations. His massive form pulled backward with speed that demonstrated second-scale capabilities even in retreat. Noah did not permit retreat. The Hadean hand of infinite grasp closed tighter around his spear as he thrust forward with motion that carried the accumulated force of their entire exchange into a single piercing strike. The crystalline tip of his weapon pressed against the hammer that Beowulf was attempting to interpose between them. Boom! The hammer exploded. Enemy weapon status destroyed. Proterozoic bone status exposed. No longer integrated into armament structure, the weapon that had terrorized countless existences across eons of conflict simply ceased to exist as a unified construct. Metal and authority and accumulated enchantment all dissolved outward in rings of destruction that pressed against everything within range. Only the crimson obsidian proterozoic bone that had been integrated into its structure remained, that single transformed component falling through the space where the hammer had been. Beowulf stared at his empty hands with shock that pressed against the fury he had been maintaining. Noah did not pause to appreciate the moment. His newly transformed hand grasped his spear of civilization as he swung with motion that felt impossibly heavy and impossibly fast simultaneously. The observable force crystallized into his bones channeled through every aspect of the strike, golden light trailing behind the weapon's arc like a comet burning through atmosphere that did not exist. A massive crescent of golden brilliance erupted from his spear's path. The strike surged forth across the distance, separating him from Beowulf with speed that exceeded what the primordial architect's shocked state could process. Sharp multicolored edges bordered the golden crescent, quintessence infiniforce, observable and unobservable forces woven together. It smashed onto Beowulf's massive figure. Boom, strike impact, direct hit confirmed, target status, armor breached. The armor that had defined the primordial armor since before most current beings had learned to exist received a diagonal cut from shoulder to waist. Metal that should have been impervious to anything the first scale could produce parted like flesh before a blade, edges glowing with heat that had nothing to do with friction. Beneath that parted armor, something was revealed that Noah had not expected. Wriggling physiology that resembled nothing human or humanoid occupied the space where internal organs should have resided. Living metal that moved with autonomous purpose, tendrils of animate armor that had grown into Beowulf's existence so thoroughly that the distinction between being and equipment had long ago ceased to have meaning, and alongside that horrifying revelation, a roar erupted from Beowulf's armored helm. It was the first sound the primordial architect had made since their genuine combat began. Lividity and pain mixed together in that bellow that echoed across the destroyed battlefield, across the space where multicolored seas had once spread as far as anyone could see, across the illusory screens that continued broadcasting everything to observable existence. The primordial armor had been wounded. The motherfucking youngest had drawn blood. Chapter 5066, Anchored and Bound. As Beowulf was pushed back with a heavy injury, Noah moved with unfathomable momentum that his newly transformed hand granted him. The primordial architect was reeling, that diagonal wound across his chest exposing wriggling internal physiology that should never have been revealed to anyone at the first scale. His armored form attempted to create distance, to establish the space necessary to recover and reassess this confrontation that had shifted so dramatically against his expectations. Noah did not permit distance. He threw his spear of civilization upward with motion that carried the full force of the Hadean hand of infinite grasp behind it. The crystalline weapon rose above the destroyed battlefield, above the space where multicolored seas had once spread as far as anyone could see, above everything that remained in this devastated region of the wastes. The light of quintessence infiniforce shone upon the ascending spear with brilliance that painted the suspended raindroplets in hues of endless authority. Civilization ability activated. Spear multiplication. Quintessence infiniforce channeling through the Hadean spear of civilization, illusory constructs forming. Instantly, 8 illusory spears of civilization materialized around the original weapon. They emerged from the quintessence infiniforce like reflections given substance. Each one identical to the crystalline contest that had deflected Proterozoic attacks and shattered a second-scale weapon. 9 spears now hung in the air above Beowulf's wounded form, their multicolored brilliance declaring intention that could not be mistaken. Waves of golden observable force wrapped around each weapon. The 8 illusory spears oriented themselves toward Beowulf's extremities with precision that permitted no evasion. They descended simultaneously, piercing through armored limbs with force that pinned the massive primordial architect in ways he could not escape. 2 spears through each arm. 2 spears through each leg. 8 points of anchorage that held his titanic form suspended in the destroyed air. The main spear of civilization, the original weapon containing the full force of the infiniverse multiplied and raised by exponents that defied calculation, descended toward Beowulf's head. It pierced through his armored helm with sound that echoed across the remaining light years of battlefield. Crack, Fakir, Beowulf roared with voice that emerged for only the second time since their genuine combat began. His body became suspended in the air, held aloft by 9 spears that channeled forces he could not overcome despite every aspect of his second-scale existence straining against them. His massive armored form hung there like a specimen prepared for examination, like something that had been captured rather than defeated. Like prey that had finally been brought down by a predator it had underestimated. Target status, Beowulf, the primordial armor, condition, anchored, anchoring force, boundless flow of quintessence infiniforce, infinity, and concentrated observable force channeling through 9 spears of civilization. Target resistance, active. Subject is fighting against anchoring with full second-scale authority. Assessment, resistance insufficient. So long as the spears of civilization continue to channel their deluge of forces, target will remain anchored. Estimated duration of effective anchoring, indefinite under current parameters. Noah moved after confirming the anchoring was secure. His small figure, insignificant compared to the massive primordial architect suspended before him, flew across the distance separating them with speed that his transformed existence now permitted. He approached Beowulf's chest, that torn expanse of armor revealing the wriggling physiology beneath, and came to land upon it as if standing upon conquered territory. He stood on the wound he had inflicted. His gaze was grand and tyrannical as he looked down at the armored head struggling against the spear that had pierced through it. Beowulf's invisible eyes, hidden behind that helm, burned with fury that pressed against everything within range despite his immobilized state. The primordial architect was not broken. He was merely held, but being held was enough. Noah turned to look into the distance where Alexander had been waiting. He waved his hand with a casual gesture that belied the significance of what he was permitting. Alexander flew across the destroyed battlefield. His figure crossed the light years separating him from the anchored primordial architect in moments, his green robes trailing behind him as the enneagram upon his chest spun with all 9 gems blazing. He did not slow as he approached. He smashed onto the chest of Beowulf beside Noah. Boom! His gaze was chilly and cold as he looked at Beowulf and then at his companion, at the one who had made this moment possible through confrontation that should not have succeeded. Thank you. The words emerged simple and sincere. Noah nodded in acknowledgement before stepping back slightly, ceding the space to someone who had earned what was about to occur. Alexander turned to look at Beowulf, the primordial architect's armored form continued straining against the 9 spears anchoring him in place. His massive limbs pulled against the illusory weapons piercing them, his head twisted against the crystalline spear that had penetrated his helm, his entire existence fought against the imprisonment that had been imposed upon him. None of it accomplished anything. I was impatient, so I asked for help. Alexander's voice emerged measured and cold, the tone of someone who had made peace with what they were about to do long before arriving at this moment. While I will not have a grand battle with you, I can come in at the end to allow you to feel what I felt. White gloves appeared upon Alexander's hands, materializing from authority that seemed designed specifically for this purpose. The material was pristine and clinical, the kind of covering one might wear when performing surgery rather than torture. His fingers flexed within those gloves as he looked down at the torn chest beneath him, at the wriggling internal physiology that had been exposed by Noah's earlier strike. Noah watched as Alexander reached into that wound, his gloved hands pressed past the parted armor, past the animate metal that tried to resist his intrusion. Past every defense that Beowulf's existence could muster against what was occurring. Alexander's fingers found something within that wriggling physiology, grasped it with precision. Alexander has activated unknown ability, effect, existential nociceptor visualization. This ability should only be accessible to second-scale entities. Analysis: Alexander's enneagram is providing elevated perception despite first-scale classification. Alexander's enneagram began to spin faster, all 9 gems blazing with multicolored light that pressed outward from his chest. His hands became covered with that same multicolored brilliance, authority flowing through his fingers into the depths of Beowulf's existence as they held glimmers of Noah's quintessence infiniforce. Something began to rise from within the primordial architect, chapter 50-67, anchored and bound. 2. A system of receptors became visible that should only have been perceptible to those at the second scale. They emerged from Beowulf's internal physiology like a nervous system being extracted from flesh, except these were not nerves in any biological sense. These were the fundamental architectures through which all suffering flowed, the structures that Beowulf himself had described when he tortured Alexander across millions of years of subjective time. Vibrant crimson vessels spread outward from the wound in Beowulf's chest. They resembled a network of veins or nerves, branching and subdividing into configurations that covered the primordial architect's entire existence. The existential nociceptors blazed at the center, fundamental receptors that served as the foundation for everything else. From them extended the civilizational afferents, pathways that could carry agony through one's entire civilization simultaneously. The delta threads of existence were visible as sharper, faster conduits designed for immediate pain transmission. The sea fibers of being appeared as slower, thicker vessels that carried burning anguish without relief. And scattered throughout the network were the polymodal agony receptors, rare structures that responded to multiple types of suffering at once. All of it was now visible, all of it was now accessible. Alexander looked at the system he had revealed with an expression that held no mercy. Not long ago, I experienced these receptors for what seemed like millions of years. His voice remained calm despite the subject matter. You isolated every existential nociceptor within my existence. You mapped my civilizational afferents with precision that left no pathway untouched. You activated my polymodal agony receptors while flooding my delta threads and C fibers with stimulation that exceeded anything I was designed to endure. His gloved fingers traced along one of the crimson vessels with touch that seemed almost gentle. You applied hyperalgesic amplification until my receptors were sensitized beyond theoretical maximums. You dilated my perception of time until each moment of torture stretched into spans that would reduce civilizations to begging. He paused. I wish to repay the favor. For the sake of peace. So that I can sleep at night. Your screams will serve as my lullabies. Noah watched this exchange from his position on Beowulf's chest. The primordial architect's armored head opened as much as the spear piercing it would permit, revealing darkness within that somehow managed to convey expressions despite possessing no visible features. Beowulf roared with fury that shook the 9 spears anchoring him, his massive form straining against imprisonment that his full second-scale authority could not overcome. It accomplished nothing. The anchoring held. Alexander has commenced manipulation of target's existential nociceptors. Target status: Beowulf, the primordial armor. Current experience: initial isolation of fundamental pain receptors, civilizational afferents, being mapped. Delta threads of existence, identified and prepared for stimulation. C fibers of being, identified and prepared for sustained activation. Polymodal agony receptors, located. Activation sequence initiating. Hyperalgesic amplification, commencing. Target resistance, ineffective. Pain architecture now under Alexander's control. Alexander's hands moved with precision that spoke of expertise earned through personal experience. He knew these receptors intimately. He knew exactly how they functioned, exactly how they could be manipulated. Exactly what configurations would produce suffering that exceeded anything existence was designed to endure. He knew because Beowulf had taught him. Hyperalgesic amplification, sensitivity increasing, factor 100x baseline, factor 1000x baseline, factor 10000x baseline, factor continuing to escalate. No upper limit detected. Wait, OOH, Beowulf's roars shifted into something else as the amplification took hold. Temporal dilation, activating around target's pain receptors. Objective time, 1 nanosecond. Subjective experience, 1 year. Objective time, 2 nanoseconds. Subjective experience, 1000 years. Dilation continuing to compress objective time against subjective perception. The sounds emerging from Beowulf's armored form became screams. Noah observed all of this from his position on the primordial architect's chest. He watched Alexander work with hands that had become crimson with something that might have been blood if second-scale entities possessed blood in any conventional sense. He watched the network of pain receptors pulse with activity that exceeded anything they had been designed to transmit. He watched Beowulf, the primordial armor, experience exactly what he had inflicted upon others across eons of cruelty. He looked up at the illusory screens that continued displaying everything to observable existence. They captured Beowulf's screams with clarity that spared no detail. They showed Alexander's clinical precision as he activated receptor after receptor. They broadcast the moment when a second-scale primordial architect was subjected to torture by beings at the first scale, held immobile by spears that should not have been able to anchor him, broken down by methodology he himself had perfected. There were many things one could do with friends. Some friends helped you move to new domains. Some friends supported you through difficult cultivation breakthroughs. Some friends provided advice when existence seemed overwhelming. Right now, Noah was aiding in the torture of a Proterozoic-scale primordial architect before the eyes of all observable existence. He found he was comfortable with that. Target status, Beowulf, the primordial armor. Subjective time experienced, 47,000 years of continuous agony. Objective time elapsed, 0.00004 seconds. Hyperalgesic amplification. Factor now exceeds measurable parameters. All existential nociceptors, firing without cessation. All civilizational afferents, flooded with maximal stimulation. All delta threads, transmitting sharp, immediate pain continuously. All C fibers, carrying burning anguish without relief. All polymodal agony receptors, screaming with multiple agonies simultaneously. Assessment. Target is experiencing everything he inflicted upon Alexander, amplified by methodology refined through personal understanding of suffering. The screams of Beowulf echoed across the destroyed battlefield. They carried through the space where multicolored seas had once spread for as far as anyone could see. They pressed against the suspended raindroplets that had not yet fallen. They broadcast through the illusory screens that transmitted everything to beings across observable existence who watched with expressions ranging from horror to satisfaction to careful notation of what was being demonstrated. The primordial armor screamed as the peacemaker got bloody. Alexander's white gloves had turned entirely crimson now, stained with whatever passed for vital fluid within a second-scale primordial architect. His expression held nothing but focus as he continued his work. As he repaid every moment of the millions of years he had experienced during his own torture. His enneagram spun with all 9 gems blazing, the construct that he had shattered to protect Noah now serving as the instrument through which he delivered justice. The screams did not stop. They would not stop for a very long time. Chapter 5068, Obsession, on the importance of hobbies. In retrospect, holding down a Proterozoic-scale primordial architect while his friend methodically butchered him was one of the more memorable bonding experiences Noah had in observable existence. There is something to be said for shared activities. Some friends cultivate together. Some explore primordial realms together. Some engage in philosophical discourse about the nature of infinity and what it means for existence itself. Noah and Alexander chose to anchor a second-scale torturer with 9 spears while one of them systematically activated every pain receptor in his body across millions of years of subjective suffering. Different strokes, for different folks. The point is that one must make time for hobbies. Existence is long, particularly when one possesses infinity, and the relationships that sustain a being across eons are not built through grand declarations or dramatic odes alone. They are built through moments, through experiences, through looking at one's companion while he is elbow deep in the chest cavity of a screaming primordial architect and thinking. Yes. This is quality time. It is said that friendship requires effort. It is said that meaningful connections demand investment. Noah held down a being at the second scale so that his friend could repay millions of years of torture in kind, and he broadcast the entire thing across observable existence for everyone to see. If that is not investment, what is? Take time for your hobbies. Cherish your friendships. And if those hobbies happen to involve the systematic dismantling of those who wrong the people you care about, well, at least you are doing it together. Prima indifferentia, the multicolored seas of prima indifferentia embraced the living emotive as she floated through waters that should not have existed in this ancient realm. Her loose clothing billowed around her form, dark fabric spreading through the transformed liquid like ink dissolving in water. Her curvaceous body with its many blessings could barely be seen. The pluvial epoch of existential infinity had reached even here, filling basins that had been empty since before differentiation taught existence how to distinguish itself. She swam with lazy strokes that suggested meditation rather than travel, her body drifting through warmth that pressed against her skin with authority she recognized as belonging to someone specific, his authority, HS infinity, his touch spreading across observable existence and reaching her here, above the transformed seas. Illusory screens blazed with images that demanded her attention. They displayed a battlefield where multicolored seas had been erased entirely, or a massive primordial architect hung suspended by 9 spears that should not have been capable of anchoring anything at the second scale. They showed 2 figures standing upon that anchored form, one observing with tyrannical calm while the other worked with hands that had become crimson. Osmond and a nobody by his side were torturing a primordial architect. The manic light and emotive sighs blazed brighter as she watched, her lips parted in expression that might have been smile or might have been hunger. The screens captured every detail with clarity that spared nothing. Beowulf's screams. The guy's precision. And Osmond, standing there with golden rivers of observable force swirling around his form, overseeing the dismantling of a primordial architect, he was magnificent. He was terrifying. He was everything she had ever wanted and could not yet reach. In existence, there were many unique and talented beings scattered across observable and unobservable alike. But those who made the most advancements were not always the most talented, they were those with tremendous conviction. Those who believed in something so completely that reality itself bent around their certainty rather than the other way around. Those who looked at impossible gaps and saw only distances that had not yet been crossed. Talent mattered, certainly. Resources mattered, but conviction was the multiplier that made everything else meaningful, and even if crazy and unstable, even if broken in ways that others could not comprehend, there could be an entity so filled with conviction that their talent exceeded what many others could even imagine. Someone whose obsession became methodology, whose fixation became fuel, whose madness became the very foundation upon which impossible advancement was built. The living emotive was such an entity, she knew this. Even if she was crazy, what if that craziness only added to her civilization? Her dark hair shone with light. Her eyes, locked onto the illusory screen displaying Noah's golden-wrapped form, held intensity that would have unsettled anyone capable of perceiving it. To even get close to you, I will need to be so much more. Her voice emerged soft and certain, words spoken to an image that could not hear them, to a man who did not know or care that she was watching, to an obsession. So with my claim on chaos, with my bond to the creature and the living paradox, I truly and fully pull on all the negative emotions across observable existence for the first time since the infinite. Unfurling, her hands spread outward through the multicolored waters, fingers extended as if grasping something invisible. This time, all emotions where chaos spreads. From primordial architects. From undivided ones. From anything in any corner of observable existence pertaining to emotions and the chaos they hold. From all of existence and paradox, her eyes blazed with manic light that exceeded anything she had permitted herself to express before. Give them all to me. Boom, her body began to vibrate with frequencies that pressed against the transformed seas around her. The multicolored waters churned in response to what she was pulling toward herself, currents disrupting as something vast began converging upon her position from every corner of observable existence. Hazy violet rivers formed in the air above the seas, they came from every direction simultaneously. Streams of condensed emotion flowing toward her form with inevitability that could not be resisted. Rage and despair and hatred and grief and jealousy and resentment, all of it pulled from beings who did not know they were being harvested, all of it converging upon the living emotive as she floated in waters that belonged to the one she obsessed over. But the violet rivers were not alone, golden rivers began forming alongside them, streams of observable force that should not have been connected to emotional harvesting. They wound around the violet currents like companions that had always been meant to travel together, converging upon emotives form with the same inevitability that governed the emotions she was claiming. She was taking all emotions across observable existence at such a profound level that the very force of observable began to flow into her. The connection between emotion and perception, between feeling and acknowledgement, between internal experience and external recognition, all of it was being pulled through her claim with intensity that blurred the boundaries between different types of authority. It was astounding how the same power, the same claim, held by a different person could be used so uniquely. Abaddon had held chaos for eons beyond counting. He had used it to spread influence, to corrupt domains, to establish presence across observable existence without ever fully leveraging what it could accomplish. He had been content with what he possessed rather than hungry for what he could become. The living emotive was never content, she was always hungry. At this moment, emotive radiated an aura that entirely exceeded any common absolute at the first scale. The violet and golden rivers continued pouring into her form, each stream adding to foundations that were expanding beyond what her previous limitations had permitted. She was going toward distinctions others could only imagine, toward heights that beings with more stable minds would never attempt to reach. The broken doll held a terrifying obsession and conviction. At this time, she rose up in distinction while her eyes remained locked onto a man in an illusory screen whose entire body was surrounded by golden rivers of observable. He did not know she was watching. He did not know she was growing. He did not know that every moment he spent becoming greater only intensified her determination to become greater alongside him. She would reach him and she would stand beside him. The violet and golden rivers continued converging upon her form as she floated in his transformed seas, her manic smile never wavering, her conviction never faltering, her obsession burning brighter than any stable mind could sustain. Chapter 5069, Barbaric, in the spaces between observable and unobservable. Darkness reigned absolute. This region existed outside normal classification, a pocket of reality that belonged to neither the seen nor the unseen but occupied the bleeding edge where both forces met and failed to reconcile. The air here was thick with authority that predated most current beings, pressure that would have crushed any existence lacking sufficient foundation to withstand it. Light came from no discernible source, yet somehow illumination existed. Blood covered everything. Crimson and gold mixed together across surfaces that should not have been able to hold liquid, pooling in depressions that formed patterns. The smell of death permeated the space with intensity, pressing against awareness itself with declarations of violence. Recently concluded, the creature sat upon a throne of corpses. Horus lay beneath him, that ancient primordial architect who had terrorized regions of observable existence. His massive form stretched across the bloody ground, armored scales that had deflected countless attacks now torn and shattered in configurations of violence beyond what even second-scale entities should have been able to inflict upon each other. His chest cavity had been opened, ribs of crystallized authority spread apart like petals of some grotesque flower, revealing internal structures that pulsed weakly with fading life that refused to fully extinguish. His eyes were gone, of course. The creature had already displayed those to observable existence, had held them aloft as trophies for all to witness. But the rest of Horus remained, and what remained was being consumed. Two other corpses flanked the fallen Horus. The first belonged to a Proterozoic scale primordial architect whose domain had once encompassed concepts of hidden knowledge and forbidden understanding. His form was humanoid but wrong. His skin, where it remained intact, held patterns of script and languages that predated speech itself. 3 Proterozoic bones shone within his ravaged chest, their multicolored brilliance declaring their nature even in death. His spine had been partially extracted, vertebrae of transformed authority scattered around him like discarded jewelry. The second corpse belonged to a primordial architect whose civilization had revolved around bindings and contracts and obligations that could not be broken. Her form was feminine in the way that weapons were feminine, elegant and deadly, and designed for purposes that had nothing to do with comfort. Chains of solidified authority still wrapped around her limbs, broken now but still present, remnants of the power she had wielded before the creature decided she would wield it no longer. 2 Proterozoic organs pulsed weakly within her open torso, one where her heart should have been and another nestled against her spine, both radiating light that was slowly dimming as death claimed what life had built. 3 Proterozoic scale primordial architects, 3 corpses arranged around the creature like offerings. The creature himself sat upon Horus's chest. Multicolored flames burned around his figure, fire that consumed nothing but illuminated everything with hues that existence rarely witnessed in such concentration. His form was humanoid but ancient. At this moment, One could see that all his bones held multicolored brilliance, every single piece of bone within the creature's existence shone with the distinctive light of Proterozoic transformation. His skull blazed beneath flesh that seemed almost translucent in the flame's illumination, his ribs pressed outward against his chest with radiance that exceeded the corpses around him. His spine, his pelvis, his femurs and tibias and fibulas, every phalanx in his fingers and toes, all of it had been transformed. He was not merely at the second scale, he was something that made the second scale seem like a way station rather than a destination, and he was eating. A Proterozoic eye organ of Horus rested in the creature's hands. The creature bit into it, his jaw working as crimson gold blood and viscera leaked down his chin and chest. The sounds of consumption were wet and horrible, flesh tearing and fluid spilling and authority being absorbed into foundations that were already beyond what most existences could comprehend. He ate like a beast, he ate like something that had abandoned pretense of civilization in pursuit of power that civilization could never provide, and while he ate, he watched. An illusory screen floated before him, displaying images that had been broadcast across observable existence through Noah's spread infinities. The screen showed the youngest standing upon the chest of Beowulf, that massive primordial architect anchored by 9 spears while another worked within his open chest cavity. It showed torture being inflicted upon a second-scale entity by beings who should not have been capable of such infliction. The creature watched with eyes that held satisfaction. Blood dripped from his chin as he observed Osmont's work, remembering their fight long ago. At this time, the fabric of this bloody domain shifted. A figure stepped through barriers that should have been impenetrable, his scholarly robes somehow remaining pristine despite the carnage surrounding his point of arrival. Anaximander looked around the space with an expression that shifted from neutral to disturbed as he processed what he was observing. His gaze moved across Horus's ravaged corpse, it traveled to the other scattered remains, it settled upon the other architect's open form before finally fixing upon the creature himself, who continued eating without acknowledging the new arrival. Anaximander frowned at the scene of blood surrounding him. "We waited for you for too long in the lands of the dead." His voice emerged measured despite the horror around him. "You never came, so I came to check." "I did not expect this level of barbarity." The creature bit into the Proterozoic eye organ again, more crimson gold fluid spilling down his chest as he chewed with deliberation that seemed almost meditative. He swallowed before responding, his voice emerging with grandeur that contradicted the savage image he presented. "All of existence is barbaric, Anaximander." Multicolored flames shifted around his form as he spoke. "We dress our violence in philosophy and call it civilization. We frame our consumption as advancement and call it cultivation. We murder and devour and destroy, and then we write histories that make our atrocities seem inevitable." He gestured toward the corpses around him with the partially consumed eye organ still in his grip. "I simply refuse the pretense. When I consume my enemies, I do not pretend it is anything other than what it is. When I tear apart those who would have torn apart me, I do not justify it with rhetoric about necessity." His eyes, ancient and terrible and filled with wisdom that most beings could not bear to perceive, fixed upon Anaximander with intensity. "I am honest about what I am, Yokul, Huum." Anaximander nodded slowly, accepting the explanation without necessarily agreeing with its conclusions. The creature returned his attention to the illusory screen, to the image of Noah standing triumphant upon the chest of a being who should have been able to destroy him. "The youngest continues to exceed all expectations, though, does he not?" The question emerged with something approaching pride. Anaximander followed his gaze to the screen, observing the same images that were being broadcast across observable existence. His expression shifted into caution. "But if he displays himself openly like this," he paused, choosing his words carefully, "will things like them not come to him in droves?" Anaximander pointed toward the corpses of Horus and others, toward the 3 Proterozoic scale primordial architects who had challenged the creature and discovered that some challenges should not be accepted. Beowulf should have not been alone. "Others will come." The creature smiled with glory amidst his multicolored flames. The expression held no concern, no worry, no indication that he considered these possibilities to be problems rather than opportunities. Blood still stained his chin and chest. "That is exactly what he is looking for." His voice emerged with certainty that pressed against Anaximander's awareness. "He wants the adversity." "It is good." He bit into the eye organ again, more blood spilling as he chewed. "It is good." The words ended cryptically. Anaximander could not help but sigh. He looked around at the scene of devastation surrounding this place, at the corpses of 3 Proterozoic scale primordial architects arranged around the creature like trophies, at the blood that covered every surface. The pluvial epoch of existential infinity had spread even here. Multicolored rain fell from heights that should not have existed in this space between observable and unobservable, droplets that carried Noah's and the creature's authority whether he intended them to or not. The rain mixed with the blood covering the ground, crimson gold and multicolored brilliance combining into rivers that flowed in directions that had nothing to do with gravity. All of those rivers surged toward the creature. The blood of his enemies and the rain of existence and infinity converged upon his seated form, absorbed by foundations that were already beyond what most existences could comprehend. He sat there eating the eye of a fallen architect while drinking the mixed fluids of victory and transformation. His multicolored flames burning brighter with each moment that passed. Anaximander observed all of this with a complex expression, and the creature simply continued eating. Chapter 50-70, Melody. The screams of a primordial architect echoed out across existence. After a certain point, Noah found them to be akin to a melody. The pitch varied with each manipulation Alexander performed upon those crimson vessels of suffering, rising when delta threads were stimulated, falling when C fibers carried their slow-burning anguish through pathways that had been designed to transmit rather than receive. There was rhythm to it. There was almost music in the way Beowulf's voice broke and reformed and broke again across spans of subjective time that compressed eternities into moments. It was a symphony of revenge, and Noah served as its main audience while Alexander conducted. In the corner of his eyes, he could observe crimson gold blood flying every time Alexander tugged on the network of existential nociceptors. The fluid painted nearby regions of the destroyed battlefield in hues. Droplets hung suspended in the air where Beowulf's suppression field had once frozen rain, now replaced by frozen blood that would eventually fall when authority permitted gravity to remember its function. A heavy smell hung in the air, the smell of a second-scale entity being unmade receptor by receptor, thread by thread, fiber by fiber. Oh! Noah breathed it in without discomfort, the only thing he had done since anchoring Beowulf was wave his hand to collect what had fallen when the primordial architect's hammer exploded. The Proterozoic bone that had formed the backbone of that weapon now rested in his grip, held by the Hadean hand of infinite grasp with pressure that would not permit escape. The crimson obsidian material buzzed against his transformed palm, vibrating with frequencies of rejection. Noah did not care about its rejections. He thought instead about the dangerous future ahead and the words of the secretive Ian. Now, he was just told by Ian how his life was very much hanging by a thread. Existence was vast and terrible and populated by hierarchies he had never known existed. There were monsters who had been alive trillions of years beyond his lifetime, beings who operated according to designations that classified him as something lesser before he had ever been born. The bounded. That was what he was. That was what the creature was. That was what every being he had encountered in observable existence was, apparently, with the sole exception of Ian herself and others he had yet to meet or even know they exist. He had to be a bit bold to make sure he would not be curb-stomped. He had to be a bit crazy, because as much as he did not want to sit with the implications, he had been told that his desecration of Ian, a gilded lifeform, through the quintessence infiniforce permeating her existence, was bound to get him extinguished. They would find out. They would come. They would end him for the transgression of reaching beyond his designation, for daring to touch what the bounded were never supposed to touch. If this was truly the case, Noah could not only dismiss it or tyrannically declare that he would not give up on the access he had gained through Ian. Defiance was necessary, but defiance alone was insufficient. He had to have actual planning on how to survive should that time come. He had to understand what he was dealing with, what made the gilded different from the bounded, what existential engineering had been applied to separate one form of life from another. The biggest thing remained the very connection with Ian. He felt like if he let it go, he would lose something he might never grasp again. The observable force flooding into him through those pathways was merely the most obvious benefit. There was more. There had to be more. Understanding that more was essential to surviving what was coming, so he reached inward to ruination. Ruination. Are you able to study the existence of the secretive Ian with the quintessence infiniforce permeating throughout her? I want to see what existential engineering makes her gilded and the rest of us not. I want to know the difference. He sent these words in his mind where ruination heard him and replied in the form of prompts that materialized before his awareness. Study of the secret of Ian's existential engineering, assessment. Quintessence infiniforce pathways provide sufficient access for covert analysis. Challenge. The secret of Ian possesses awareness that exceeds anything known. Conducting study without detection requires extreme caution. Solution: the Hadean organ of civilization can process and conceal analytical weavings within the natural flow of observable force transmission. The larger the organ grows, the more effectively analysis can be hidden within normal operations. Timeline: unknown. Gilded existential engineering has a lot of unknowns to us. Comprehensive understanding may require extended study. Status: study of the weavings of existence of the secret of Ian has commenced. Current progress, 0.001%. Progress will accelerate as the Hadean organ of civilization expands and as more observable force is processed through quintessence and finiforce pathways. Early findings will be reported as they emerge. Noah nodded at the prompts as he fully understood what Ian represented. The more time passed, because even now, endless rivers of golden observable force continued to flood into him through the connection he refused to sever. His organ of civilization spun within his chest, processing volumes that would have overwhelmed anyone else, distributing the excess to foundations that were transforming to accommodate what they were receiving. The organ continued to spread that light to his hands, to the bones that had already been converted into the Hadean hand of infinite grasp. But it did not stop there. At this moment, all his bones, even slightly past his shoulders, were beginning to accept this light and transform. Transformation progress detected. The Hadean hand of infinite grasp is serving as template for extended bone transformation. Current spread: carpal bones of wrist to radius and ulna of forearm to beginning integration with humerus of upper arm. Projection: full arm transformation imminent if current influx continues. Scapula and clavicle of shoulder girdle beginning preliminary observable force absorption. Transformation of upper torso skeletal structure may follow arm completion. Connection to a gilded lifeform is providing resources that would normally require even you with your progression at least days of work into potentially just hours. The gilded lifeforms present a unique opportunity of progression and advancement. Well, if they don't collapse everything you have worked for. First, Chapter 5071, Melody. 2. The golden light spreading through his arm bones felt warm rather than painful. Alongside this transformation, there was the organ itself. The Hadean organ of civilization. Status update: observable force process since last assessment. Volume exceeds calculation parameters. Result: organ capacity has expanded significantly. Benefit unlocked. 2 additional civilizational eons of development are now available. Current civilizational eons of development available. 2. Shall they be utilized for the Hadean Desmotarian to observe what progress Ozymandias and others within may achieve? The question was a grand one: 2 more eons of development. 2 more spans of compressed time within the internal prison that would allow those contained there to cultivate at rates that exterior existence could not match. Ozymandias had already achieved the Proterozoic scale through the first application of this capability. What could 2 more eons produce? Noah did not even take an instant before he gave the command. Both eons of development would be utilized. Command accepted. Initiating civilizational eon of development, 1 of 2. Target: the Hadean Desmotarian and all entities contained within. Time compression: 1 eon of subjective cultivation commencing. The feedback from his internal prison pressed against Noah's awareness as compressed time began flowing through those contained foundations. He could sense Ozymandias moving within that space. Civilizational eon of development, 1 of 2. Progress report: midpoint, entity, Ozymandias, activity, channeling influx of quintessence infiniforce and observable force toward skeletal transformation. Progress: Proterozoic bone formation continued. Current focus: right arm and cranial structure. Entity: the living elemental. Activity: civilizational anchor formation attempt successful and step towards the Proterozoic scale. Taken: civilizational eon of development, 1 of 2. Progress report: conclusion, entity, Ozymandias, achievement, Proterozoic bone formation of entire right arm completed. Components: humerus, radius, ulna, all carpals, all metacarpals, all phalanges now transformed. Additional achievement: Proterozoic bone formation of skull completed. Components: frontal bone, parietal bones, temporal bones, occipital bone, sphenoid, ethmoid, and all facial bones now transformed. Designation: the Proterozoic skull of infinite perception. Ozymandias now possesses 3 Proterozoic bone clusters. Combat capability has increased substantially. Entity: the living elemental. Achievement: civilizational anchor composition, elemental totality, all elements across observable and unobservable existence recognized as extensions of self. Result: the living elemental has achieved the Proterozoic scale. First entity other than Ozymandias to achieve Proterozoic scale within the Hadean Desmotarian. The living elemental had reached the 2nd scale. The same entity Noah had beaten with Ozymandias' legs out of vengeance had now achieved advancement that most absolutes could never dream of reaching. But he was still a useless bum of an existence. Command continuing, initiating civilizational eon of development, 2 of 2, target, the Hadean Desmotirian and all entities contained within, time compression, second eon of subjective cultivation commencing. Noah observed the progress with attention that did not waver from Alexander's ongoing work upon Beowulf. He could perceive both simultaneously. Watching crimson gold blood fly in exterior existence while sensing Ozymandias' focused cultivation in interior foundations, civilizational eon of development, 2 of 2 progress report, midpoint, entity, Ozymandias, activity, attempting Proterozoic organ formation rather than additional bone transformation, focus, brain tissue. Attempting to transform neural structures into Proterozoic classification, challenge, organ formation significantly more difficult than bone transformation. Progress slower than previous eon, current formation, 34%. Entity, the living elemental, activity, stabilizing newly achieved Proterozoic scale, progress, adaptation proceeding normally. Civilizational eon of development, 2 of 2 progress report, conclusion, entity, Ozymandias, achievement, Proterozoic organ formation of brain completed, structure, all neural tissue, cerebral cortex, cerebellum, brainstem, and associated structures now transformed into Proterozoic classification, designation, the Proterozoic mind of infinite calculation, capabilities. Processing speed increased by factor exceeding measurement. Perception of observable and unobservable forces enhanced to levels approaching theoretical maximums. Assessment, Ozymandias now possesses 3 Proterozoic bone clusters and 1 Proterozoic organ, as Ozymandias exists within you and is you. All enhancements provide corresponding benefits to primary existence. Civilizational eons of development remaining, 0. The moment Noah perceived these prompts, feedback surged through his existence with intensity that made him pause in his observation of Alexander's work. A cooling sensation began in his brain. It spread through neural pathways that had never experienced such clarity, washing across his consciousness, the accomplishment of Ozymandias, that Proterozoic organ. Forming within the brain of his other self, resonated through their shared existence. Noah's thoughts accelerated, his perception sharpened, his awareness of everything occurring around him, from Alexander's precise manipulations to the screaming of Beowulf to the observable force flooding through Ian's pathways to the transformation spreading through his arm bones. All of it became clearer than it had ever been before. The Proterozoic mind of infinite calculation was sharing its capabilities with the one who contained it. Noah stood upon the chest of a tortured primordial architect, holding a Proterozoic bone in his transformed hand, feeling his existence expand in ways that someone like him was never supposed to experience. As Noah ascertained his new power, he soon frowned and raised his head. Something had changed in the surroundings. The multicolored rain of the pluvial epoch of existential infinity, those droplets that had been falling across this region of the waste since his authority transformed it, was being dispersed and broken apart. The rain that carried his infinity simply ceased to exist in expanding spheres of negation that approached from 3 distinct directions, auras of glorious immensity pressed against everything within range, auras of beings at the Proterozoic scale. There were 3 in total, and each one radiated authority more obscene than Beowulf had managed even before Noah anchored him with 9 spears. Before their forms even became visible, an extremely deep voice boomed out across the destroyed battlefield, "You have made your point and will be left alone. Let Beowulf go, Huum." The words pressed against reality with authority that expected obedience. They were a command delivered by something that had grown accustomed to commands being followed. After those words echoed out, the 3 primordial architects materialized from the directions their auras had been approaching. The first was massive in ways that made Beowulf seem modest by comparison. His form suggested a knight of impossible proportions, armor of black and silver covering a body that had been built for war across eons beyond counting. But the armor was wrong. It had fused with the flesh beneath it, metal plates growing from skin like scales, gaps revealing not darkness but churning void that consumed light without reflecting anything. His helm was a wolf's skull enlarged to architectural proportions, eye sockets blazing with pale fire that saw everything. In his grip was a greatsword that stretched longer than most beings stood tall, the blade itself seeming to drink the remaining light in this region of destroyed space as it radiated the light of a complete axiom. Oh, the second was not humanoid at all. It was a mass of serpentine coils wrapped around a central body that might have once possessed recognizable form. Pale flesh covered those coils, flesh that glistened with moisture. But emerging from that pale mass were arms, dozens of them, each one ending in hands that clutched many half-completed axioms that radiated authority even at this distance. At the apex of those coils was something that might have been a face, features that shifted between expressions of hunger and contemplation without ever settling on either. It moved through the air as if swimming through water that did not exist, coils undulating with rhythm that hypnotized any awareness foolish enough to focus upon it too long. The third was elegant, he appeared almost human, a tall figure in robes of deep purple. His face was beautiful and terrible simultaneously, features too perfect to have occurred naturally. In each hand he held a curved blade that burned with fire on one side and frost on the other, flames and ice existing in impossible proximity without canceling each other. It also fucking shone with the light of a complete axiom. Wings emerged from his back, 6 of them, but they were not feathered. They were comprised of swords. Thousands of blades burning with fire and ice as they formed rivers of crimson and white behind them, 3 Proterozoic scale primordial architects, 3 beings who had arrived to collect their wounded companion, 3 monsters who expected Noah to comply with their command. Noah looked at them and sensed the terrifying power they emanated. That power should have made him fearful. It should have triggered every survival instinct, should have sent him retreating, but, instead, he calmly brought the Proterozoic bone he had been holding in his transformed hand up toward his face. He opened his mouth, and he took a bite as he began to chew, his teeth, enhanced by the observable force flooding through his existence. Pressed against the crimson obsidian material that had once formed the backbone of Beowulf's hammer, the bone cracked beneath his bite. Fragments of Proterozoic authority broke away and entered his mouth, grinding against his molars as he chewed with deliberation that seemed almost meditative. Crimson gold fluid leaked from the corners of his lips. The 3 newly arrived primordial architects observed this coldly. The wolf-helmed knight's pale fires flickered. The serpentine mass's coils stilled their undulation. The elegant figure's perfect features twitched with distaste. Noah swallowed. He focused on the foremost primordial architect, the wolf-helmed knight who radiated power that exceeded the other 2. This one had spoken. This one had issued the command, but I do not feel like letting Beowulf go. His voice emerged calm despite the crimson gold fluid still staining his chin, despite the fragment of Proterozoic bone he continued to hold, despite the 3 second scale entities arrayed before him. My gut tells me the idea and concept of Beowulf will be ending here today. He bit into the bone again, chewing as he spoke. He has lived enough, and I wish to send him on his way. Chapter 5072, Calimian. He said heavy words while looking at what seemed to be powerful Proterozoic scale primordial architects, and he was actively eating the Proterozoic bone of a living primordial architect as Beowulf's screams became heavier behind him. The sound shifted in pitch and intensity, showing that what Noah was doing to that crimson obsidian bone was registering through whatever remained of Beowulf's awareness. The bone still held connection to its former owner. Perhaps consuming it while the owner still lived created feedback that approached the agony Alexander was inflicting through those networks of existential nociceptors. Either way, the screams became a harmony of suffering that Noah found himself appreciating. At this time, Alexander looked over to Noah and then toward the 3 new arrivals. His gloved hands were drenched in crimson gold fluid that had accumulated across spans of torture that objective time could not properly measure. He wiped his brow with those blood-soaked gloves, leaving streaks across his forehead that he did not seem to notice or care about. Are we running? Or can you handle them? He was vengeful, but he still possessed his preservation instincts. The man who had endured millions of years of subjective torture to protect Noah was not foolish enough to die pointlessly when escape remained an option. Noah looked at the 3 ahead as if measuring them. He took another bite of the Proterozoic bone, the sound of cracking material echoing across the destroyed battlefield with clarity that the newly arrived primordial architects could not have missed. Crimson gold fluid leaked down his chin as he chewed with deliberation that bordered on theatrical. Nah, I can handle them. You continue, Boom. His eyes shone with a light of brutality and power as his existence affirmed his ongoing expression of tyranny. The words were not bravado. They were declaration of intent from someone who had decided that retreat was not among the options he would consider. When he looked ahead, the foremost primordial architect was smiling. That wolf skull helm somehow conveyed amusement despite possessing no features capable of expression. The pale fires burning in those empty eye sockets flickered with respect mixed with condescension, the look of an ancient predator observing a young one that had not yet learned its place in the hierarchy of violence. You are drunk on infinity right now, the deep voice boomed out with authority that pressed against everything within range. Many of us believe you to already be filled with the Gamagian. You simply do not know it yet. A pause as those pale fires studied Noah's form. but regardless, you could make this into a broader conflict, or you could stop here. Primordial architects are not loose life forms. Beowulf there, however he may have lost face for us today, is not alone. The wolf-helmed figure gestured toward his two companions, toward the serpentine mass of coils and arms and the elegant figure with wings of swords. We could continue this and we could put to the test your power against ours. You are young and filled with infinity, yes, but we are old and filled with many more things. Only 3 of us came because we are seeking to be diplomatic. Since Beowulf made the first move, the pale fires in those empty sockets burned brighter. If this diplomacy fails, Noah's eyes became sharp as he grandly took another bite in front of them. The cracking of Proterozoic material filled the silence that followed those words. His chewing was deliberate and loud, each motion of his jaw a response to the threat that had been implied. Crimson gold fluid continued leaking down his chin as he swallowed, and his eyes became chilly with an assessment that held no fear. These fuckers. They were bounded just like him, yet they considered themselves so powerful. They stood before him radiating authority that would have crushed most beings at the first scale. They spoke of diplomacy while implying devastation should diplomacy fail. They expected him to recognize the gap between them, to acknowledge that 3 Proterozoic scale entities represented a threat he could not overcome, but Noah had broadcast what he was doing specifically to draw on more conflict and adversity. That was the purpose of those illusory screens spreading his actions across observable existence. He wanted enemies to know where he was. He wanted them to come. He wanted to push himself until he was either squashed down into nothing or he rose to become something unimaginable. There was no middle path for someone who had just been told his designation marked him for limitations he refused to accept. He knew himself, he knew his current power. He had himself, and then his body of Ozymandias contained within the Hadean Desmotirion. Ozymandias was at the 2nd scale with multiple Proterozoic bones and a Proterozoic organ. Noah himself, while technically at the 1st scale, was forming things nobody should be able to form at his classification. He wanted to put himself to the test. He knew it would be brutal and painful. The 3 beings before him could likely inflict suffering that exceeded what Beowulf had done to Alexander, but pain was better than extinction. And he loved existence far too much to opt for extinction, so his eyes gazed upon the 3 architects ahead as their details revealed themselves to his enhanced perception. Entity analysis commencing. Entity 1, Barcosis, the primordial dirge. Classification: Primordial architect, Proterozoic scale. Current tier: Raiation, civilization, entropic chaos, variant focusing on entropy and dissolution. Physical form: serpentine mass with multiple humanoid arms. Approximately 47 arms detected, each wielding distinct piece of an axiom. Proterozoic composition: 23 Proterozoic bones detected across coil structure. 1 Proterozoic organ detected in central mass. Classification unknown. Threat assessment: significant. Specializes in area denial and overwhelming opponents through multiplicity of attacks. Entity 2, Samarthiel, the paradox bearer. Classification: Primordial architect, Proterozoic scale. Current tier: Raiation, civilization, white paradox, variant focusing on contradictory states existing simultaneously. Physical form: humanoid with 6 wings comprised of bladed weapons. Wields twin axiom of flame and frost. Proterozoic composition: 31 Proterozoic bones detected throughout skeletal structure. 2 Proterozoic organs detected, 1 in each hand, enabling contradictory elemental manipulation. Threat assessment: significant. Entity 3, Grimvault. The primordial silence. Classification: Primordial architect, Proterozoic scale. Current tier: Calimian, civilization, chaos tongue, variant focusing on words of power that reshape reality through utterance. Physical form: armored knight with wolfskull helm. Black and silver armor fused with flesh. Axiom: greatsword of light drinking metal. Proterozoic composition: 94% of skeletal structure transformed into Proterozoic bone. Only minor bones of extremities remain untransformed. Proterozoic organs detected. 4. Organ 1, heart, the silencing core. Negates sound-based and vibration-based attacks within range. Organ 2, lungs, the breath of endings. Exhaled authority can dissolve 1st scale entities entirely. Organ 3, eyes, the gaze of cessation. Visual contact enables direct assault on target's foundations. Organ 4, throat, the voice of annihilation. Words spoken carry force sufficient to reshape local reality. Threat assessment: extreme. You may lose a body to this one. Chapter 5073, Calimian 2. After Noah looked at the details of the most powerful one, his eyes became heavier. Grimvault, the primordial silence, Calimian tier. 94% Proterozoic bone coverage. For Proterozoic organs, each one devastating in its own right. A being who had been cultivating power since before most current existences learned to crawl, who had accumulated authority that made Beowulf seem like a junior. He had come across a truly sturdy wall, but no matter, adversity was adversity. He could never choose a comfortable level for it, could never tell existence to send him someone he could manage. That was not how growth worked. That was not how someone climbed from nothing to something that made hierarchies seem irrelevant. He had an enemy before him he could not manage. The first thing to do was obvious: set him as a target of the Hadean existential singularity. He sent the command to ruination within his foundations. Command received, Hadean existential singularity target designation. Current targets: Beowulf, the primordial armor, slot 1. Irwin, the living paradox, slot 2. New target, Grimvault, the primordial silence, designation, slot 3, Hadean existential singularity siphoning commencing, siphoning from Grimvault, observable understanding, unobservable understanding, infinity comprehension, cultivation progress, Proterozoic organ musings, target possesses significantly greater power than you. Siphoning efficiency reduced greatly, extended exposure required for meaningful extraction. Combat engagement will accelerate siphoning through direct contact. Noah looked over at the three primordial architects who were waiting for his response to their offer of diplomacy. He opened his mouth obscenely wide. He took larger bites, his teeth cracking through the remaining Proterozoic bone of Beowulf with sounds that echoed across the destroyed battlefield. Crimson gold fluid sprayed with each violent mastication as he devoured what remained of that bone in moments rather than the measured consumption he had been performing before. The material ground between his molars and slid down his throat in chunks that should have been impossible to swallow. He burped. The sound was crude and deliberate, a punctuation to his consumption that communicated everything words could not. I wonder how your bones will taste, They came and spoke of diplomacy. Noah knew there would never be diplomacy. These primordial architects had arrived expecting to intimidate him into releasing Beowulf, expecting that display of superior force would convince him to abandon his position. They did not want war. They wanted compliance dressed in the language of negotiation. His words made clear that compliance was not forthcoming. Inside of him, the Proterozoic bone of Beowulf was digested by foundations that had grown hungry for exactly this type of sustenance. The observable force flooding through Ian's pathways accelerated the process, breaking down Proterozoic material into components that his existence could integrate. His whole arm and past his shoulder, bones shone even more resplendently than they had before, the consumption providing fuel for transformation that continued spreading through his skeletal structure, and ahead of him, the light of calm and diplomacy faded from the eyes and awareness of all three primordial architects. Grimvault's pale fires burned with intensity that suggested furnaces being stoked for war. Barkosis's countless arms tightened their grips on weapons and artifacts that began radiating killing intent. Samarthil's wings of swords spread wider, each blade igniting with flames on one edge and frost on the other in configurations that promised devastation to anything they touched. Instantly, the illusory screens Noah had laid out to broadcast everything to observable existence shattered. The constructs that had been transmitting his confrontation with Beowulf, that had shown his torture of a second-scale entity to all who cared to watch, simply ceased to exist as Grimvault's authority pressed against them with force that refused their continued presence. The connection to observable existence was severed in an instant. Terrifying power bloomed from all three primordial architects simultaneously. The weight of their combined authority pressed against everything within range with intensity that would have crushed any normal Rhaetian Proterozoic lifeform entity into paste. The air itself thickened with killing intent, the fabric of reality groaned beneath pressure that threatened to tear this region of the wastes apart entirely, and toward such oncoming terror, Noah jumped off Beowulf. His figure floated away from the anchored primordial architect, moving toward the three entities that had just committed to hostility. His body became surrounded by golden flames of observable force as he advanced. The endless rivers flowing through Ian's pathways manifesting around his form in configurations that declared his own authority despite the gap between their scales. Golden steam shot from his nose and mouth with each breath he released. He seemed like a primal celestial beast approaching predators who had grown too comfortable at the apex of their food chain. His eyes blazed with light that held no retreat, no calculation of odds, no recognition that three Proterozoic scale entities represented a threat he should not be advancing toward. Do you think you are the only ones who banded together? His voice emerged with a challenge that pressed against their combined authority. Do you think I am alone, He said such ominous words as the brutal eyes of the primordial architects squinted. Grimbalt's wolf skull helm tilted slightly, pale fires flickering. Barkosas's serpentine coils stilled, all 47 arms pausing their preparation as something in Noah's words demanded consideration. The ominous air and immensity rose higher and higher, the atmosphere itself congealed around them, thickening with authority that pressed against awareness from multiple directions. The multicolored rain of the pluvial epoch of existential infinity that had been resuming after their initial disruption began to whip up into a storm, droplets swirling, because the bones of the primordial architect at the very forefront had glimmers of infinity flowing through them. Grimvault was utilizing infinity, not the same as Noah's, not the endless wellspring that defined his existence, but traces of it woven through those Proterozoic bones. His mere presence stated with absolute clarity what his words did not need to speak: bring out whomever the fuck you wanted to bring out. Chapter 5074, Storm Eye, Nakatsukuni. The illusory screen hovering within Sadaker's domain displayed devastation of Noah's battle in the wastes. Noah watched his other body through the feed. The three newly arrived primordial architects filled the screen with presence that made even this distant observation feel heavy, and then the Kalimian entity among them, Grimbolt, the primordial silence, dispersed the broadcast entirely with authority that simply refused its continued existence. The screen went dark. Naldine Manthan looked at Noah with expression that shifted through several configurations before settling on exhausted acceptance. She raised one hand to massage her forehead, fingers pressing against skin that seemed suddenly weary despite the power contained within her foundations. Her singularity-dotted eyes closed briefly as if she needed a moment to process what she had just witnessed. She then looked toward Noah calmly, her mouth opening as if she was about to deliver rebuke that had been building since the broadcast began, but she observed his demeanor here in this body, the complete absence of concern despite the fact that his other self now faced three Proterozoic scale entities, including one at the Kalinian tier. He sat there with composure. Whatever rebuke she had prepared dissolved into something more practical. Just, tell me where you are. Her voice emerged measured despite the tension underlying it. Noah looked toward her with eyes that held the same calm his other body was displaying across the vast distances separating them. The golden light of observable force that continued flooding through his existence via Ian's pathways made his presence here feel warmer than it had before. Maybe I do not need any help. The words carried no arrogance, only statement of possibility. Naldine's expression hardened into something more firm. They will not kill your body. They will capture you. She stepped closer to where he sat, her radiant white hair shifting with movement that seemed almost aggressive in its precision. Again. Tell me where you are. The distinction she drew was important. Death was one thing. Capture was another entirely. Death could be overcome through the bodies he maintained across observable existence. Capture meant many more things. Noah smiled at these words, he waved his hand, and a vibrant singularity of information materialized between them. Coordinates and spatial markers and navigational data compressed into a form that Naldine could process instantly. The location of his other body laid bare for her to find. She absorbed the information without acknowledgement, her attention already shifting toward the singular cognizants who had been observing this exchange in silence. Naldine looked at Sadaker with gaze that held no softness. We all must choose sides, Sadaker. Her voice pressed against the stellar atmosphere of this space with conviction. Moloch and the peasant are here as we speak. They stand at your door, waiting to see what you will do. You can decide how you wish to handle them. The white-blue singularity within its shifting cube pulsed with light. Sadaker had maintained neutrality across eons that most current beings could not comprehend. Being forced to choose now, in this moment, clearly did not sit well with an entity that had built its entire existence around avoiding such choices. Naldine did not wait for his response, she turned to Noah. I will go extract your other body. Send this body here away and do not try to add a singular cognizance as your enemy as well right now. Her singularity-dotted eyes blazed with intensity that demanded compliance. You have enough enemies for one day. With these words, she disappeared. The stellar atmosphere of Sadaker's domain settled into silence that pressed against Noah's awareness. He remained alone with a singular cognizance, an entity from before differentiation, a consciousness that had observed existence learn how to exist. Instead of leaving, Noah actually sat down in a meditative position. His body settled into stillness that suggested he had no intention of departing anytime soon. Sadaker's contained brilliance shifted within its cube as that ancient attention fixed upon him. You will not be leaving? The question pressed against Noah with genuine curiosity. Noah nodded calmly as he looked out toward the entrance where he and Naldine had arrived. Beyond those doors, the peasant and Moloch came for whatever reception Sadaker would provide. It may be time for me to have another conversation with Erwin, and hey, I do not get the chance to talk to singular cognizances often. I am curious for anything you might know and share regarding existence." He turned his attention toward the pulsing singularity. "What would make someone like you choose a side? If there was any side? I do not even know the full scope of factions among primordial architects. Just a little view of it." He calmly began talking to a singular cognizance as if this were merely pleasant conversation between two alike beings. Elsewhere, terrifying weavings of existence unfolded as a body of his faced enemies far too powerful for his current self. The pressure from those who were truly advanced in the Proterozoic scale was unique. Hours ago, when he faced Beowulf for the first time after they tortured Alexander, Noah could not even touch the primordial architect initially. His legions had done nothing because they could do nothing. Even now, he wanted to seek justice for them and the idea of utilizing them. They were his creations, his forces, his expressions of power that should have meant something against the enemies he faced. But until he affirmed himself at heights where such forces became relevant, they had to remain something he worked with in the background. But back to Proterozoic scale entities. The only reason he had been able to interact with Beowulf at all was due to declaring himself finite and basically brute smashing the primordial architect with the force of infinity he had access to. Raw power compensating for lack of methodology. Overwhelming force substituting for refined technique. It had worked because infinity permitted things that should not have been possible. And now, hours later, he had used the force of infinity, observable and unobservable, and quintessence infiniforce to skewer a Rhaetian Proterozoic lifeform like Beowulf with 9 spears, for different forces of power. Behind all of them were his foundations at uncountable infinity and his civilizations. The framework that held everything together, the skeleton upon which all his expressions of authority hung. His civilizations were the vessels through which force flowed, the channels that directed raw power into meaningful action, but this also caused him to think about his civilizations more carefully. He could embody any civilization. His organ of civilization and infinity in his very nature made this possible. But he had staunchly began on the first tongue. On the language of existence that was connected to mana. Now he had mana, and he had infinity. He couldn't leave behind one or the other as the backbone of how his organ of civilization allowed for him to express any civilizations, was due to the versatility of mana. It was all behind the shoulders of the first tongue that changed the language of existence of his civilization to be anything. How much more could the first tongue go as the foundation of things alongside infinity in what he was delving into now? The enemies in front of him were using variations of the 4 aspects of the oldest paradox of existence as their civilizations. Chaos, first tongue, paradox, and existence itself served as the frameworks. The skeletons of their power, the forces they filled those frameworks with to further express themselves were infinity and, if they were unique enough, perhaps they tapped into weavings of the forces of observable or unobservable. Noah, on the other hand, freely utilized infinity, observable, and unobservable through himself and the infiniverse, and now, due to the connection with a gilded lifeform, he was receiving an influx of observable force that exceeded what any bounded entity should have been capable of accessing. Rivers of golden authority continued flooding into his existence through pathways that violated designations he had never known existed a day ago, with a civilizational anchor. Those at the second scale held resistance to infinity and could form Proterozoic bones or organs filled with infinity or observable force without succumbing to its madness. They acclimated more and more power with the transformation of their bones and organs as their civilizations became overpowering, which was why something like the Proterozoic organ of Grimwald, the lungs designated as the breath of endings, could exhale authority capable of dissolving first-scale entities entirely. The breath of that existence alone could erase him. When it came to how he had to use such powerful beings as the hammers to make himself stronger, he had to clash against and survive against their power. Infinity was there to make everything possible, the foundation that permitted impossibilities to occur. But the other equations were the forces of existence that seemed to be critically important, observable and unobservable. Now, why was it that a gilded lifeform was so blessed with a nigh endless supply of observable? It was a force that made things very easy, with Noah processing it through his Hadean organ of civilization as it had helped him rapidly form new bones of his existence that now extended past his shoulders. That observable force only added to the endlessly generating quintessence infiniforce inside him, and his organ of civilization converted both into civilizational eons of development that allowed even more progression. So the directions were clear, he just had to persevere under pressure until he got to the point where Grimwald became manageable like Beowulf. But from this point until then, there was a world of pain and adversity waiting for him. A gulf of suffering that had to be crossed before he could stand where these ancient monsters stood. But he welcomed it as he had to cross this gulf, so now, he faced Grimvault, Samarthel, and Varcosis. When faced with the question of just who could possibly side with him in this confrontation, he had implied that he was not alone. Chapter 50-75, Storm 2. The scene before him declared the scale of what he faced with brutal clarity. His humanoid form seemed tiny and small in comparison to the three monsters arrayed against him. Grimvault towered with that wolf-skull helm blazing pale fire, his black and silver armor fused with flesh. Varcosis undulated through the air with 47 arms grasping axioms. Samarthel spread those 6 wings of swords wider, thousands of blades catching light that should not have existed in this destroyed region of the wastes. Behind Noah, the screams of Beowulf continued their symphony of suffering. Alexander's work had evolved beyond simple torture. The crimson gold blood that had been flying with each manipulation now flowed with purpose rather than violence. The networks of existential nociceptors that Alexander had made visible, those vibrant crimson vessels spreading across Beowulf's open chest, were being extracted with precision. Activity detected. Alexander is extracting existential nociceptor networks from Beowulf. Purpose: transplantation into own existence. Alexander is incorporating the very second-scale systems that were used to torture him into his own foundations. Alexander was transplanting those receptors of suffering into his own body, but as this occurred, space flickered, say, from one of the many droplets of multicolored rain still falling across this destroyed battlefield. Space paradoxically shifted. The droplet expanded and contracted simultaneously, containing more volume than its size should have permitted while remaining exactly as small as it appeared. Reality bent around that impossibility as something emerged. The primordial paradox stepped through that paradoxical distortion with presence that pressed against everything within range. His obsidian titanic form looked majestic despite the impossibilities that composed his existence. Blue infinity dotted that dark surface. A black crown hung loosely above his massive head. He appeared beside Noah, looking at the enemies ahead fearlessly. His expression shifted into a frown as he assessed what they faced. He came to float beside Noah with a posture that suggested readiness rather than hesitation, his massive form dwarfing Noah's humanoid body. "You really know how to pick them." His voice emerged with the rumbling depth that obsidian-given consciousness might produce. "But this is good. After being ganged up on against my disciple, I wondered how it would feel fighting in a group." His entrance was grand, a proterozoic scale entity arriving to stand beside Noah against 3 of his peers. Right after, space twisted and distorted again, the fabric of reality bent in directions that had nothing to do with paradox. Light gathered and dispersed simultaneously as another figure emerged. Naldine Manthan stepped through the distortion with a presence that somewhat exceeded what Noah had felt from her before. It exceeded what he felt from her in Nakatsukuni. What was this now? Her blue robe billowed around her form as she arrived, that garment shifting with movement that seemed almost aggressive in its precision. Her cold gaze fixed upon the 3 primordial architects ahead with an assessment that held no warmth, no negotiation, no indication that she considered this confrontation to be anything other than what it was. Her figure stood imperious beside Noah and the primordial paradox, her singularity-dotted eyes blazing with light. She looked ahead at Grimvault and the others as she nodded. Grimvault, Samarthel, Varcosis. She spoke their names as one might speak the names of diseases that had once been survived. Noah's eyes opened wide as he turned to look at her. She knew them. Ahead, Grimvault smiled brutally beneath that wolf skull helm. Laughter emerged from that armored form, the sound booming across the destroyed battlefield with amusement that seemed genuine rather than performed. Those pale fires burning in empty eye sockets flickered with recognition that matched what Naldine had displayed. Little Naldine? Naldine the visionary. The deep voice pressed against everything within range with mocking warmth. "Huh? I thought an idealist like you to be dead. I did not know you had already made contact with the Infinity Bearer." Naldine looked ahead as her body began to shine with brilliance that exceeded what Noah had observed from her before. Her blue robe shifted and transformed, fabric restructuring itself into battle garments that wrapped tightly around her form. The loose elegance that had defined her appearance since he first met her gave way to configurations designed for violence. Her radiant white hair gained a lustrous blue-gold shine that painted nearby space in hues of authority preparing to be expressed. Then she did something ridiculous. She used her right hand to grasp her left arm just below the shoulder. She yanked. Her left arm disconnected from her body with sound that should have been wet and horrible but instead rang with musical clarity that pressed against awareness like the first note of a symphony. The limb came free from her shoulder without blood, without trauma, without any indication that what she had just done should have been impossible. The arm shone with multicolored light that exceeded what mere Proterozoic transformation should have permitted. It shifted and restructured in her grip, bone and flesh and authority all reorganizing into configurations that had nothing to do with humanoid anatomy. It formed into a vihuela. The instrument resembled a guitar from traditions that predated most current civilizations, a stringed device designed to produce melody through careful manipulation. But this vihuela was composed of prismatic blue-gold Proterozoic bones arranged in configurations that declared it to be weapon as much as instrument. The body curved with elegance. The neck extended with precision that permitted no flaw. The strings stretched across the transformed material gloriously, where her left arm had been, an illusory hand formed from authority alone. The construct shimmered with the same blue-gold brilliance that now defined her transformed limb, a replacement that functioned despite having no physical substance to support its existence. Naldine held the vihuela with the familiarity of someone who had wielded this instrument across eons of conflict. Her right hand began to pluck the strings. Ding! The first note rang out across the destroyed battlefield with clarity that pressed against everything within range. The oppression from the enemies ahead, that combined authority of three Proterozoic scale entities that had been pressing against Noah's foundations since their arrival, lessened slightly. Ding! The second note followed immediately, and the oppression lessened further. Ding! 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 Multiple bones within Naldine's body began to light up as she played. Her skeletal structure became visible through her flesh as Proterozoic transformation declared itself throughout her form. Her body became surrounded by melody that seemed to exist as physical force rather than mere sound, waves of authority emanating from each note she produced. She looked calm and immense as she continued playing, her expression holding none of the cold assessment she had displayed before. This was something else. This was Naldine Manthan expressing capabilities she had not revealed until this moment demanded them. It has been a while since I saw you all. Her voice emerged steady despite her fingers continuing to dance across the strings. I knew we would be on opposite sides eventually, but I did not expect it so soon. She paused her playing for a single beat. Are the others okay? Is Ariana doing good? At such words, Grimvault shook his head. Laughter emerged from that wolf skull helm again, but this laughter held nothing of the amusement that had colored his earlier recognition. This was cold and brutal. Oh, you fucking whore. The words pressed against everything within range with venom. Ariana is dead. You leave people you have influenced behind and expect them to thrive? Your ideals killed her the day you left the wild. Oh, the tone of the strings Naldine pulled shifted into something that ached. Sad notes emerged from the vihuela, melody that communicated grief without requiring words to express it. Her fingers continued moving across those strings, but the music they produced now spoke of loss. She nodded calmly at the news, her expression holding acceptance. The environment began to swirl around them. The multicolored rain of the pluvial epoch of existential infinity fell heavier. Droplets that carried Noah's authority responding to the melody Naldine was producing. Rivers of multicolored seas that had been reforming in the regions not yet destroyed by combat began to vibrate to the tune she was enacting. Vast bodies of transformed water resonating with notes that pressed against reality itself. Meanwhile, Noah looked at this whole exchange with eyes that shone sharply. He wanted to ask the question that had been building since Grimvault spoke that unfamiliar term. Where and what the hell was the wild? Based on context, it should be where all these primordial architects were emerging from one after another. Some location or domain or faction that connected Naldine to Grimvault and Samarthil and Varcosis. Some shared history that explained why they recognized each other with familiarity. The wild, another piece of observable existence he had not known about. Chapter 5076. Does age make you sadistic? Noah focused on Naldine briefly as he felt a discordant tune every time she played the strings of that radiant instrument forged from her own body. With each note, he observed an invisible flutter of hundreds of sound-based embodiments and apophysis blooming naturally around her form. These were not constructs she was deliberately creating. They were byproducts, secondary effects that emerged from her playing without conscious direction. The alterations to surrounding existence that absolutes at the first scale had to focus intensely to achieve were merely residual phenomena for those at the second scale. What they could accomplish when they actually tried was obscene, and with their access to infinity, what they could alter existence to become defied comprehension. Not to mention the weapons that each of the three enemies before them held. Each weapon was a completed axiom or half-completed axiom, relics that should have bloomed from the first cause itself. By all means, everything here was stacked against him, but Noah was ready to face it all. he floated forward, golden flames of observable force burning around his form as he moved past Naldine and the primordial paradox. His small figure approached the three monstrous entities arrayed before them. He addressed Naldine without looking back. "I will take on the big guy. You and Paradox here can worry about the tiny, lesser things behind him, HUUM. His words boomed across the destroyed battlefield with confidence. Grimvault smiled brutally beneath that wolf-skull helm, those pale fires in empty eye sockets flickering with amusement that seemed almost appreciative. Behind him, Barcosus and Samarthil frowned coldly at being designated as tiny and lesser things. The serpentine mass's 47 arms tightened their grips on weapons and artifacts. The elegant figure's wings of swords spread wider. Naldine looked at Noah calmly as her fingers continued dancing across the strings of her vihuela. A heavy melody of power emerged from the instrument. Notes that pressed against reality with force that made the air itself thicken. "He is too powerful for you." Her voice emerged as she continued producing, a Kalimian Proterozoic scale being. "You cannot stand against him." "I will face him." Noah gazed forth coldly and tyrannically at the three enemies before them. His eyes held none of the concern Naldine's warning should have provoked. He observed Grimvault's massive form, that black and silver armor fused with flesh, that wolf-skull helm blazing with pale fire, that greatsword drinking light from everything within range. He observed all of it and found himself unimpressed by what observation revealed. This was merely a bounded lifeform like him. "Nah, I got him." His voice emerged with certainty that refused to acknowledge the gap between their scales. "I know all about Grimvault here." As he spoke those words, golden bubbles of light continued flowing from Grimvault's armored form toward Noah's position. The Hadean existential singularities drifted through the space separating them with lazy purpose that belied their significance, each bubble containing concentrated essence of another being's existence. They had been flowing since Noah designated Grimvault as his third target, and they continued flowing now with volume that increased as the distance between them decreased. The bubbles disappeared into his body upon contact. Hadean existential singularity absorbed. Source: Grimvault. The primordial silence. Category: background origin. Content: subject stems from a region of the wild, a vast domain accessible through prima indifferentia that only primordial architects have access to. The wild exists as a closed ecosystem of Proterozoic scale cultivation, containing eons of primordial architect development, alliances, conflicts, and civilizational evolution. Entry requires acknowledgement from existing inhabitants. Additional content: the section of the wild that Grimvault stems from operates under hierarchy established by the Deliverance, an entity of unknown classification whose authority is absolute within that region. Disobedience against the Deliverance is not punished. Disobedience is unmade. Hadean existential singularity absorbed. Source: Grimvault. The primordial silence. Category: the Deliverance entity profile. Content: the Deliverance is not a primordial architect. The Deliverance is not a singular cognizance. Classification remains unknown even to those who serve it. Entity predates most inhabitants of the wild and may predate the wild itself. Entity does not speak. Entity does not appear. Entity communicates through directives that manifest within the awareness of those it addresses, commands that feel like memories of actions already taken rather than instructions for future behavior. Additional content: primordial architects who receive directives from the Deliverance describe the experience as having already obeyed before understanding what obedience required. Resistance is theoretically possible. Hadean existential singularity absorbed. Source: Grimvault. The primordial silence. Category: psychological profile. The cleansing. Content: subject was tasked by the Deliverance with cleansing primordial architects who held mindsets incompatible with the controlled region of the wild's current direction. Target list included Naldine the Visionary, Ariana the Harmonious, and 14 others who advocated for useless expansions beyond the wild's borders and alliance with entities outside primordial architects. Execution details: subject isolated targets individually over span of 300 years. Subject tortured each target extensively before collapse, applying chaos tongue abilities to stretch moments of agony into spans that exceeded what even Proterozoic existences were designed to endure. Subject consumed Proterozoic bones and organs of each victim after torture concluded, integrating their power into his own foundations. Victim count: 12 of 16 targets successfully cleansed. Ariana the Harmonious was 7th. Her torture spanned 47 objective years. Her screams were silenced through removal of her throat before consumption of her vocal Proterozoic organ. Remaining targets: Naldine the Visionary escaped the wild before cleansing could commence. 3 others remain unaccounted for: Hadean existential singularity absorbed, source, Grimvault, the primordial silence, category, current motivation, content, subject desires to consume infinity enhanced proterozoic material. Subject believes integration of such material will elevate him beyond Kalinian tier. Saving Beowulf is a minor matter. Subject views this confrontation as harvest rather than combat. Noah digested all the new information as it flooded into his awareness. The wild. The Deliverance. A closed ecosystem of primordial architects operating under authority that unmade disobedience without transition. Grimvault had tortured and consumed 12 of his own kind on orders that permitted quick elimination but did not require it. He had chosen cruelty when efficiency would have sufficed. He had stretched moments into spans of agony for no purpose beyond personal satisfaction, just like Beowulf, and he had done it to someone Naldine cared about. Noah floated ever closer toward Grimvault, his small form approaching that massive armored entity. The golden flames of observable force burning around him intensified with each meter of distance closed, his presence pressing against Grimvault's authority with defiance that should not have been possible from someone at the first scale. Why are so many of you primordial architects sadistic and cruel? His voice emerged with genuine curiosity wrapped in condemnation. Does living for too long naturally make you like so? He paused, his eyes meeting the pale fires burning in Grimvault's empty sockets. You did not have to torture poor Ariana like that, Grimvault. Especially when the Deliverance just ordered you to do a quick cleansing of opposition primordial architects. Boom, his words landed across the destroyed battlefield with impact. Grimvault looked over to Noah heavily, those pale fires in his wolf skull helm freezing entirely for an instant that seemed to stretch toward infinity. The brutal amusement that had colored his expression since arriving vanished, replaced by something that might have been shock if beings at his scale were still capable of being shocked. Naldine's eyes became sharp as she observed the same thing. Her fingers paused on the strings of her vihuela, the melody she had been producing faltering for the first time since she began playing. Her singularity-dotted gaze fixed upon Noah with intensity that demanded explanation. Both of their eyes asked the same question. How the hell did he know about the things he just spoke of? Chapter 5077, The Silurian Light. Grimvault looked at Noah coldly. The pale fires burning in that wolf skull helm had ceased their flickering, holding steady with intensity. Whatever shock Noah's words had provoked, the primordial architect had processed it and moved beyond. Ancient beings did not linger on surprises. They adapted and continued. We have always known the one who bears infinity so freely is capable. His deep voice pressed against everything within range with authority that made the air itself thicken. You being able to perceive information like this is certainly unique. Those pale fires studied Noah's form. Are you similar to that other anomaly, Erwin? We have also grasped him to have something to do with information. Noah's eyes shone sharply at those words. They had found out about Erwin as the information paradox. Grimvault held his axiom weapon loosely in one massive gauntlet, that great sword of light-drinking metal resting against the destroyed air as if it weighed nothing despite its colossal size. He smiled brutally beneath that wolf skull helm before nodding toward Naldine with acknowledgement that held mockery beneath its apparent respect. Do you know why the whorish Naldine does not wish for you to fight me? The designation made Naldine's fingers pause on her strings for a fraction of an instant. Apart from the obvious discrepancy in power you may potentially be able to make up with infinity ever so briefly, he stepped forward, his massive armored form moving with grace that contradicted its size. The reason is the power that true proterozoic scale entities hold. Not those merely at radiation, scratching at the surface of what advancement actually means. You see? Once you continue up the scale of existence enough, grasp some tidbits of infinity and the force of nature that is observable, have a decent number of proterozoic bones, and you begin to truly become in tune with existence itself, you can begin to grasp something greater. His pale fires burned brighter as he spoke, the pulse of the scales. Boom. Grimvault raised his arms upward as if he were a priest distilling grand knowledge to congregations that had gathered to receive wisdom from mouths they could not comprehend. His black and silver armor caught the multicolored light of the surrounding storm, that fused flesh and metal seeming almost beautiful in the illumination despite the horror of its composition. Capabilities that distinguish you from all other lesser things, he continued with voice that pressed against reality with force that made the suspended raindroplets tremble. Pulses that only those who have achieved true distinction within the second scale can perceive, let alone utilize. There are many such pulses scattered across the methodologies of proterozoic advancement, scattered across existence, but one stands above most others in its significance. His wolf skull helm tilted slightly, one pulse that nearly every knowledgeable Proterozoic scale entity seeks to learn is known to us as the Silurian light. The words landed with impact, named after the Silurian cause. A fiery type of first cause capable of forming an observable existence in its entirety. Even I do not understand the true intricacies of what the Silurian cause actually is or was. Some believe it predates the first cause that formed our observable existence. Others believe it exists parallel to all first causes, a template from which creation itself learned how to create. He lowered his arm slowly. What matters is that those who grasp the pulse of the scales deeply enough can learn to channel a fraction of that primordial fire. A fraction that, when applied correctly, does not merely kill. His pale fires seemed to dim as he spoke the next words. It erases. The Silurian light does not simply end an existence. Grimvault continued, his voice taking on the cadence of one who had delivered this explanation before, who had watched the faces of those he explained it to shift from confusion to horror to despair. It unravels causality itself. When someone is consumed by this pulse, their entire causality within the weavings of existence is pulled free, and everything that causality touched comes undone. He began pacing slowly before them, that massive armored form moving with deliberation as if he was savoring this moment. Consider what that means. Every action the erased being ever took ceases to have occurred. Every choice they made unmakes itself. Every consequence that flowed from their existence reverberates backward through time and probability. Collapsing into configurations that exclude their participation entirely, his wolf skull helm oriented toward Noah directly. If you were to kill someone, and then I were to erase you with the Silurian light, that death would reverse. The being you killed would simply exist again, their murder having never occurred because the murderer was unraveled from the causality that permitted the act. Their wounds would close. Their breath would return. Their existence would resume as if your blade had never fallen. So Beowulf here, you could kill and collapse him now. But after I erase you, that action would be invalidated, as even without doing anything more, Beowulf would return afterwards. The implications pressed against Noah's awareness. The proficiency with which one wields the Silurian light determines the scope of this unraveling, Grimvault explained further, his voice carrying pride that seemed almost scholarly despite the subject matter. Those who have only begun to grasp this pulse can erase beings and undo perhaps minutes of their actions. The immediate consequences reverse, but deeper causalities remain intact. He held up one gauntlet hand. Those who have cultivated greater proficiency can undo months and years of accumulated action. Entire campaigns of warfare unmade. Alliances that took years to forge simply never forming because the one who forged them was erased before the thought occurred to them. A second gauntlet hand rose, and those who have truly mastered the Silurian light, who have made this pulse an extension of their civilization itself, can enact truly extensive retroactive reversal. Years of accumulated causality unraveled. Perhaps millions in billions. Perhaps more, depending on the significance of the erased existence and the power of the one doing the erasing. Chapter 5078, The Silurian Light 2, his arms spread wide, but even that is not the full extent of what this pulse permits. With sufficient power and precision, one can target not merely actions but the civilization that enabled those actions. Everything that civilization stood for, every principle it embodied, every change it wrought upon existence through its expression, all of it can be unmade. The framework that supported a being's power collapses, and everything built upon that framework collapses with it. His voice dropped lower, and if one is killed thoroughly enough with the Silurian light, if the erasure is complete and absolute, then something even more terrible occurs. He paused for effect that seemed almost theatrical. Your entire existence becomes forgotten. Those who knew you find that they cannot recall your face. Those who loved you discover that love directed toward emptiness they cannot explain. Those who hated you find their hatred dissolved into confusion about what, exactly, they were hating. His pale fires burned with intensity that exceeded anything they had displayed before. Only the one who erased you remembers. Only the wielder of the Silurian light retains knowledge of what was unmade. They become the sole repository of your existence, the only being in all of observable existence who knows that you ever were. He smiled beneath that wolf skull helm. That is the power that true Proterozoic scale entities can wield. That is why your Naldine does not wish for you to face me. Not because I might kill you. Because I might erase you so thoroughly that even your precious infinity cannot recall what it once flowed through. Boom. After Grimvault finished echoing out such terrifying words, Noah and the primordial paradox looked over with somber eyes. Naldine grasped her instrument tightly, her fingers pressing against strings that had ceased producing sound. Her expression declared that everything Grimvault had described was true, that this was not intimidation but simple statement of capability he possessed and would use without hesitation. Noah processed the implications with the enhanced clarity the Hadean mind of infinite calculation from Ozymandias provided, everything he had done erased. The pluvial epoch of existential infinity reversed, those transformed seas and falling rains simply ceasing to exist because the one who created them had been unraveled from causality. The infiniverse returned to whatever state it had occupied before he touched it, all those civilizational advancements unmade, all those bodies he had cultivated dissolved into potential that had never been actualized, his connection with Ian severed retroactively, that quintessence infiniforce bond never forming because he had never existed to place it within her. The observable force flooding into him ceasing to flow because there was no him for it to flow into Ian. She should be capable of something like this, but she never threatened to do this. Why, many things would unfold, Alexander still tortured and still broken, the primordial mycelia still alive, still spreading, still consuming everything it touched because the one who stopped it had been unmade before the stopping could occur, everything he had accomplished across his journey through observable existence simply gone, unraveled, forgotten by all except the one who held the fire that burned away causality itself. It was a truly terrifying capability, after the terrifying words of Grimvault. Noah gazed up at him fearlessly, his expression held none of the concern that the Silurian light should have provoked. He had just been told that his entire existence could be unraveled, that everything he had accomplished across observable existence could be undone as if he had never existed to accomplish it. Yet his eyes remained steady, his posture remained composed, his presence continued pressing against Grimvault's authority with defiance that refused to acknowledge the gap between their capabilities. So, theoretically, if you were burnt and collapsed with the Silurian light, even that Ariana I have never met and all others you collapsed before would return as if you never existed to do that in the first place? His reply was a ridiculous one. Grimvault smiled brutally beneath that wolf-skull helm, those pale fires flickering with amusement that seemed almost appreciative of the audacity being displayed before him. The question Noah had asked was not born from fear or desperation. It was calculation. He looked between Noah and Naldine with gaze that held mockery beneath its apparent consideration. It is something you cannot defend against, his deep voice pressed against everything within range. To do so, you would need another pulse. As much as I would have no issue utilizing such a thing on you, there are still many unknowns and uncertainties about you. Unraveling you with the Silurian light could have many unexpected effects. With changes occurring throughout observable existence that even I cannot predict, he paused, those pale fires dimming slightly, so I have caution within me. But it does not mean I will not throw this caution to the wind and do what I must if push comes to shove, his wolf-skull helm tilted forward. This is your last chance of diplomacy. The one whose name you spoke of has not spoken of you just yet, and I would rather wait for directives before making permanent moves myself. His smile widened beneath that helm as he spoke the final words with deliberate slowness that seemed designed to antagonize. What will it be, little bundle? The mockery pressed against Noah's awareness of each word landing like a blow intended to provoke. Infinity, little bundle of infinity. Oh, the final sentence was mocking and cruel, every syllable uttered slowly alongside Grimvault's brutal smile. It was meant to antagonize, to remind Noah of what he was in the eyes of beings who had existed since before most current powers learned to crawl. A little bundle. A curiosity. Something to be studied and perhaps unmade if it proved too troublesome to preserve. Off to the side, the primordial paradox rolled up his non-existent sleeves as if was ready to throw down. Who did this fucker think he was? Chapter 5079, The Silurian Light 3, and at such a time, Noah actually turned his gaze behind him. He locked eyes with Naldine, observing her expression shift. Her fingers remained poised over the strings of her vihuela. Her singularity-dotted eyes held intensity that demanded he choose wisely. The next few seconds are going to be very critical ones. His calm words were an answer, though not the answer anyone present had expected. He could have chosen to say many things. He could have accepted the diplomacy Grimvault offered, could have released Beowulf and retreated to fight another day, could have recognized that 3 Proterozoic scale entities including one at the Colimian tier represented a threat he could not overcome regardless of his infinity. He chose none of those options. Behind him, a shimmering golden crack of existence bloomed into being. The crack appeared in the fabric of reality itself, multicolored light bleeding through the fracture. Massive hands appeared at the edges of that crack, fingers the size of buildings grasping the boundaries of the opening. Those hands tore the crack wide, ripping existence apart to create space sufficient for what was coming through. The Hadean organ of civilization, external release activated, entity, Ozymandias, source, the Hadean Desmotirian, status, emerging into observable existence, and utter wonder stepped out. Ozymandias emerged from the golden crack with presence that pressed against everything within range. His form was titanic, a humanoid configuration of muscle and authority that dwarfed even Grimvault's massive armored frame. His skin held the same complexion as Noah's, stretched over musculature that had been cultivated across civilizational eons of development. His features bore resemblance to Noah's own, the same bone structure, the same set of the jaw, the same shape of the eyes, though scaled to proportions that made the similarity somewhat unsettling. He floated inches away from Noah's body, their two faces being somewhat alike in ways that declared their connection without requiring explanation. Entity released, Ozymandias, classification, the Hadean avatar, current scale, the Proterozoic scale, Rhyation tier. Proterozoic bones, the Hadean limb of infinite hunger, right leg, complete. The Hadean arm of infinite reach, right arm, complete. The Hadean skull of infinite perception, skull, complete. The Proterozoic organ, the Hadean mind of infinite calculation, brain, complete. The active duration outside the Hadean Desmotirian, 81 seconds. Note, duration increased from 9 seconds due to influx of observable force from gilded existence. Connection to the secret of Aeon has enhanced all Hadean parameters. The aura of a thick and heavy second scale permeated across the body of Ozymandias. It pressed against everything within range with authority that declared his classification to all who could perceive it. His Proterozoic bones radiated light that shone through his flesh, his right leg blazing gold, his right arm matching that brilliance, his skull illuminating from within with intensity that painted nearby space in hues of multicolored authority. And beyond those bones, his Proterozoic organ pulsed with power that exceeded what most second-scale entities possessed. The primordial paradox observed this emergence with expression that shifted through shock into assessment. His obsidian titanic form, which had seemed massive beside Noah's humanoid body, now stood comparable to Ozymandias's frame. Another second-scale entity had just appeared on their side of this confrontation. Naldine's fingers paused on her strings as she processed what she was witnessing. Her singularity-dotted eyes widened slightly before returning to their normal configuration. She had known Noah possessed capabilities beyond what he displayed, but this was beyond what she had anticipated. He had been concealing a second-scale entity within his existence. Behind them, Beowulf's screams paused for an instant as even that tortured primordial architect perceived the shift in the battlefield's dynamics. Alexander continued his work, but his eyes flickered toward the newly emerged Titan. Grimvault, Samarthiel, and Barcosus observed Ozymandias with coldness. 3 scale 2s against 2 had become 3 against 3, with one of the new arrivals radiating Proterozoic authority that declared him a genuine threat. Noah's eyes were unfathomably bright at this time. The muscular visage of Ozymandias roared grandly toward Grimvault, that Titan's voice emerging with force that pressed against the destroyed battlefield with a challenge that could not be ignored. His massive chest expanded as he drew breath that should not have been necessary for a being at his classification, and then he released everything he had been containing. His head illuminated with terrifying light, the Hadean skull of infinite perception blazed with multicolored brilliance that pressed outward from Ozymandias's form in expanding waves. The light washed over everything within range, painting Grimvault and his companions, painting Naldine and the primordial paradox, painting the destroyed battlefield and the suspended rain and the screaming figure of Beowulf. And then something impossible occurred. Proterozoic organ activation, the Hadean mind of infinite calculation, ability, infinite temporal perception, effect. User's perception of time becomes infinitely malleable. Instants can be stretched to feel like days, months, or years according to user's will. This is perception only and does not affect external reality. Others continue to move at normal speed while user experiences expanded awareness. Duration, determined by user, can be maintained indefinitely within active period outside the Hadean Desmotirian. Note, this ability affects Noah Osmont through connection to Ozymandias. Both entities share expanded perception while ability is active. Current perception state, one instant stretched toward infinity. Everything seemed to freeze. Grimvault's brutal smile remained fixed in place, those pale fires in his wolf skull helm suspended mid-flicker. Samarthiel's wings of swords hung motionless, thousands of blades neither rising nor falling. Barcosus's serpentine coils had ceased their undulation, 47 arms frozen in positions that suggested readiness for violence that would not arrive until perception returned to normal speed. The multicolored rain hung suspended in the air around them. The screams of Beowulf had paused mid-sound, that note of agony stretched into silence that would resume when infinity concluded. Noah observed this frozen landscape, this moment stretched beyond what moments were designed to contain. He sighed with breath that felt like it could last for centuries if he wished it to. In his perception, he had days or months if he wished in this span of an infinity. Even though he did not freeze anyone or anything, even though external reality continued at its normal pace, he could experience this single instant as an eternity of contemplation. But such a space was not meant for rest. Hey, his voice emerged within this stretched moment, audible only to himself and those he chose to include. You say you are here to be by my side and help me so that the splintering of observable existence does not occur, but why keep such good material like the pulse of the scales away from me? Chapter 50-80, The Silurian Light 4. He turned to look at Naldine directly. That is something I would really like to know. He extended multicolored light toward her form, his authority reaching out to include her awareness within this expanded perception. Her eyes gained cognizance as she was pulled into this moment stretched toward infinity, her frozen expression shifting into animation as she processed what had just occurred. She observed the landscape around them, observed Grimvault's smile suspended in brutal configuration. Observed everything held in stillness while the two of them moved freely through perception that had been extended beyond normal parameters. Hey, Noah's voice emerged again, this time directed entirely at her. You know about this Silurian light, yes? We have a moment stretching out toward infinity here. His eyes held hers with intensity that refused to acknowledge impossibility. Teach it to me. Naldine looked at him as if he were insane. She observed the frozen landscape that was really their perception, observed Grimvault's massive form suspended mid-mockery, observed everything that should have been moving held in stillness by an ability she had not known Noah possessed. Such a thing is impossible. Her voice emerged with frustration that pressed against the stillness surrounding them. To even sense the pulses of the scales, Calimian Proterozoic scale entities have the immensity of existence. The number of bones, organs, and development of their civilizations. You cannot even perceive the pulses, much less try to utilize one. She stepped closer to him within this frozen moment. I did not tell you because it would hold no meaning to you. I did not think you would seek conflict and adversity to come across any Calimian Proterozoic scale entity so soon. I expected to have time with you and introduce everything else to you properly. Her extraordinary visage maintained its imperious allure. But she showed her frustration at this time openly. But you will not fucking sit still. Noah remained looking at her calmly as she vented frustrations that had apparently been building since she first encountered him. His expression held none of the contrition her words should have provoked. He had brought this situation upon himself through choices that prioritized advancement over safety, through decisions that drew enemies who possessed capabilities he could not match. He had known what he was doing. He had done it anyway, and now he required tools to survive what he had provoked. His voice emerged with certainty that refused to acknowledge the impossibility she had described. Teach me. The corpses were gone, where 3 Proterozoic scale primordial architects had once lain in configurations of death around the creature's throne, only bloodstains remained. The armored scales of Horus had been consumed. The script-covered flesh of the second had been devoured. The elegant form of the third had been absorbed into foundations that continued growing despite having surpassed what most beings could comprehend. The creature sat in the same position he had occupied throughout his feast, but his body now buzzed with resplendent multicolored brilliance that pressed outward against everything within range. The flames surrounding his form burned brighter than before. Fed by Proterozoic bones and organs that had been broken down into their constituent authorities and integrated into his existence. Every cell of his being radiated power that made the darkness of this domain seem insufficient to contain him. He had consumed 3 second-scale entities in their entirety, he had added their strength to his own, and he remained hungry, even though Grimvault had dispersed the illusory screens across observable existence to prevent knowledge of what was occurring in that distant battle in the wastes. This domain between observable and unobservable operated according to different rules. A multicolored illusory screen continued floating before the creature's position, displaying everything with clarity that the Calimian primordial architect's authority could not interfere with. The creature observed it all, and he had listened to everything Grimvault said about the pulse of the scales. His deep voice echoed out across the bloody domain with power that made the pooled fluids around him ripple despite the absence of physical force. The Silurian light. The words emerged as statement rather than question. He raised his right hand brutally. There, flickering above his palm, a flame manifested with colors that should not have been capable of existing simultaneously. It burned with hues that contradicted each other, configurations of light that pressed against perception with wrongness. The flame was small, perhaps the size of a fist, but its presence dominated the entire domain with authority that declared what it was capable of accomplishing. This was not mere fire. This was causality made visible. This was the power to unmake existence so thoroughly that even memory of that existence would cease to persist. Anaximander, who had been observing the illusory screen with scholarly interest, pulled back instinctively the moment that flame appeared. His pristine robes shifted as he created distance between himself and the creature, his normally calm expression flickering into something approaching genuine concern. Even someone who had stood in the presence of the creature's barbarity, who had observed him consume 3 Proterozoic scale entities without flinching, found himself unable to remain still before the Silurian light. He looked at the flame cautiously, observing how it burned without consuming, how it illuminated without providing comfort, how it existed as promise of annihilation rather than mere destruction. "I want to go help him." His voice emerged measured despite the tension visible in his posture. "But I already know what you will say. Adversity, adversity. Blah, blah, blah." The creature smiled grandly at those words. Laughter emerged from his blood-stained lips, the sound booming across the domain with genuine amusement that seemed almost warm despite the horror surrounding its source. The flame above his palm flickered in response to his mirth, those impossible colors dancing. "Come on, Yokul." He closed his fist, extinguishing the Silurian light as casually as one might snuff a candle. "It is time for me to make my return to the wild. There is so much to be done." He rose from his position atop the bloodstains where corpses had once lain, his multicolored flames expanding around his form as he moved for the first time since his feast began. "Teriel will join us." Along the way, boom, the creature's fist smashed forward into the region ahead of him with force that should not have been possible to generate from standing position. The blow did not strike anything physical. It struck existence itself, that fabric of reality which separated this domain from whatever lay beyond. Existence splintered, cracks spread outward from the point of impact in configurations that resembled shattered glass, fractures in the very foundation of this space between observable and unobservable. Through those cracks, light bled in from somewhere else, illumination that carried authority unlike anything the current observable existence contained. The wild awaited, and the creature was preparing to return. Chapter 5081, Knowledge and Access. Existence breathes, and epochs pass, leaving civilizations that become monuments, then crumble to memory, and are long forgotten when that breath comes again. In all these epochs, infinity reigns supreme. Golden rivers flowed in every direction, dense currents of observable force moving through this domain with purpose that required no external guidance. The secret of Aeon sat within these rivers, her form surrounded by brilliance that would have overwhelmed any bounded existence foolish enough to enter this space. Her knees were drawn up to her chest, arms wrapped around them. Her golden eyes, still bearing the permanent alterations from her unsealing, observed an illusory screen floating before her position. The screen displayed Grimvault and Noah and the confrontation unfolding in that distant region of the wastes. She watched as Grimvault explained the Silurian light with theatrical grandeur. She observed Noah's expression remain steady despite learning that his entire existence could be unmade. Her expression held sadness that seemed inappropriate for someone of her classification. "The bounded do not know," she said softly, speaking to no one but herself. "How simple can sometimes be so sublime." The golden rivers around her shifted in response to her voice, currents adjusting to accommodate the melancholy she was expressing. "When you start to reach higher, you realize how every single one of you cannot access even more than 1% of what your existence represents. What your civilization represents." She rested her chin upon her knees, watching Grimvault's brutal smile. "You will build Proterozoic bone and organs and so much more, just to try to unlock a percentage more of existence. You struggle and consume and cultivate across eons, believing that sufficient power will eventually grant you access to depths you cannot currently perceive." Her golden eyes dimmed slightly, "and you would not understand how others are at a whole different starting point entirely." The rivers of observable force swirled around her form with gentleness that contradicted their immense density. For the bounded, civilizational access is a wall that must be climbed with bleeding fingers, 1% at a time. You fight and die and devour each other for gains so small they would be invisible to those who measure power in different currencies. She sighed, the sound carrying across the golden domain. Accessing a pulse alone can feel insurmountable for them. The Silurian light exists at 5% access, and most will never touch 5% no matter how many eons they dedicate to the pursuit. They will die believing themselves powerful while perceiving less than 1/20 of what their civilizations actually contain. Her arms tightened around her knees. For the gilded, it is natural. We do not climb walls. We simply perceive, and what we perceive, we can access. The pulses of the scales are not hidden from us behind barriers of insufficient transformation. They are simply there, waiting to be used, as obvious as breathing is to those who possess lungs. She watched Noah's form on the screen, surrounded by golden flames of observable force that flowed through the connection she could not sever, and yet you persist. You struggle. You refuse to accept the ceilings that were engineered into your existence before you were even born. Her voice softened further. Perhaps that is what makes simple so sublime. Perhaps that is what I wanted to understand when I sealed myself, and for all those eons. She fell silent, watching the frozen confrontation with expression that held emotions too complex to name. But understanding changes nothing. You are still bounded. I am still gilded. And the distance between us is not measured in power but in fundamental nature that no amount of infinity can truly bridge. No amount of dash, after going missing for eons, what has you so sentimental? Boom. Her words were stopped as another voice echoed out behind her. The golden rivers throughout the domain surged toward the source of that voice with eagerness that declared recognition of something they had been waiting to encounter. What makes those little things over there special for you to pay attention to? Ian's gaze flickered as her back straightened instantly. The melancholy that had softened her features vanished, replaced by sharpness and imperious bearing that declared her true nature to anyone capable of perceiving it. Her golden eyes became cutting as she turned around to see who had arrived. The entity standing behind her was supremely grand. His eyes were golden like hers, but they held no pupils, no irises, nothing but solid expanses of observable brilliance that seemed to contain depths extending beyond what normal perception could measure. His skin was fair, luminous with inner light that suggested he was less a being of flesh and more a concentration of observable force that had chosen to wear humanoid form. His robes were clean and white, pristine in configurations that seemed incapable of accepting stain or imperfection. They moved around his tall frame with grace that stated the fabric itself was pleased to drape across his shoulders, the moment he arrived. All the rivers of observable force throughout the domain abandoned their previous currents and rushed toward him. They converged upon his form with eagerness, golden light pressing against his existence as if desperate to be absorbed, to be used, to be anything he required it to be. His facial features were unfathomably handsome, proportions that existed beyond what natural processes could produce. High cheekbones. A strong jaw. Lips curved into a light smile that held warmth beneath its apparent amusement. Hair the color of spun gold fell past his shoulders in waves. He looked toward Ian with an expression that held familiarity, fondness, and maybe concern beneath its casual presentation. Ian nodded toward this being. Brother, she paused, observing how his expression shifted at the term. It has been some time. Oh, I apologize. I forgot you hated to be called that. Her voice took on formal cadence that seemed to emerge naturally when addressing him. Obergulden Dietrich, it has been some time. She rose from her seated position and gave a mock bow toward the appearing entity, the gesture holding mockery beneath its apparent respect. Her movements were precise and deliberate, the actions of someone who had performed this ritual countless times across spans that most existences could not comprehend. Obergulden Dietrich laughed at her performance. The sound was warm and genuine. He floated across the golden domain toward her, observable force parting around his passage like water around the prow of a ship. When he reached her, he extended one hand and patted her head with a gesture that seemed entirely inappropriate given the power both of them radiated. Little sister. His voice emerged with a heavy and thick accent as if he was speaking a second tongue. Mein Schwesterers, Obergulden Adelheid, did you miss me? His golden eyes, pupilless and vast, studied her expression with attention that seemed to perceive more than she wished to reveal. And these tethered you are watching, are they special to you? I have not seen you talk about the woes of the bounded while gazing at them before. He gestured toward the illusory screen still displaying Noah and Grimwald. We and them stem from different coins of existence entirely, after all. What concern is it of ours how much they struggle to perceive what we perceive naturally? Ian's eyes flashed coldly at his questions. I have been browsing through the unfolding weavings of existence in the lands of the bounded while waiting for you. Her voice now emerged with the same cadence that colored his speech. There is much occurring that bears observation. As she said this, she waved her hand with a gesture that seemed almost dismissive. Multiple illusory screens appeared throughout the golden domain, each one displaying different scenes from across observable existence. Some showed primordial architects cultivating in isolation, their forms surrounded by Proterozoic light as they struggled toward advancements that might never come. Others showed undivided ones moving through primordial realms, their stellar forms pursuing purposes that most could not perceive. One screen showed Abaddon being led by chaos giants across transformed seas, his listless form carried like a fallen king toward destinations unknown. Many screens showed countless beings, a panorama of bounded existence unfolding in configurations, uniquely. Nothing relating to the creature appeared among the displays, no screen showed his domain between observable and unobservable. No screen showed his flames or his feast or his declaration of returning to the wild. Ian's eyes flickered through all of this as she concluded her explanation. Let us go then. Her voice held finality that made it clear the conversation was over. Ubergulden Dietrich smiled and nodded with accommodation that seemed almost too easy. Of course, after you. He gestured toward pathways through the observable force that only those of their classification could perceive. It has been so long that the others are very curious about you. So many questions they have. So much they wish to know about where you have been, what you have done, why you sealed yourself away for eons among those who could never understand what you truly are. His smile widened slightly. Go on. Little sister. I will follow. Ian's figure shimmered as she stepped into the rivers of observable force surrounding them. The golden currents embraced her form, pulling her into pathways that led toward wherever the gilded resided. Her presence dissolved into the brilliance, her physical form becoming indistinguishable from the force she was traveling through. She disappeared. Ubergulden Dietrich watched her departure with a smile that remained fixed upon his handsome features. As she left, he turned around. His pupilless golden eyes ignored all the screens Ian had conjured, passing over the primordial architects and undivided ones and chaos giants without acknowledgement. He did not spare a glance for Abaddon's listless form or the countless other beings displayed throughout. He focused solely on one screen, the screen holding Grimvault and Noah and the confrontation that had captured his sister's attention before he arrived. His smile shifted into something that held knowing beneath its apparent warmth. Did you forget, sister? His voice emerged soft, almost gentle, carrying affection that somehow made his words more unsettling. I always knew when you were lying. After he said these words, his eyes with no pupils flashed brilliantly, the golden light that had been surrounding his form intensified, pressing outward against the domain before collapsing inward upon itself. The rivers of observable force that had been rushing toward him followed, drawn into pathways that led toward the same destination his sister had departed toward. Moments later, he also disappeared. The domain fell empty, golden rivers resuming their aimless flow now that no gilded presence remained to draw their attention. Only the illusory screens persisted, displaying scenes that no one was watching anymore, and in time even they would fade. Chapter 5082, Knowledge and Access 2. Noah gazed at Naldine as they remained within that infinite temporal perception. It was only their perception living in this moment of an instant stretched toward infinity, and the idea of such a thing alone was ridiculous. That at any point in time, he could stretch his perception of one instant into days, months, or even years. That he could exist within a single heartbeat for as long as he wished while the external world continued at its normal pace, unaware that those within this expanded awareness were experiencing spans that objective time could not measure. So right now, even though the situation was perilous and the adversity was high, he basically did not have to worry about it for as long as he remained in this perception. He could stretch his perception, which now included Naldine, 4 days if necessary. Weeks. Months. And whenever he ended it, things would continue unfolding as if the light that Ozymandias had released had only flashed for a brief instant and nothing else had occurred. Grimvault's brutal smile would resume. The confrontation would continue. But Noah would have lived through whatever span of subjective time he required to prepare, so at this time, as everything around them appeared frozen even though it was not, his perception and Naldine's perception looked at each other across distances that had nothing to do with physical space. It was as if their spirits had departed their bodies and their illusory perceptions were communicating in a realm that existed between moments rather than within them. Naldine's form shimmered with the same blue-gold brilliance her physical body radiated, though here it seemed softer, less aggressive, more contemplative. Her singularity-dotted eyes observed him. You could do more of something like this. Her voice emerged without sound, perception communicating with perception, of sitting down and not getting into any conflict. I could share with you all the knowledge that I know, and even though I still do not believe it will be possible for you, I will tell you all I know about the pulses of the scales. She gestured toward the frozen landscape surrounding them, toward Grimvault's suspended smile and the motionless wings of swords and the serpentine coils held in stillness. You are young and you have just begun on your path, while others have had millions or billions of years. It would not hurt you to take a few months or a few years before you invite adversity. Noah smiled at such words. Yes, he sought adversity. Yes, he deliberately provoked confrontations that should have ended him. Yes, he broadcast his actions across observable existence specifically to draw enemies who would force him to grow or die trying, but he could also never only sit still. He thought about why that was true. Examining his own motivations with the clarity this expanded perception granted. There was always that healthy fear residing somewhere in his foundations, not the kind that made him shiver or go pale, but the practical awareness of a massive and undeniable boot that could descend from above at any moment. While he was just relaxing, while he was taking his time, while he was enjoying the peace that sitting still would provide, that boot could fall. And he would only be a minor tiny ant that would not be able to do anything to change his fate because he had been sitting around relaxing instead of growing. The deliverance existed somewhere out there. That was a boot. The primeval classification existed above the gilded. A massive set of boots. Any one of these could decide to step on him. Any one of them could erase him while he was taking a few months or years to learn in comfort rather than under fire. He realized he really could not sit still, but a moment like this, where he was stretching an instant toward infinity, where his perception existed outside the flow of time that external threats operated within, he could relax in such a space for as long as he required. Here, within this expanded awareness, nothing could reach him. Nothing could interrupt. Nothing could crush him like an ant beneath a descending boot, but because this was only perception, he would not be able to change anything regarding his civilization or existence. He could not cultivate here. He could not transform Proterozoic bones or Hadean bones. The only thing that would count was his mind, his understanding, his comprehension of concepts that might later be applied when perception returned to normal flow, so he simply nodded to Naldine. She sighed with a breath that existed only in perception rather than physical reality. Then she began to speak slowly, methodically, with the patience of someone who understood they had as much time as they wanted within this stretched moment. Okay, so to really understand pulses, you have to know about the limitations all of us are trying to break. As she spoke, her perception waved its hands through the frozen air around them. Illusory diagrams began to form, configurations of light that represented concepts too complex for words alone to convey. The first diagram showed a civilization as a sphere of infinite depth, with a small percentage at the surface illuminated while the vast majority remained dark and inaccessible. Most existences at the first scale and the second scale utilize less than 1% of what their existence and civilizations actually represent. The diagram pulsed, that illuminated surface percentage seeming insignificant compared to the darkness it failed to touch. This is not a limitation of power or cultivation. It is a limitation of perception, of comprehension, of the capacity to interface with the totality of what existence contains. She waved her hand again, and the diagram shifted to show a being establishing their civilizational anchor, threads of affirmation connecting to that infinite sphere. When a being establishes their civilizational anchor through affirmations of self-knowledge, they are not creating something new. They are touching something that already exists, a framework of authority that extends infinitely in directions most minds cannot perceive. Her singularity-dotted eyes met his with intensity that demanded complete attention. Consider what a civilization actually is. A new diagram formed, showing the civilization of armed existence as an impossible construct containing multitudes beyond counting. The civilization of armed existence, for example, does not merely mean I am a weapon. It means connection to every concept of armament across all of existence. Every blade ever forged. Every arrow ever loosed. Every fist ever thrown in anger. Every defensive posture, every offensive stance, every methodology of violence that has ever been conceived by any mind in any observable or unobservable realm. The diagram expanded to show weapons beyond number, techniques beyond cataloging, concepts of violence that had never been expressed. All of it exists within that civilization, waiting to be accessed by one who possesses the capacity to perceive it. She gestured toward the frozen form of Beowulf, still anchored by 9 spears while Alexander's frozen hands remained positioned within his open chest. Beowulf, at his peak, accessed perhaps 0.7% of armed existence. The diagram shifted to show Beowulf's connection to his civilization, that 0.7% illuminated while 99.3% remained in darkness he could not perceive. He thought himself powerful. He thought his Proterozoic bone and his hammer made him formidable among second-scale entities. He could not comprehend that 99.3% of his own civilization remained beyond his reach, concepts and capabilities and weavings that would have made his current power seem insignificant. Noah observed this diagram with eyes that shone with understanding pressing against his awareness. This is true for all civilizations. New diagrams formed rapidly, each one showing different civilizations and the beings who access them. The civilization of paradox contains every contradiction that has ever existed or could exist. The living paradox, despite his eons of cultivation, accesses, and utilizes less than 1% of what paradox truly represents. A diagram showed Irwin's connection to paradox, that 1% seeming even more insignificant given the infinite contradictions that remained unexplored. The civilization of chaos encompasses every instance of disorder across all existence. Abaddon, before losing his claim, accessed approximately 0.2% of chaos. Another diagram showing Abaddon's former connection to chaos, that 0.2% representing power that had seemed overwhelming while remaining a fraction of what chaos actually contained. She gestured toward Grimbalt's frozen form, that wolf skull helm suspended mid-mockery. He is powerful by the standards of those who cannot perceive these depths. But he should only have a few percentages of access, despite all his cultivation, despite all the eons he is dedicated to advancement. The diagrams shifted to show what happened when access increased. When one accesses more of their civilization, more of their existence, everything changes. A progression appeared, showing how each percentage point transformed what was possible. At 1% access, weavings that seemed impossible become merely difficult. At 2%, the nature of those weavings transforms entirely, revealing depths that sub-1% users cannot perceive. At 3%, entirely new categories of expression emerge. Her expression became grave as she formed the next diagram. The pulse of the scales exists at approximately 5% civilizational access. 5% absolute existential utility. The diagram showed that 5% threshold, a line that most beings would never cross regardless of how much power they accumulated. This is why it remains beyond the reach of most Proterozoic scale entities. Because they cannot proceed deeply enough into their own existence to find where the pulses reside. Waiting to be channeled by those who can access what most cannot imagine, she paused, letting the implications settle across Noah's expanded awareness. The Silurian light is not learned. Her voice emerged with emphasis that pressed against his perception. It is found. The final diagram showed the Silurian light as a thread existing within existence, connecting to the Silurian cause that had formed observable existences across the vastness of reality. It exists, a thread connecting to the Silurian cause that formed observable existences across the vastness of reality. But finding that thread requires perception that sub-1% access cannot provide. Chapter 5083, Knowledge and Access 3. After her extensive explanation, Noah thought about everything Naldine had said. Civilizational access, existential utility. The more he considered this concept, the more it appeared to be something other than a natural limitation. This was not like the gap between the first scale and the second scale, which could be crossed through sufficient cultivation and methodology. This was not like the difficulty of forming a civilizational anchor, which demanded self-knowledge but rewarded those who achieved it. This seemed like a limitation specifically designed for the bounded. He thought about Ian's words regarding existential designations. The bounded were engineered with ceilings they could not perceive. Limitations they believed were personal failures rather than deliberate constraints. What if civilizational access was one of those ceilings? What if the reason most beings could not access more than 1% of their existence was not because such access was inherently difficult, but because they had been engineered to be incapable of it? Naldine continued speaking as his thoughts churned. So the biggest hurdle for you that stops you at the gate is just that. Her perception waved one hand, and the diagrams around them shifted to focus on his own existence, showing the vast darkness of unexplored civilizational depth that remained beyond his current reach. You do not really have the access. Not grand enough. Not big enough. You still need to get bigger. His eyes flashed sharply as he looked at her. She did not flinch at his gaze, continuing with methodical precision. But after all that, let me tell you the specific requirements for the Silurian light. New diagrams formed around them, each one illustrating a different requirement with clarity. First, the Proterozoic saturation threshold. You require 85% or more of your skeletal structure transformed into Proterozoic bone. The diagram showed a skeletal system with most bones blazing with multicolored light while a small percentage remained dark and untransformed. Each transformed bone serves as a receptor for deeper civilizational perception. The more receptors you possess, the more of your civilization becomes perceivable. The more you can perceive, the closer you get to the depths where pulses reside. She gestured, and the diagram highlighted specific configurations within the transformed bones, but these bones must be self-achieved to properly integrate with existing access pathways. Transformations that are gifted or granted by external sources create what we call dead zones, regions of your existence that block perception rather than enhancing it. Noah thought about Ozymandias, about the Proterozoic bones that had been formed within the Hadean Desmoterian. Those were self-achieved, formed through civilizational eons of development that Ozymandias had experienced personally. Naldin continued. Second, the Organ Triad Foundation. You require minimum 3 Proterozoic organs. A new diagram showed 3 organs blazing with transformed light, each one serving distinct purposes. A sensory organ is required because perception is access. Without transformed perception, you cannot see deeply enough into your existence to find what you are looking for. Eyes are most common, but ears or other sensory structures can serve if properly integrated. She pointed to the second organ in the diagram. A vital organ is required to sustain expanded awareness without foundational collapse. When you perceive at 5% access, the strain on your existence is immense. Without a vital organ transformed to handle that strain, your foundations simply break apart under the pressure of seeing too much. The third organ blazed brightest in the diagram. The third organ provides redundancy against the strain of higher access percentages. It serves as backup, as support, as the failsafe that prevents catastrophic collapse when your primary systems are overwhelmed by what you are attempting to channel. Noah thought about Ozymandias again. He had 3 bone clusters. 1 organ, it was not enough. Third, and this is where you are actually unique. Naldin's expression shifted into something that might have been grudging acknowledgement: infinity tolerance. Integration rather than containment. The diagram showed infinity flowing through a civilization rather than being walled away from it, light weaving through the framework rather than being held in separate containers that prevented interaction. Infinity must flow through your civilization rather than being walled away from it. Your civilizational expressions must incorporate infinity naturally. Only integrated infinity dissolves the perception barriers that prevent deeper access. She paused, observing him. This is the one requirement you actually meet and exceed. Your infinity is not contained. It flows through everything you are. It has become so integrated with your existence that separation would be impossible even if you wished it. Noah absorbed this information. He met 1 requirement out of 3. He possessed integrated infinity, but he lacked 85% Proterozoic bone saturation. He lacked the Organ Triad Foundation. He lacked the fundamental density that traditional methodology demanded. But Naldin was not finished. She dismissed the diagrams with a wave of her perception's hand, and her expression became grave. Then, there is a saying among primordial architects that trumps all requirements of the pulses of the scales. Her singularity-dotted eyes met his with intensity. Touch the source, perceive everything it created. She repeated the phrase with emphasis that suggested ritual significance. Touch the source, perceive everything it created. A new diagram formed, showing a first cause as a point of infinite brilliance from which all else emerged. We say this because if one can incomprehensibly witness or understand or gain knowledge of a cause relating to a specific pulse, they can have its knowledge seared into their existence. The diagram showed that knowledge being branded into the foundations of one who had touched the source. Once you do, once that knowledge exists within you, you simply have to recreate it. The knowledge or emergence of what that cause meant, expressed through a pulse, her expression became more serious, and the recreation of it is far too grand when trying to emulate a cause. So existence breaks it down for us to be capable of expressing it. New diagrams formed, showing the components of what she was describing. It will involve verbal utterances. The chanting of existential words that resonate with the cause you are attempting to channel. Words that are not merely spoken but expressed with authority that touches the same frequencies the cause itself touched when it created. A second component appeared in the diagram, and a requirement of somatic expression. Precise limb movements or gestures that shape the authority you are channeling into configurations that approximate what the cause produced. The diagram showed both components working together. Verbal and somatic combining, this combination will attempt to imitate and call upon the power of that cause. In the case of the Silurian light, it will be a pale imitation of the Silurian cause. A fraction of what that originating force actually accomplished. But even a fraction is sufficient to erase causality, to unmake existence, to burn away what was as if it had never been. She paused, her expression shifting into something complicated. In the wild, where I and many primordial architects call home, those distinguished enough can be given the modus operandi of pulses once we can perceive enough. Noah's eyes sharpened at this revelation. The wild had a methodology for teaching pulses to those who qualified. They possessed the verbal components and the somatic gestures required to channel powers that most beings could not even perceive. Nobody knows where we obtained this methodology. Or at least, I was not told, because the only one who could produce the method imitating a genuine cause is someone who witnessed it, correct? Someone who touched the source and perceived everything it created. Someone who then translated that incomprehensible knowledge into forms that lesser beings could attempt to reproduce. She dismissed the diagrams entirely, her perception focusing solely on Noah with attention that held finality, but I digress. The modus operandi of the Silurian light was granted to me. I can teach it to you as best as I can. Her singularity-dotted eyes held no hope, but in the end, it will seem like gibberish to you. You do not have the capacity to carry it out. Chapter 5084, Knowledge and Access 4. Naldine observed him for a long moment within that perception stretched toward infinity, then she raised her right hand. Watch carefully. I will only demonstrate this once before we discuss it. Her palm faced outward, fingers spread wide as if preparing to grasp something that existed beyond physical perception. The gesture held stillness that seemed almost reverent, a musician preparing to play an instrument that had been waiting since before observable existence learned to observe. Then her fingers began to move. The first motion was a curling inward, each finger bending in sequence from smallest to largest as if she were grasping threads of reality itself that only 5% civilizational access could perceive. Her hand drew backward in a pulling motion, those invisible threads gathering in her palm like strands of a sea being unraveled from the weaving that held them in place. Her palm rotated slowly, drawing a circle in the frozen air that suggested reversal, regression, the unwinding of causality flowing backward against its natural current. The motion was ancient, gestures that seemed to have existed before gestures were possible, movements that touched upon fundamentals. Her fingers snapped outward in a flicking motion, releasing whatever she had gathered while simultaneously reaching toward something distant. Then her hand closed into a fist, authority condensing into configurations that pressed against the stretched moment with force that should not have been possible within perception alone. Her fist opened, her fingers spread as fire would bloom from kindling, and her voice emerged with words that pressed against existence itself. Silurian ember, first of flames. I grasp the thread. I burn the thread. What was shall be unwritten, what stood shall stand no more. The Silurian light, the words landed with force that made even this perception stretched toward infinity tremble slightly. Golden fire, pale and terrible and filled with colors that should not have been capable of existing simultaneously, flickered briefly around her extended fingers before fading into nothing. It was only demonstration, only illustration, only showing him what the modus operandi looked like when properly executed by one who possessed the capacity to channel it. She lowered her hand and looked at him. Noah looked back at her. He blinked. Really, it had seemed like she was just waving her hand around and spouting rubbish. The gesture had been elaborate, certainly. The words had sounded impressive, undeniably. But watching her perform the modus operandi without being able to perceive what she was actually touching, without being able to sense the depths of civilization she was accessing, without being able to feel the thread she was grasping and the fire she was calling forth, all of it had seemed like theatrical nonsense. A woman waving her fingers in patterns that held no meaning he could discern, a woman speaking words that sounded ancient but conveyed nothing to ears that could not hear what existed beneath their surface. Gibberish, you see? Naldine said with expression that held no surprise at his reaction. To you, it means nothing. Because you cannot perceive what I am touching when I make those movements. You cannot hear what I am calling when I speak those words. The modus operandi requires access you do not possess. Perception you have not developed, depths you cannot currently reach. She shook her head slowly. This is why I said it would seem like gibberish. Because without the capacity to perceive the Silurian light, without the access to find where it resides and grasp the thread that connects to the Silurian cause, you are simply a child mimicking gestures and sounds without understanding what they are meant to accomplish. Noah thought of the demonstration. He thought about himself, about how different his path had been compared to every other being he had encountered in observable existence. The traditional progression demanded a civilizational anchor first, affirmations of self-knowledge that established the framework through which all subsequent advancement would flow. Then came the Proterozoic scale, the transformation of bones and organs. Noah had not followed that path. He, without making a civilizational anchor with his main body, was forming Hadean bones. Not Proterozoic. Hadean, a classification that should not have existed, a tier of transformation that the system prompts themselves seemed uncertain how to categorize. His right hand blazed with the Hadean hand of infinite grasp, and he possessed the Hadean organ of civilization. Oh, His eyes flickered as he smiled at the realization. The Hadean organ of civilization. He had formed something grander than a Proterozoic organ first, for even forming any bones that construct within his chest had made everything possible. It processed observable force. It granted civilizational eons of development that allowed Ozymandias to progress at ridiculous rates. It collected the Hadean existential singularities that siphon knowledge and power from designated targets. His progression was completely different than the progression of others, the requirements Naldine had listed pressed against his awareness. 85% Proterozoic bone saturation. Organ triad foundation. Infinity tolerance through integration rather than containment. He met the third requirement absolutely, but the bone saturation, the organ requirements, these he lacked in traditional form. However, he possessed Hadean bones rather than Proterozoic. Were they not superior? He possessed the Hadean organ of civilization, and then there was the Infiniverse, but the most significant factor remained his connection to a gilded. He thought about Ian, about the observable force flooding into him through quintessence Infiniforce pathways that violated existential designations. If his thoughts were correct regarding the nature of the gilded, they should have no issues with accessing more of their existence and civilizations. The limitations that constrained the bounded would not apply to them. They might start at 5% civilizational access. They might start at 10%. Or more. He was currently connected to and siphoning from a gilded. Could this change anything? The observable force flowing into him was not merely raw power. It carried something else, something that felt like perception itself being transmitted alongside the energy. When he processed that force through the Hadean organ of civilization, when it spread through his transforming bones and integrated with his foundations, was he gaining more than just strength? Was he gaining access? He himself could not determine where he stood. He looked toward Naldine, his perception meeting hers within this moment stretched toward infinity. Okay. Let me see the motions again. His voice emerged with determination, and you can tell me about any other pulses of the scales. Any information I could benefit from. Even knowledge of the wild. He settled into posture of relaxation. After all, we have the time. Naldine observed him for a long moment. She nodded slowly. Very well. Her right hand rose again, palm facing outward, fingers spread wide, and she began to repeat. Noah observed. He processed. He attempted to find meaning in what he was witnessing. It still seemed like gibberish, but he continued watching regardless. The hours began to pass within their perception. Naldine repeated the modus operandi of the Silurian light 17 times, each demonstration accompanied by explanation that grew more detailed as she recognized his genuine attention. Then she moved beyond the Silurian light. There are other pulses, she said, her perception waving hands that conjured new diagrams in the frozen air around them. The Ordovician silence is one I possess knowledge of, though I have never successfully channeled it. It does not erase causality as it freezes it. Everything affected becomes locked in the moment of contact, unable to progress forward or backward, suspended until the one who channeled the pulse permits movement to resume. She demonstrated a different set of gestures, fingers moving in patterns of binding rather than unraveling. The Cambrian word is another. It rewrites. Causality can be altered rather than removed. Consequences change to produce different outcomes while the original actions remain intact. Hours passed as she explained each pulse she possessed knowledge of, their requirements, their modus operandi, their relationships to the various causes that had formed observable existences across the vastness of reality. She spoke of the wild. It is not a place in the way you understand places, she explained. It is a domain accessible through prima indifferentia, but only primordial architects can perceive the pathways that lead to it. Within the wild, eons of our development and civilizations are contained. Hierarchies that have nothing to do with observable existence govern who rises and who falls. She described the deliverance in others. No one disobeys them, she said with voice that held something approaching fear despite her classification. Those who attempt resistance simply cease to exist. Their Proterozoic bones and organs remain where their bodies once stood, available for collection by more obedient servants. She spoke of factions within the wild, of ideological divisions between those who wished to remain isolated and those who believed expansion beyond their borders was necessary. She had been among the latter, one of the visionaries who advocated for alliance with entities outside primordial architect classification. More hours passed. Noah listened. He absorbed and processed everything she shared. More than 20 hours later, his body of perception lay back on a golden cloud of observable force. the cloud had formed naturally around him as he relaxed within this stretched moment, his authority manifesting comfort that his physical body could not experience while frozen in objective time. He threw a golden ball of observable force upward, watching it arc through the perception space before catching it when it fell. Throw. Catch. Throw. Catch. His eyes remained fixed on the ceiling of this stretched infinity, his mind processing everything Naldine had taught him. The crux of it all, he said slowly, throwing the ball again, for the Silurian light and the two other pulses you have knowledge of seems to be the same. He caught the ball, powerful second-scale beings drawing power from a cause. He threw it again. You have your own method to draw power from the Silurian cause, a fiery cause which triggers the emergence of observable existences. The gestures approximate what that cause did when it created. The words call upon the authority that cause possessed when it formed reality from nothing. He caught the ball and held it, his perception turning to look at Naldine with eyes that blazed with understanding. I simply need to find my own way to draw upon the power of that cause. Chapter 5085, Knowledge and Access V. Even though he had grandly proclaimed that he would find his own way, it was still hard. The hours stretched into what felt like days within this perception extended toward infinity, and Noah found himself no closer to understanding how to touch the Silurian cause than he had been when Naldine first demonstrated the modus operandi. He theorized. He contemplated. He examined every unique aspect of his existence that might provide pathways traditional methodology did not account for. The connection to Ian continued flooding him with observable force even within this stretched moment, that golden light pressing against his foundations with density that should have been expanding his perception. But expansion was not comprehension. Having more did not mean understanding what he had, so he talked. Sharing information had proven surprisingly effective for processing his own thoughts, and Naldine proved to be an attentive listener despite her apparent frustration with his refusal to accept impossibility. The enemy that really gave me a wake-up call was someone called the Devilish Time Unveiler. Noah threw the golden ball of observable force upward again, watching it arc through their perception space. That fucker made me very vindictive and cautious. Granted, some stupid mistakes were made on my part. Thinking back, my first tries of temporal traversals were due to him. Though back then I had the little dagger of time, he caught the ball, his expression shifting into something approaching nostalgia despite the danger that memory represented. Oppenheimer was cool. I still keep up with this guy called Commander Foam that had his own unique fable. The casties of extremity I did not much care for. He threw the ball again. I did enjoy my progression across my wheel of existence the most. I was playing around with the three-body problem, true sources. I set up Singed, Ordo of Chow, Outerversal, Megalos, and other unique constructs to enact my own atlas. Naldine listened to these fragments of history with expression that shifted through confusion into assessment. The names meant nothing to her, the contexts were absent, but she was piecing together a picture of someone whose path had been anything but conventional. He continued telling fables. She stopped him at one point, her singularity-dotted eyes narrowing. Hold on, her voice emerged with sharpness that demanded clarification. Adelaide, Barbados, Anna, Athena, Ioan, Sigrid, Rhea. Why did you form so many potential points of weakness just for yourself? She rose from where she had been seated within their perception space, her form radiating disapproval. Primordial architects have no need for and do not bother with copulation for the most part, unless you are Beowulf. But why so many? Your enemies could hold you hostage just by pulling on threads of those you are emotionally attached to the most. Her arms crossed over her chest. I would reduce this and keep your focus on your civilization and existence. Those with a singular focus find themselves always more determined. Attachments divide attention. Divided attention invites failure. She said such dangerous words to Noah. He smiled and shook his head as if she would not understand. The suggestion that he should reduce his connections, that he should sever bonds he had formed across spans of existence that most beings could not comprehend, it revealed a fundamental misunderstanding of what those connections meant to him. They were not weaknesses, they were reasons. But explaining that to someone who had never experienced what he had experienced would be like explaining color to one who had never possessed sight. He did ask her something else instead. You have never copulated. Yes, his voice held no mockery, only genuine curiosity. You would not understand. I could expand your perspective on this and teach you regarding dual cultivation. It has solved many problems for me. Naldine looked at him calmly at such words. Her expression did not shift into embarrassment or offense. She observed him with assessment that suggested she was considering his statement from angles he had not anticipated. The act itself can be considered nothing or mean everything. Her voice emerged measured, almost clinical. You essentially allow yourself to be extremely vulnerable with your existence to another. Existences are fickle. If someone grasped your weavings at your weakest, they could do whatever they wished. She gestured toward him with one hand. You are filled with infinities. While it is a wonder you have not gone mad, letting you anywhere near me might cause the Gamagian to envelop my existence. Her singularity-dotted eyes held something that might have been caution beneath their imperious allure. And I do not wish to go mad with infinity. Not anytime soon. Noah shook his head at these words. The great Naldine Manthan is afraid of my infinity. Understood. He found her concern more amusing than offensive. If ever you want to change that misconception, let me know. I am 90% sure I could take you past the Calimian tier of the Proterozoic scale with dual cultivation. Naldine smiled at such words. You think existence is that easy? The Proterozoic scale is that easy. Noah looked at her with eyes that blazed with certainty most beings could not possess. Yes, the word emerged as statement rather than question. In the last day, I have gone from absolute to have another body of mine form multiple Proterozoic bones and an organ. This Ozymandias that I pulled out here. I myself, he paused, considering how much to reveal. Well, I have made my own accomplishments I will not freely mention. But yes. Existence and progression can be easy even with all the adversity. He threw the golden ball upward again. Some time ago, I was trapped in hell terra firma, a place where I had no access to any authority. I should have struggled, but I made it easy. He caught the ball, even all of this right now. All the adversity that surrounds me and all that will come. It will try to break me, yes, but I wholly believe I will make it easy. His smile widened into something that held darkness beneath its apparent confidence. If I stumble and fail, I can always fuck things up for everyone in break time itself. He said such words casually, as if shattering the temporal foundations of observable existence was merely a contingency plan. Naldine frowned at this declaration. She wondered if his madness of infinity was showing through here, if the integration that allowed him to channel impossible forces also permitted thoughts that no sane existence should entertain. Breaking time itself. Fucking things up for everyone. These were not the statements of someone operating within normal parameters of reason, but then again, nothing about him operated within normal parameters. She sighed with breath that existed only in perception. You mention making things easy as if adversity is merely inconvenience to be dismissed. Her voice emerged with weight that pressed against his casual confidence. I have faced adversity that could not be made easy. Her singularity-dotted eyes held memory that she rarely permitted to surface. Perhaps your path has been different. Perhaps your infinity permits confidence that others cannot possess. But do not assume that easy is universal. Some adversity exists specifically to break those who believe themselves unbreakable, and like this, while sharing knowledge and experience and perspectives that emerged from classifications that should never have been capable of communication, days began to pass in their perception of infinity. Noah thought about the many potential paths he could take to learn how to utilize a pulse of the scales. He could focus on expanding his Hadean bone saturation through Ozymandias, pushing toward configurations that might serve as equivalent to the 85% Proterozoic threshold traditional methodology demanded. But that would require objective time he did not currently possess. He could attempt to leverage his connection to Ian more aggressively. But he did not know if such a thing was possible through the quintessence infiniforce pathways. He could try to find the Silurian cause directly, touching the source as the ancient saying suggested. But first causes were not entities one could simply locate and approach. He could attempt to channel the Silurian light through pure infinity, bypassing the requirements entirely through impossible methodology that recognized no ceilings. But he did not know. Each path held uncertainty, each path held risk, each path required something he was not certain he possessed. It was an arduous and hard task, but as the days of perception continued stretching within that single instant of objective time, Noah found himself no less determined despite the difficulty pressing against his awareness. He would find his way, he always did. Chapter 5086, My Pulse. Days had passed in the infinite perceptive moment. Noah hadn't come across any viable solution for grasping the Silurian light through traditional means, but he'd obtained a great deal of information from Naldine across those stretched spans. She'd explained the intricacies of the wild, the nature of the Deliverance and others like him, the factions that divided primordial architects into camps that had been warring since before most current beings learned to crawl. She'd demonstrated the modus operandi of 3 different pulses until he could recite the verbal components from memory even if he couldn't perceive what they were meant to touch. She wasn't so bad after having talked to her for so long. He'd even gotten her to agree to simply experiment with his infinity if and when the ordeal of Grimvault was passed successfully. She'd been reluctant, citing concerns about the Gamagian enveloping her existence, but curiosity had eventually won out over caution. Primordial architects were, at their core, beings who pursued advancement above safety. At this time, Noah was thinking about temporal traversal. Just how far back could he take it? He'd played with time before, had bent its rules in ways that should have been impossible for someone of his classification. Could he take it far enough to witness the first cause that birthed their observable existence? If he could perceive that moment of ignition, that instant when nothing became something, maybe then he could pull a pulse from it directly, touch the source, perceive everything it created. But as he was thinking this, Naldine's voice drifted across the perception space. She sat on a cloud of blue-gold light. Her form settled into meditation posture despite the fact that cultivation was impossible within expanded perception. Her singularity-dotted eyes remained closed as she spoke. Your life is an astonishingly short one in the grand scheme of things. Her voice held no mockery, only statement of fact. I want to say that based on your origins, a normal human female with no authority caused your emergence, yes? Look at you now. She opened her eyes, those blue dots floating within pure white, regarding him with something like academic interest. You are a case study in existence. Some would benefit from understanding your lowly emergence, your lowly cause. Noah was listening faintly, his mind still churning through possibilities involving temporal traversal and first causes and methodologies that might bypass traditional requirements. He was just about to nod in absent acknowledgement when he blinked. His existence began to buzz, then he rose up straight and looked at her. What did you just say? Naldine blinked as if she hadn't said anything of significance. I was just talking about your emergence. How it can be considered a lowly cause that others can benefit from. The perception space began to buzz. Noah's eyes shone brightly, golden light bleeding from them in configurations that pressed against the stretched moment itself. Something was happening within his awareness. Connections forming between concepts that had seemed unrelated moments before. Then he laughed. The sound boomed across the perception space with genuine delight, the kind of laughter that emerged from sudden understanding. A pulse of the scales emerges from witnessing a cause and pulling its power. His voice rang out as he began pacing through the air, observable force condensing beneath his feet with each step. A cause is grand because of what it gives way to. A cause gives way to observable existence. He spun to face Naldine, his smile widening into something that held madness and brilliance in equal measure. And yet, my very emergence was a cause. My birth was a cause. And with it, it led to me, it led to infinity, it led to. He raised one hand, golden light blazing around his fingers, a seed of observable existence. Boom, the perception space trembled at his declaration. From me alone, even though I haven't yet allowed for the blooming of observable existence, I have aided in the forging of a seed. My emergence isn't lowly at all. His laughter echoed again. My emergence is grand. Naldine rose from her meditation posture in astonishment, her singularity-dotted eyes wide as she processed what he was claiming. She wanted to ask what the fuck he was talking about. His birth as a cause? How could that possibly compare to the first cause of observable existence? The scale wasn't even remotely similar. But she couldn't say anything, because at this time, Noah felt like he was in a trance. He thought about many things and nothing all at once, his mind buzzing with glorious waves of epiphanies cascading one into another. The logic was flowing now, connections he'd never considered before illuminating pathways that traditional methodology couldn't perceive. What determines the grandeur of a cause? His voice emerged as question and answer simultaneously. What it produces. The Silurian cause is considered grand because it produced observable existences, realities spanning scopes that most minds can't comprehend. He spread his arms wide. But my emergence produced me. My birth led to someone who touched infinity and didn't break. My cause led to someone who forged the Hadean organ of civilization. Who transformed a small landmass into the infiniverse, who created a seed capable of blooming into its own observable existence. The perception space shook harder as his voice rose. Who is to say that the power of my cause would be any lesser when it led to accomplishments like these? The Silurian cause produced observable existence, yes. But my cause produced someone capable of becoming observable existence. My cause produced someone who could break time itself if he chose. Epiphany detected. You are attempting to conceptualize personal emergence as first cause equivalent, unprecedented. No recorded instance of such interpretation exists, as results of this approach cannot be predicted. Noah ignored the system prompt entirely. My birth was a cause unlike any other. My birth. My cause, his golden eyes blazed with light that pressed against the boundaries of their expanded perception, and from my cause, I will observe it and design my own pulse of the scales. Because across my emergence, I have also played with fire. Chapter 5087, My Pulse. 2. He thrust one hand forward, fingers curling into the same gesture Naldine had demonstrated dozens of times. There was a spark when two cells came together in my mother's womb. A moment of ignition that brought something from nothing. There was another spark when I utilized an F-rank skill book, when mana first flooded through my existence and everything changed. His smile became something terrifying in its confidence. From my cause, I will focus on its fiery aspect to design my own Silurian light. And its power will be no lesser. He raised both hands toward the ceiling of their perception space, observable force and infinity swirling around his form in configurations that seemed to be attempting to create something that had never existed before. It will be grander. His laughter rang out again, triumphant and tyrannical. The perception space trembled violently at his declaration, that stretched moment of infinity struggling to contain the concepts he was attempting to manifest within it. Naldine rose fully from her position, her expression shifting through astonishment into something that bordered on genuine concern. She wondered if he had truly gone mad. At this moment, Noah felt like he was in an unprecedented trance. Within that perception of stretched infinity, he found his consciousness fading away from the golden space where Naldine watched with growing concern. Something was pulling him inward, deeper than he'd ever gone into the foundations of his own existence. He was being drawn into a paradoxical singularity of self, a place where he was both the observer and the observed. He felt like himself, but also as if he was watching himself from somewhere outside the boundaries of his own awareness. His vision opened up. He saw a woman grabbing her belly in a cramped apartment, her face twisted with the discomfort of early pregnancy. Amelia Osmont. His mother. She was young in this vision, younger than he remembered her being, with dark hair falling across features that held beauty despite the exhaustion pressing against them. In the living room, his father was already knocked out on the couch. A few bottles of beer stretched across the coffee table and floor around him, their labels peeling and contents long emptied. The man snored with the rhythm of someone who'd made unconsciousness his preferred state of existence. This was his cause already in process, the moment the waste of his father contributed what little he could to his formation. And as he underwent development in his mother's womb, his cause unfolded across 9 months of biological fire. Observing, your cause, stage, cellular division and formation, cell division was fire. Each mitosis was a spark of creation, a single cell igniting into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, multiplication cascading like flames spreading through dry kindling. The metabolic processes that sustained this growth burned nutrients into energy, oxidation reactions producing heat that maintained the precise temperature required for development. His neural pathways formed like lightning, electrical signals sparking across developing synapses for the first time. His heart ignited with its first beat. A rhythm of combustion that would continue for decades to come. The very oxygen his mother breathed fed flames of creation within her womb, each breath stoking the fire of his emergence. Fiery processes detected, cellular ignition, metabolic combustion, neural spark formation, cardiac rhythm initialization, oxidative development sustained across 40 weeks of gestation. These processes represent the kindling of your cause. Noah closed his eyes within this vision and focused on these processes, feeling the heat of his own creation as if it were happening in real time rather than being observed across decades of separation. Time fast-forwarded, he found himself in a hospital room. Sterile lights buzzing overhead as his mother lay alone in a bed designed for moments that should have been shared. She was giving birth while his father gambled somewhere across the city, chasing losses that would never be recovered. The doctors and nurses moved around her with professional efficiency, but the absence of anyone who actually cared pressed against the scene like a wound that wouldn't close. This was also his cause, stage, emergence. The first breath is fire. Oxygen flooding lungs that have never known air, igniting systems that operated in fluid darkness for 9 months. The severing of the umbilical cord is the separation of flames, a new fire burning independent of its source. Body temperature regulation commences. Internal combustion sustains existence outside the womb. Your cause continues its unfolding. A baby's cry echoed through the hospital room, and Noah recognized his own voice from before he understood what voices were for. Time moved forward again. He grew up in fragments, years passing like pages being flipped through a book too quickly to read. Childhood. Adolescence. The mundane struggles of someone trying to survive in a world that didn't particularly care if he succeeded or failed. His mother working multiple jobs. His father disappearing for longer and longer periods. Then dungeons descended unto the world, and the apocalypse began. Everything changed. Reality itself seemed to crack open, and humanity discovered it had been living in ignorance of forces that had always existed beyond their perception. Monsters emerged from nowhere. People awakened to powers they couldn't explain. The old world burned, and from its ashes, a new world struggled to take shape. Noah did everything to become a hunter. He found himself in that dilapidated apartment. The walls were cracked. The ceiling leaked when it rained. The single window looked out on an alley where garbage accumulated faster than anyone bothered to remove it, but in his hands, he held a skill book, Fireball. The cheapest offensive skill on the market, an F-rank ability that most serious hunters wouldn't bother picking up from the ground if they found it lying in a dungeon. But to him, in that moment, it represented everything. It represented possibility. It represented the first step toward becoming something more than what his circumstances had decided he should be. The skill book faded into lights that entered his body. Stage, first kindling of authority, mana integration commences. A spark of power ignites within a vessel that had known only mundane existence. This moment marks the transition from potential to actualization. Your cause continues its unfolding. That was also part of his cause. Just because these moments were mundane didn't mean they lacked power. A normal human woman with no authority had given birth to him in a hospital room while his father threw money away on games he couldn't win. A cheap skill book had introduced mana to his system for the first time. None of it seemed grand by the standards of beings who measured significance in eons and observable existences, but from all this, a seed of observable existence had bloomed due to his hands. That was a big thing. That was a very big thing. And in the future, he knew it would become a genuine observable existence, would bloom into something that rivaled or surpassed the reality he currently inhabited. His cause would become even grander with time, so even though it was mundane, this was significant. An illusory consciousness of Noah gazed at his young self in that apartment room. The contrast was stark. His younger self stood there in worn clothes. Thin from meals skipped to save money. His current self floated nearby, wrapped in golden observable force, bearing Hadean bones and connections to gilded lifeforms and infinity integrated so thoroughly into his existence that separation would be impossible. The same person. Separated by accomplishments that his younger self couldn't have imagined even in his most ambitious dreams. My cause has always been the infinite cause. His voice emerged with certainty that pressed against this vision of the past. From myself, from my cause, I shall draw power from what it represents and what it has accomplished. I shall establish my own pulse of the scales. Boom, chapter 5088, My Pulse. 3. The vision shattered, acknowledgement detected. You are establishing resonance with personal cause, classification, the infinite cause, origin, mundane emergence leading to infinite potential. This cause is recognized as valid for pulse derivation. Golden light exploded through Noah's awareness as he felt power being drawn from the very foundation of his existence. Not from the Silurian cause that had formed this observable existence. Not from any external source that he had to beg or borrow or steal from. From himself. From what he was and what he had become and what he would eventually be. Pulse derivation commencing. Source, the infinite cause, focus, fiery aspect of emergence. The spark of cellular division. The combustion of metabolism. The ignition of first breath. The kindling of first mana. All fires that contributed to the infinite cause are being synthesized into singular expression, pulse classification, calculating. His body began flooding with observable force unlike anything he'd experienced before. The connection between him and Ian, that pathway of quintessence infiniforce that had been steadily transmitting golden light into his existence, suddenly increased 100-fold in bandwidth. Where a river had been flowing, now an ocean surged. Connection to gilded lifeform, expanding, observable force transmission, increasing by factor of 100. Reason, pulse establishment requires sufficient authority to stabilize. Gilded connection is compensating for bounded limitations. The endlessly generating quintessence infiniforce within his body joined the flood, his own production combining with what Ian's existence was providing. And beyond that, he felt infinity itself responding across observable existence, his claims scattered throughout reality beginning to channel support toward this singular moment of establishment. Warning, you are deviating from the set weavings of existence. you are deviating from Vakachev's scales of existence, you are establishing a pulse outside the scales. This action has no precedent. This action has no predicted outcome. This action may attract attention from classifications that monitor deviations of this nature. Be careful, be cautious. Due to your current actions and your connection to a gilded lifeform, your civilizational access and existential access has been modified and altered. Previous access, 0.9% of current access, 5%. You have crossed the threshold required for pulse perception and utilization. Unknown changes are beginning to occur across your existence. Boom, immensity and heaviness began to bloom within Noah as something fundamental shifted in the foundations of what he was. He could feel it. Depths of his civilization that had been invisible moments before were suddenly perceivable. As if someone had turned on lights in rooms he hadn't known existed, and somewhere in those newly illuminated depths, he could sense something waiting, a pulse, his pulse. The changes began immediately. Noah felt his awareness expanding in directions he hadn't known existed. His civilization stretched before him with depths that his previous 0.9% access couldn't have perceived, couldn't have imagined, couldn't have touched even if he'd known they were there. Civilizational access, 5%. New perception thresholds unlocked. You can now perceive civilizational depths previously invisible to your awareness. Weavings that seemed impossible at sub 1% access are now merely difficult. Weavings that seemed difficult are now natural expressions of your civilization. He could see it, he could see more, he said aloud within the perception space, HUUM. Naldine was watching him with expression that had shifted from concern into something approaching genuine shock. She could sense what was happening even if she couldn't perceive the specifics, could feel the fundamental shift occurring in his foundations, connection to gilded lifeform, stabilizing at enhanced parameters, current bandwidth, enhanced by factor of 100, observable force from the secret of Ian is flooding your existence at rates previously impossible for bounded classification. The golden light flowing into him from Ian felt different now. Before, it had been like drinking from a stream, satisfying but limited by the capacity of the channel. Now it was like standing beneath a waterfall, observable force crashing into his existence with density that should have been overwhelming but instead felt exactly right. His body could handle it. More than that, his body was fucking hungry for it. Oh, he wanted all of it, the Hadean organ of civilization, responding to increased observable force input, processing efficiency, increasing, previous efficiency, 847% above baseline Proterozoic parameters, current efficiency, 8,470% above baseline Proterozoic parameters. The Hadean organ is evolving in response to new conditions. Changes are ongoing. The Hadean organ was a grand thing, the construct that made his recent impossible progression possible. Now it was growing stronger alongside everything else, adapting to the flood of observable force rather than being overwhelmed by it. He turned his attention to his Hadean bones. The Hadean hand of infinite grasp blazed brighter than before, those transformed carpals and metacarpals and phalanges radiating light that pressed against the perception space itself. The transformation spreading up his arm had accelerated, golden brilliance consuming his radius and ulna with speed that would have taken hours under previous conditions. His Othid hand had begun to shine. And his legs were starting to shine too. Hadean bone transformation, accelerating. At current rate, full skeletal transformation will complete in approximately 37 hours of active cultivation. He could feel the bones in his extremities burning with pleasant heat as observable force saturated them. As Hadean transformation consumed what had been mundane structure and replaced it with something that existed above the Proterozoic scale entirely, Hadean classification remains unknown and unprecedented. System cannot accurately predict outcomes of full Hadean skeletal transformation. Proceeding with caution is advised. You are not proceeding with caution, okay? Noah almost laughed at that last line. Caution? Fuck caution. Changes detected across all connected existences. The Infiniverse, responding to increased civilizational access. Ozymandias, responding to increased observable force transmission. Secondary bodies, responding to expanded perception thresholds. All aspects of your existence are being affected by this transition. The Infiniverse and its 3,000 realms was pulsing with new energy. The connection between it and his primary existence had always been strong, but now it felt like the boundary between them was thinning, like the distinction between Noah and the Infiniverse was becoming less meaningful. The Infiniverse, civilizational resonance increasing. Your seed of observable existence is responding to the recognition of the infinite cause, growth rate, accelerating. The seed recognizes that its origin has been acknowledged as a valid cause. This recognition is feeding back into the seed itself, strengthening its foundations. His cause was connected to everything he'd accomplished. and the seed was one of his greatest accomplishments. By acknowledging the infinite cause, he was also acknowledging everything that cause had produced, and that acknowledgement carried power. That was not too confusing, right? Chapter 5089, My Pulse. For Ozymandias, still frozen in that instant of objective time outside this perception space, was changing too. Ozymandias, enhanced observable force transmission detected, the Hadean Desmoterian, receiving increased input, civilizational eons of development within the Hadean Desmoterian, accelerating, new capabilities detected at 5% civilizational access, Category 1, existential anchoring. You can now perceive how civilizational anchors interface with observable and unobservable forces at fundamental levels. This perception may allow for manipulation of anchoring processes in self and others. You can declare and establish your civilizational anchor at any time. Your entry into the second scale officially is whenever you feel like it. Category 2, causal threading. You can now perceive the threads connecting actions to consequences across time. This perception is prerequisite for pulse utilization. Without it, the Silurian light and similar capabilities would remain invisible regardless of power level. Category 3, scale interfacing. You can now perceive how the first scale and the second scale interact at boundary conditions. This perception may allow for capabilities that blur the distinction between scales. Category 4, designation boundaries. You can now perceive a bit more of the engineering that distinguishes bounded and gilded classifications. The study into Ian will soon yield some results. Category 5, cause recognition. You can now perceive the causes underlying the usage of power other existences, not merely your own. This perception may allow for pulse derivation from external sources if sufficient resonance is established. Noah absorbed each category with growing appreciation for what 5% access actually meant. These were fundamental shifts in what he could perceive and therefore what he could eventually do, cause recognition was unique. If he could perceive the causes underlying other existences, could he eventually derive pulses from causes that weren't his own? Could he touch the Silurian cause itself and pull traditional Silurian light alongside his own infinite variant, but speaking of his own cause? He could feel something else happening. Something in those newly illuminated depths of his civilization, something that had been waiting for him to achieve sufficient access to perceive it. Pulse formation, in progress, your cause has been acknowledged. Your fiery aspect has been identified. Your derivation is stabilizing. Pulse classification, the infinite light, status, nascent, detailed analysis cannot yet be given. The infinite light, his pulse had a name now, it existed within his civilization as something he could utilize as a thread of fire connecting to the infinite cause he'd acknowledged as his origin. Final status update, civilizational access, 5%, stable, /existential access, 5%, stable. Connection to gilded lifeform, enhanced, ongoing. Hadean transformation, accelerating, overall assessment. You have fundamentally altered your existence in ways that cannot be reversed. The path forward is unknown. The outcomes are unpredictable. You have deviated from every established methodology and created a trajectory that has no precedent. No abnormalities have been observed as a response from the Vakachev scales similar to when you first stepped into them. Noah's eyes fully opened back in that stretched out moment of infinity. His gaze came to land on Naldine, and uniquely, he found this powerful being actually take a step back from his gaze alone. His power shouldn't have changed drastically in this moment of stretched perception. These were only their perceptions here, after all. Nothing physical had transformed yet, but he had changed in how he perceived himself. Now he was a man who had a cause. He'd always had this cause, had carried it since the moment two cells sparked together in his mother's womb, but he'd never affirmed it. Never known about it. Never possessed the unique knowledge required to truly apply the immensity of what his existence represented. He couldn't help but smile as he looked toward this primordial architect. Do I scare you now, Naldine Manthan? At such words, Naldine's eyes flashed sharply. Her singularity-dotted gaze held his without flinching despite the step she'd taken backward. And when she spoke, her voice emerged calm and gloriously measured. Fear is not something that will ever settle in my heart. She paused, studying him with intensity that pressed against his awareness. But in your eyes, how could it possibly have such a light? A light of someone who has seen something unfathomably grand. A light that very few can ever express even within the wild. Her voice softened slightly. A light of those who have witnessed a grand cause. Noah felt all the changes that would unfold as soon as he left this moment of stretched perception. The observable force flooding in from Ian. The accelerating Hadean transformation. The nascent pulse waiting to be channeled. All of it held in suspension, ready to crash into reality the instant he released this infinity. He smiled and said, "I told you. My emergence is a cause as grand as the first cause." His golden eyes blazed brighter. "You can consider this a claim that only I make. You can consider it mad. But I make such a claim boldly." He looked toward the frozen landscape beyond their perception space, toward Grimvault's suspended smile and the motionless wings of swords and the serpentine coils held in stillness. "And now, I'm ready to end this stretched moment of perception." His gaze returned to her. "Are you?" She looked at him for a few seconds, those pure white eyes with their floating blue singularities assessing him with judgment that spanned eons of accumulated wisdom. Whatever she saw in his expression, whatever she perceived in that light he now carried, it was enough. "Oh, it had to be enough," she nodded. Noah smiled as he clenched his hand into a fist. Boom, the infinity around him began to shatter, that stretched moment cracking like glass as their perceptions were returned to normal time. He would effectively resume the battle against a terrifying Kalimian Proterozoic scale entity, against Grimvault, who possessed the Silurian light and capabilities that should have been impossible to counter, but who he was a moment before and who he would be a moment later were quintessentially different. Who he would be was so different. Chapter 5090, Nothing Could Repay. The waters of the Infiniverse held depths that Amelia Osmont was still learning to navigate. She floated within a serene pocket of the transformed reality her son had created, surrounded by currents of crimson and blue and gold that moved with purpose she couldn't quite comprehend. The ancient pink dolphin floating before her was one of many wonders she'd been interested in. The mnemonic Leviathan regarded her with eyes that held eons of accumulated wisdom, its form radiating gentle authority. She'd grown comfortable speaking with this being. "So," Amelia said, her voice carrying the practical skepticism she'd never quite abandoned, "that you and the baboon of wisdom both came from the same, what did you call it? Singular cognizance? Does that make you a singular cognizance too?" The mnemonic Leviathan's form shimmered with amusement. "The beholder is the singular cognizance from which my existence and that of the baboon of wisdom originated. We are, in a sense, fragments of a greater whole that chose to express itself through multiple forms, though I am not truly a singular cognizance." Amelia nodded slowly. "With the permission of your son, the beholder is making their way to the Infiniverse as we speak. They will be here shortly." Amelia blinked, but before she could reply, everything changed. HUUM. Waves of blue infinity erupted from her existence without warning. The energy cascaded outward from her form in configurations she couldn't control, couldn't understand, couldn't do anything but witness as it happened. And alongside that blue brilliance, golden waves of observable force began pouring into her from somewhere beyond her perception, flooding her existence with density that should have been overwhelming. What dash? She couldn't finish the word. The mnemonic Leviathan's ancient pink form recoiled in astonishment, those wise eyes widening as it witnessed something it clearly hadn't anticipated. The waters around them churned with the force of what was occurring, currents that had been serene moments before now turbulent with energies that pressed against the boundaries of this pocket of this realm. Amelia was shocked at the waves of force pouring into her, at the blue light bleeding from her skin, at the sensation of something fundamental shifting in what she was. Before her eyes, radiant blue prompts began to appear. You have been affirmed as an originator of an unfathomable cause. Cause classification, the infinite cause. Your role, primary vessel of emergence. The words hung in her vision. The infinite cause has been acknowledged by its product. In acknowledging his cause, he has acknowledged you. You carried him for 9 months while working double shifts to pay rent your husband gambled away. You felt him kick for the first time while standing exhausted, and you smiled anyway. You gave birth to him alone in a hospital room because the man who should have been there chose cards over his own son's first breath. You held that baby boy and promised him the world even though you had nothing to give. You took care of him on countless restless nights when fever burned through his small body and you couldn't afford medicine, so you held him and prayed and stayed awake until morning because that was all you could do. When he was lost, you found him. When he was scared, you held him. When he doubted himself, you reminded him of who he was. You taught him strength by being strong when you had every reason to break. You taught him persistence by refusing to give up when the world gave you nothing but reasons to quit. You taught him love by loving him unconditionally even when love was the only thing you had left to give. Nothing could repay the endless nights. Nothing could possibly repay the hard work and sacrifice of a mother who chose her son over herself 1,000 times without hesitation. But this is a start. Amelia's vision blurred as tears began forming in her eyes. The prompts continued. Distinction granted, originator of the infinite cause. You are recognized as the vessel through which an unfathomable cause emerged into existence. This distinction cannot be taken, cannot be diminished, cannot be denied by any authority in observable or unobservable existence. Boons of the originator's straight face. Existential immunity, no force derived from the infinite cause can harm you. Your son's power, in all its forms, will always recognize you as its origin and protect you accordingly. Causal resonance, you will passively benefit from all advancements the infinite cause achieves. As your son grows stronger, echoes of that strength will flow to you. Observable blessing, the connection your son has established with gilded classification now extends a thread to your existence. You will receive a fraction of the observable force flooding into him, enough to elevate you beyond all limitations. Infinite affection, the infinite cause remembers. Every sacrifice, every sleepless night, every tear shed in private so your son wouldn't see you struggling. It remembers, and it will never forget. Amelia Osmont became teary-eyed as she was reminded of years past. She saw flashes of memory in those prompts, moments she'd thought forgotten now illuminated with significance she'd never attributed to them. The time she'd skipped meals for a week so Noah could have new shoes for school. She knew others would make fun of him wearing extremely worn-down shoes. The night she'd held him through a thunderstorm because he was afraid and she'd told him she'd always protect him. All of it mattered. All of it had contributed to what he'd become. And now, impossibly, some of what he'd become was flowing back to her. While such a phenomenon unfolded around Amelia Osmont, while blue infinity and golden observable force continued flooding into her existence in ways that defied everything the mnemonic Leviathan understood about how power worked, a new presence made itself known. What is this? An ancient voice boomed out with marvel that pressed against the entirety of this realm. It was a voice that made the mnemonic Leviathan's authority seem small by comparison, a voice that carried weight accumulated across spans that predated most current existences. It was the voice of the beholder, the progenitor of the baboon of wisdom and the mnemonic Leviathan, the singular cognizance who had been granted entry into the infiniverse. And that ancient being had arrived just in time to witness something unprecedented. A mother receiving acknowledgement from her son's cause. Boom! The infinity shattered. Noah's perception slammed back into normal time with force that should have been disorienting, but he'd spent subjective days preparing for this exact moment. Everything that had been frozen resumed its motion simultaneously. Grimvault's smile completed its brutal curve. The multicolored rain began falling again. Beowulf's screams filled the air with renewed agony. And Noah's body erupted with golden light. HUUM. Observable force radiated from his existence in waves that pressed against everything within range, density unlike anything he'd produced before flooding outward from foundations that had fundamentally changed during those stretched days of infinity. The connection to Ian blazed 100-fold brighter than it had been, golden rivers crashing into his existence with intensity that painted the destroyed battlefield in hues of impossible brilliance. Both Noah and Ozymandias moved in perfect synchrony. Their bodies shifted simultaneously, the titanic frame of Ozymandias and the comparatively small form of Noah turning toward Grimvault with unified intent that declared their shared purpose. The changes from the infinite cause were already beginning to bloom through their connected existence, transformation accelerating in ways that objective time had never witnessed before. Noah's voice emerged from both mouths at once. Grimvault. The word boomed across the battlefield from two sources simultaneously, his primary body and Ozymandias speaking as one entity despite their separate forms. Let me see what Kalimian is all about. Boom. Both bodies surged toward the most powerful entity on the enemy side. The discrepancy in power was absurd. Grimvault stood at the Kalimian tier with 94% Proterozoic bone saturation and 4 Proterozoic organs. Noah was technically still at the first scale, and even Ozymandias at Raiation couldn't match the density of transformed existence. Charging directly at such a being should have been suicide. Noah didn't care. Naldine sighed behind him as she watched his charge begin. She knew she couldn't change his mind, knew that arguing would accomplish nothing against someone who had just acknowledged his own birth as a cause equal to those that formed observable existences. This crazy fucker. He had to for sure be mad from infinity already. Her fingers found the strings of her vihuela as she turned her gaze coldly toward Marcosis. I suppose we each have our roles to play, she murmured. The primordial paradox stretched his obsidian titanic form beside where Noah had been standing, joints crackling with authority that pressed against the destroyed battlefield. He turned his attention toward Samarthiel, toward those 6 wings of burning and frozen swords, toward the being who claimed Paradox as his civilization just as Erwin did. The Paradox Bearer, he said with voice that held amusement beneath its ancient weight. Let us see whose contradictions run deeper. The battle divided into 3 parts. Chapter 5091, Evolution I. Noah and Ozymandias reached Grimvault in the span of a heartbeat, both bodies closing the distance with speed. The wolf-helmed primordial architect observed their approach with those pale fires burning in his empty eye sockets, and he raised his axiom greatsword with a casual motion that suggested he found their charge more entertaining than threatening. I will beat you to paste first, Grimvault declared, his deep voice pressing against reality itself, and collect what remains of your weavings to bring to the wild. There, they will study what made you so interesting before your existence ends. His greatsword descended with a terrifying force that warped the space around its trajectory. Here is my pure civilization. Just feel it. Boom. The impact was devastating. Noah's transformed right hand, the Hadean hand of infinite grasp, caught the flat of that descending blade alongside Ozymandias' matching grip. Seas of blue infinity converged on their palms as they met the weapon of a Kalimian tier entity, that impossible force pressing against hands that should have been obliterated by mere proximity to such power. Quintessence Infiniforce blazed from both bodies in configurations of multiple colors, the endless generation of his unique force type flooding outward in response to the strain being placed upon his existence. Golden observable force surged within Noah's foundations as Ian's connection provided density that his bounded classification couldn't naturally produce. And then the impact truly registered. Both Noah and Ozymandias buzzed with sensation that transcended pain, their connected existence vibrating at frequencies that existence wasn't designed to accommodate. In that instant, it felt like every bone in their bodies was about to break. Every single one. Not cracking or fracturing but shattering entirely, reduced to powder beneath force that Kalimian entities wielded as casually as normal beings might swing a stick. Noah felt every cell preparing to rupture as the pain was unfathomable. Pain. 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 His skin wanted to tear. His muscles wanted to liquefy. His organs wanted to burst apart into configurations that could no longer be called organs. The force Grimvault had delivered through that single swing was enough to extinguish first-scale entities by the thousands, and he'd taken it directly into his hands. But observable force surged. Golden light flooded into every cell that was breaking, into every structure that was failing, into every component of his existence that Grimvault's attack was destroying. The concentration was terrifying, density exceeding anything he'd experienced before, as Ian's enhanced connection provided resources that his bounded classification could never have generated independently. The cells regenerated instantly. New cells replaced destroyed ones before destruction could complete. His bones were breaking and reforming simultaneously, his organs were rupturing and rebuilding in the same instant. His entire existence was undergoing cycles of annihilation and rebirth compressed into spans so short that objective time couldn't properly measure them. He paradoxically underwent simultaneous destruction and rebirth of all cells while also not undergoing either, both states existing in the same moment through depths of his civilization he could now perceive at 5% access. The first tongue was the language of existence itself, and at 5%, he could speak words of self-definition that rewrote what was happening to his body even as it happened. And when that paradox resolved, every cell in his body was blindingly new. Grander than what had existed before. All bones within his body began to shine simultaneously. Miniature cause triggered. Classification, the crucible of observable rebirth. Nature, internal evolutionary acceleration. Unlike something like the pluvial epoch of existential infinity, which produces external phenomena across observable existence, this cause operates strictly within your existence. External force of sufficient magnitude triggers accelerated transformation. The greater the force received, the more comprehensive the evolution. Initial catalyst, impact from Collinian tier Proterozoic scale entity. Result, force sufficient to extinguish your existence has instead catalyzed universal Hadean transformation. All bones within your existence are now being saturated with observable force and quintessence infiniforce at concentrations exceeding previous parameters. Current progress, all bones toward Hadean classification, 3%. Oh! Noah and Ozymandias both roared. Boom! They rebuffed the immense strike, pushing Grimvault's axiom greatsword away from their shining palms with force that shouldn't have been possible from beings at their classification. The wolf-helmed primordial architect didn't stumble, didn't even shift his stance, but those pale fires in his empty eye sockets flickered with something that might have been surprise. Then he smiled. That wolf skull helm somehow conveyed amusement despite possessing no features capable of expression, and when he spoke, his deep voice held genuine entertainment. Interesting. He lowered his greatsword slightly, observing the golden light radiating from Noah's existence. It seems you really are something unique in observable existence. How can you survive the pure force of Collinian? For a second there, I thought I felt like I destroyed everything of your small body. His smile widened beneath that helm. Come, take another strike. A true strike. Boom! Grimvault swung his axiom weapon again, and this time it shone with light that seemed to contain depths beyond what the previous attack had carried. The greatsword blazed with authority that declared its nature to anyone capable of perceiving it, the complete axiom that Noah had detected during his initial analysis now revealing capabilities that simple observation couldn't have predicted. Noah and Ozymandias raised their shining hands to meet the blow. As if Grimvault was a hammer and they were weapons being forged, they would use his attacks to refine themselves. Boom! The impact landed with force exceeding the previous strike, and Noah once more felt every cell within his body nearly extinguish, or really, paradoxically fully extinguish and not extinguish. Golden light of observable force actually formed into liquid seas around his existence as he sought to resist power grander than before. But something was different this time. The axiom Grimvault carried held a devastating light that seemed to bring cycles upon cycles of destruction, attacks replicating within the span of the initial impact in configurations that normal weapons couldn't produce. Axiom identified, the octogenary echo. Classification, complete axiom of multiplicative force. Capability, any force exerted through this weapon is replicated 81 times within the span of 1 nanosecond following initial contact. Current status, replication sequence initiating. You will experience the full force of Grimvault's strike 81 times in the next nanosecond. Brace yourself. The blows came. 1, 2, 3. Each impact carried the same devastating force as the initial strike, the same power that had nearly extinguished Noah's entire existence compressed into spans so short that normal perception couldn't register them as separate events. His bones screamed with stress that should have shattered them into dust. His organs wailed with strain that should have liquefied them entirely. 4, 5, 6, 7. Observable force flooded in with each cycle of destruction, golden light rebuilding what the previous impact had broken before the next impact could find weakness in damaged structures. Quintessence Infiniforce generated endlessly within his foundations, providing resources that the transformation required regardless of how quickly those resources were being consumed. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Noah's expression shone with glory as he felt his bones and existence taking in the force once, twice, 3 times, 12 times, 20 times. Each individual attack was capable of destroying him. Each blow carried sufficient power to end his existence permanently. And yet the endless generation of observable force and Quintessence Infiniforce rebuilt him stronger with every cycle. 30, 31, 32. This terrifying capability of an axiom that should have been deadly was actually accelerating his growth. Oh! Every booming cycle of destruction bathed every atom within him with observable force and Quintessence Infiniforce. 50, 51, 52. Everything about the old him was being washed away. Every cell that had existed before this battle was being replaced with something new, something grander, something saturated with forces that his previous existence couldn't have contained. 70, 71, 72. This new him was being forged with every impact, filled to the brim with more Infiniforce and observable force than he'd ever possessed, density increasing with each cycle of the octogenary echo's devastating replication. 80, 81. The crucible of observable rebirth, comprehensive evolution triggered. The miniature cause within you has expanded its scope. All organs and components of your existence are now included in the transformation toward Hadean classification. Every aspect of your being is being filled with increasingly dense concentrations of Quintessence Infiniforce and observable force. Hadean Transformation Progress Report. Straight face. Skeletal structure. Straight face. Right hand, the Hadean hand of infinite grasp 100% complete. Right arm, radius, ulna, humerus 67% complete. Left hand, 34% complete. Left arm, 19% complete. Right leg, femur, patella, tibia, fibula, tarsals, metatarsals, phalanges 28% complete. Left leg, 24% complete. Spine, cervical, thoracic, lumbar, sacral, coccygeal vertebrae 15% complete. Ribcage, 12 pairs of ribs, sternum 12% complete. Skull, cranium, facial bones 8% complete. Pelvis, ilium, ischium, pubis 11% complete. Organ systems. Straight face. Heart, 4% Hadean saturation. Lungs, 3% Hadean saturation. Brain, 6% Hadean saturation, benefiting from connection to Ozymandias' the Hadean mind of infinite calculation, but liver, 2% Hadean saturation. Kidneys, 2% Hadean saturation. Overall Hadean transformation, 17%. Rate of transformation is dependent on external force received. Current catalyst, Colimian tear attacks through the octogenary echo. At current rate of combat intensity, Full Hadean transformation may complete within this battle. The prompts rained down through Noah's awareness as time seemed to slow around him. He felt every painful impact and very rebirth. And man, it was painful. In his perception, multicolored and golden waves of light emerged in repetitive sequence with him at the center, explosions of brilliance cascading outward as Grimvault's axiom delivered force that would have ended lesser existences 81 times over. After every burst of light, his existence felt unfathomably grander. More than 30 hours to fully forge his Hadean bones? Fuck that number completely. If Grimvault was formidable enough, he might have all Hadean bones within this single battle. If the Kalimian tier primordial architect kept swinging that devastating axiom, kept delivering force sufficient to trigger the crucible of observable rebirth over and over, he might achieve transformation that should have required hours in the span of minutes. Oh. This was adversity. Adversity was oh so sweet. He wasn't a masochist who liked being beaten. Really. He didn't enjoy pain for its own sake, didn't seek suffering because suffering felt good. But as of this moment, feeling his existence shatter and rebuild stronger with every impact, watching his bones transform toward Hadean classification through force that should have killed him, he was a big fan of adversity. Bring more of it on. Bring someone else like Grimvault. Bring another Kalimian Proterozoic scale being if possible. Bring someone at even higher tiers, at classifications that most couldn't imagine. Bring it all. Oh. Every atom within him seethed with immensity and roared with voices that transcended physical sound. Golden seas erupted from his existence and shone across the destroyed battlefield, observable force radiating outward in waves that painted reality itself in hues of transformation and glory. Grimvault observed this display with those pale fires burning brighter in his empty eye sockets. His smile hadn't faded. If anything, it had grown wider. Chapter 5092, Evolution 2. A lot of existences mention the glory before battle and silence after it. The glory belongs to those who survive long enough to claim it. The silence belongs to those who learned the truth. The truth that darkness does not care about strength or conviction or righteousness. It comes for all equally, and when it arrives, every being discovers the same terrible knowledge: they were never prepared for the cold or for the absence. Not for the regret that blooms in the space where hope used to reside. The casualties of war are the final thoughts of beings who finally understood they should have chosen differently, and understood it exactly one moment too late. Reflections on War. Naldine observed the impossible. Her fingers rested on the strings of her vihuela as she watched Noah and Ozymandias meet Grimvault's second strike head-on, golden light exploding outward from the impact. She could perceive what was happening to his existence even from this distance, could sense the cycles of destruction and rebirth cascading through his foundations with each blow the Kalimian entity delivered. He was growing stronger explosively with every impact that should have killed him. And he hadn't even used the pulse he theorized yet. What manner of existence was he? She'd lived for eons among primordial architects, had witnessed beings at classifications that most couldn't imagine, had herself achieved advancement that placed her among the distinguished of the wild. But she'd never seen anything like what he was doing right now. The Horish Naldine. Boom! The roar shattered her contemplation. Barcosus surged toward her with those 47 arms raised, each one wielding distinct pieces of an axiom that blazed with entropic authority. His serpentine coils undulated through the air with speed that belied his massive form, and his voice emerged with fury. Focus on our grand battle. Do you think yourself so far above me that you can divide your attention? I am the primordial dirge. I have consumed civilizations while you were still learning to pluck strings. His face, that shifting mass of features at the apex of his coils, settled into configuration of rage that seemed almost personal. Or perhaps you wish to watch that little bundle of infinity die? Perhaps you've grown attached during whatever time you spent together? The whorish Naldine, pining after something that should not exist. Those words landed heavily. Naldine's singularity-dotted eyes turned from Noah's battle with coldness that could have frozen stars. Her fingers, which had been resting gently on her vihuela's strings, pressed down with precision. Her expression, which had held analytical interest moments before, became something that made even Varcosis pause his charge despite his rage. She plucked a single string. H-U-U-M. The note that emerged was authority given audible form, a frequency that pressed against existence itself with command. The note washed over Varcosis and his serpentine coils froze mid-undulation, those 47 arms suspended in positions. He was held through something he couldn't perceive or resist. His form remained locked in place as Naldine rose from her position, her vihuela strings still resonating with frequencies that kept him immobilized while she prepared what came next. You hear words others have spoken and choose to use them as well? You call me whorish, she said, her voice emerging cold and measured despite the fury burning beneath her expression. You, who have consumed and destroyed and violated across eons of existence, dare to speak of me with such words? Her left hand, the one that had been her arm before she transformed it into her instrument, began to move. Her fingers moved through the air as if writing upon reality itself, tracing symbols that existed in no language most beings could perceive. Each motion left trails of blue-gold light that hung suspended, configurations that suggested letters being formed. Her index finger drew a vertical line downward. Her middle finger curved around it in spiral that suggested revision. Her ring finger slashed horizontally through what had been written, not erasing but transforming. Her smallest finger added new strokes that changed the meaning of the entire inscription. She was writing. She was rewriting. And when the somatic component completed, her voice emerged with verbal utterance that pressed against the foundations of reality itself. Cambrian scribe, first of words. The light around her fingers blazed brighter. I speak the thread. I rewrite the thread. The inscribed symbols began to pulse with authority that exceeded what even Proterozoic scale entities could typically produce. What was shall mean another. What ended shall end differently. Her singularity-dotted eyes locked onto Varcosis's frozen form with intensity that seemed to perceive not just what he was, but what he had been and what he could become. The Cambrian word. Boom! The pulse manifested. It was not fire like the Silurian light. It was not erasure or unwinding or destruction of causality. It was transformation of meaning itself, the fundamental restructuring of what consequences attached to what actions. Blue-gold light erupted from Naldine's inscribed symbols and washed over Varcosis with force that passed through his defenses as if they didn't exist. Because they didn't exist against this. Pulses operated on levels that normal authority couldn't touch. They drew power from causes themselves, from the originating forces that had formed observable existences, and no amount of Proterozoic bones or organs could provide resistance against something so fundamental. Varcosis felt it immediately. His serpentine coils began to unravel conceptually, the very meaning of his existence being rewritten by authority that exceeded his capacity to resist. The 47 arms that had wielded pieces of an axiom began dissolving not into nothing but into something else, their purpose being changed from violence to dissolution, their function being rewritten from attack to self-destruction. What is this? His voice emerged with horror that pressed against the destroyed battlefield. Stop. He could feel it. Every action he had ever taken was being rewritten not in occurrence but in consequence. The civilizations he had consumed were still consumed, but the strength he had gained from them was being redirected, transformed, changed from fuel for his power into fuel for his dissolution. The Proterozoic bones he had forged were still forged, but their purpose was being rewritten from enhancement to entropy. You do not know a pulse, Naldine said, her voice cold as she watched him unravel. You have existed for eons, have consumed countless beings, have achieved classification that most cannot imagine. And yet you never touched the depths required to perceive what pulses are, never achieved access sufficient to find where they reside. Her fingers plucked another string, and the rewriting accelerated. The whorish Naldine. Those were your words. Barkosas's coils were dissolving now, that serpentine mass collapsing into transformation. He was becoming something other than what he had been, his existence being rewritten. The consequence of those words, Naldine continued, has been rewritten. You spoke them intending to diminish me, to anger me, to distract me from your attack. But now those words mean something else. Now they mean that you chose to provoke someone who possesses the Cambrian word. Please. The word emerged from features that were losing coherence, from a face that was being rewritten into something that could no longer produce speech. I do not hear please, Naldine said. I hear only the sound of causality being corrected. She watched as the primordial dirge, that Rhaetian tier proterozoic scale entity, unraveled completely. His 47 arms had become nothing. His serpentine coils had dissolved into authority that dispersed across the destroyed battlefield. His proterozoic bones and organ remained, falling through the air where his form had once occupied space, multicolored brilliance declaring their nature even as their owner ceased to exist in any meaningful sense. Barkosas was gone. Not erased like the Silurian light would have accomplished, not removed from causality entirely. He still existed in memory, still existed in consequence, still existed in the damage he had caused across his long existence. But his continuation had been rewritten. His future had been transformed into dissolution. His existence had been edited to end at this exact moment through words that rewrote what his choices meant. Naldine lowered her vihuela. And the battlefield became eerily silent as many turned to her. Chapter 5093, Evolution 3, The battlefield fell silent. The primordial paradox observed Barkosas's dissolution with appreciation. The serpentine mass that had been the primordial dirge was simply gone, unraveled by authority that pulses provided and normal proterozoic classification couldn't resist. 47 arms had become nothing. Coils that had undulated with entropic menace now existed only as memory and scattered proterozoic material falling through empty air that Naldine collected. Naldine Manthan had just eliminated a Rhaetian tier entity in seconds. Even Grimbolt paused his assault on Noah to gaze toward where his companion had stood. Those pale fires burning in his wolf skull helm flickered with cold fury that pressed against the destroyed battlefield. And for an instant, that devastating axiom stopped swinging. The primordial paradox smiled. This was his moment. He wasn't the most powerful entity present. He knew that with certainty. Grimvault exceeded him tremendously. Even Samarthiel, the being he currently faced, possessed more proterozoic bones and organs than he did. In a direct confrontation of power against power, he would lose. He would fall. He would become another casualty of a battle, but the primordial paradox had never believed in direct confrontation. Paradox was his civilization. Contradiction was his authority. And the greatest contradiction of combat was this: the moment your enemy stopped paying attention was the moment they had already lost. Even if victory still appeared to be within their grasp, Samarthiel's beautiful and terrible features were turned toward where Barkosas had dissolved. Those wings of burning and frozen swords had ceased their constant motion, thousands of blades suspended in configurations of shock rather than readiness. His attention was divided between the horror of watching an ally unravel and the fury of recognizing that Naldine possessed capabilities none of them had anticipated. The division was everything. The primordial paradox moved without sound. His obsidian titanic form surged forward with speed that contradicted his massive size, Rhaetian proterozoic power flooding through foundations that had been enhanced by something most beings couldn't comprehend. The bounded countable infinity he'd obtained from Osmont blazed within his existence with blue light that wove through his authority. He wasn't merely paradox anymore, he was paradox touched by infinity. He was contradiction given endless recursion. He was the impossible made more impossible through forces that his civilization had integrated rather than rejected. His proterozoic chestbone began to shine. The light that emerged was something else entirely, illumination that seemed to exist and not exist simultaneously. brightness that was also darkness, visibility that was also concealment. The bone pulsed with authority that declared its paradoxical nature to anything capable of perceiving such depths. Samarthel sensed the attack one instant too late. The paradox bearer turned from his observation of Varkosis's fate, those twin blades of flame and frost rising in defensive configuration, as he recognized that the primordial paradox had moved. But recognition wasn't prevention. Awareness wasn't escape. He could see the paradoxical light surging toward him and still be unable to avoid what that light represented. You dare dash. The words cut off as Schrödinger's tomb enveloped him. Its capabilities were actually rather simple. The target is enclosed in state of fundamental uncertainty. Until observation occurs where the target breaks free through sufficient force, they exist in superposition of alive and dead simultaneously. The longer they remain in this state, the more their existence becomes entangled with the paradox itself. Extended exposure causes progressive dissolution of certainty regarding their own continuation. It wasn't a cage in the physical sense. There were no bars, no walls, no boundaries that could be perceived through normal observation. Instead, Samarthel simply became uncertain. His form flickered between presence and absence, between continuation and cessation, between the alive state and the dead state without settling on either. He was trapped in the space between outcomes, and the longer he remained there, the more that space would consume what he understood himself to be. The primordial paradox observed his work with satisfaction. Samarthel struggled within the tomb, those 6 wings of swords attempting to cut through uncertainty itself, but you couldn't cut what didn't exist in definable form. You couldn't burn or freeze or destroy a state of being that was simultaneously every state and no state at all. He should have never allowed this cage to form, as he was powerful enough to evade it, but he was distracted, and as of this moment, 2 Rhaetian-tier Proterozoic scale entities were both out of commission. The primordial paradox floated grandly above the destroyed battlefield, his obsidian form radiating authority that declared his classification to all who could perceive it. He didn't possess pulses. He didn't channel powers derived from causes that formed observable existences. But he possessed something that pulses couldn't replicate and overwhelming force couldn't overcome. He possessed understanding of contradiction itself. Victory and defeat were merely states that observers assigned to outcomes after those outcomes had been determined. But what happened when determination itself became uncertain? What happened when the very concept of winning or losing became entangled with paradox that refused to resolve into either? This battle was neither won nor lost. He thought about what paradox meant at its deepest levels. Most beings understood contradiction as opposition. Light against dark. Life against death. Victory against defeat. They saw paradox as tension between states that couldn't coexist, as problems requiring resolution rather than conditions to be embraced. The primordial paradox knew better. Contradiction was completion. Light didn't fight darkness as it more so it defined it. Life didn't battle death, it required it. And victory didn't triumph over defeat, it existed only because defeat was possible. This battle existed in that space between, not won and not lost, but simply continuing in uncertainty that favored those who understood uncertainty better than their enemies. He turned his gaze toward Grimvault, toward that wolf-skull helm with its burning pale fires. What would the ancient primordial architect do now? Grimvault's eyes flashed cold. Noah observed the shift in that wolf-skull helm's pale fires, watched the amusement drain away and something far more dangerous take its place. The Kalimian-tier primordial architect had been playing before, but Varkosis was gone now, unraveled by Naldine's pulse. Samarthel was trapped in paradoxical uncertainty, flickering between alive and dead without resolution. Grimvault was alone, and alone, he stopped playing. His left hand rose with speed that should have been impossible for something so massive. His palm faced outward, fingers spread wide as if preparing to grasp something that existed beyond physical perception. The gesture held stillness that seemed almost reverent, a warrior preparing to unleash a weapon that had been waiting since before observable existence learned to observe. Then his fingers began to move. The first motion was a curling inward, each finger bending in sequence from smallest to largest as if he were grasping threads of reality itself. His hand drew backward in a pulling motion, those invisible threads gathering in his palm like strands of causality being unraveled from the weaving that held them in place. Noah's gaze became heavy, his palm rotated slowly, drawing a circle in the air that suggested reversal, regression, the unwinding of time flowing backward against its natural current. The motion was ancient, gestures that seemed to have existed before gestures were possible. Noah could see it, he could see the threads. That was the terrifying part. He could actually see what Grimvault was grasping, could perceive the strands of causality being gathered in that armored palm, could witness the fundamental forces being prepared for deployment. His enhanced civilizational access showed him exactly what was coming. Grimvault's fingers snapped outward in a flicking motion, releasing whatever he had gathered while simultaneously reaching towards something distant. Then his hand closed into a fist, authority condensing, his fist opened, his fingers spread as fire would bloom from kindling. And his voice emerged with words that pressed against existence itself. Silurian ember, first of flames, the air began to burn with light that shouldn't have existed. I grasped the thread. I burned the thread. Colors that had no names blazed outward from his spreading fingers. What was shall be unwritten, what stood shall stand no more. The light intensified until looking at it became difficult even for beings at Proterozoic classification. The Silurian light, boom. The pulse emerged in its full grandeur. It wasn't merely fire or light. It was something that existed at the intersection of both while transcending either, a manifestation of the Silurian cause itself reduced to pale imitation that remained devastating despite its diminished state. The brilliance roared outward from Grimvault's extended hand like an emerging cause, like the birth of an observable existence compressed into weapon form as it was directed towards Naldine and the primordial paradox. Noah's gaze became stern and somber. This wasn't playful anymore. Grimvault had targeted both Naldine and the primordial paradox with authority that would erase their causality entirely, would unwrite their existence until not even memory remained. The light surged toward them in twin streams of impossible brilliance, each one carrying force sufficient to unmake beings who had survived eons of existence. Naldine's singularity-dotted eyes widened as she sensed death approaching. Her fingers moved toward her Vihuela's strings, but the Cambrian word required time she didn't have. The rewriting pulse couldn't intercept an erasing pulse when the erasing pulse had already been released. The primordial paradox's obsidian form flickered with paradoxical light as he attempted to apply contradiction to what was coming. But the Silurian light didn't care about paradox. It didn't care about alive or dead states. It simply erased, and erasure transcended the philosophical frameworks that paradox operated within. Both of them roared with defiance that couldn't change what was approaching, and then Noah appeared in front of Naldine, and Ozymandias appeared in front of the primordial paradox. Both bodies moved simultaneously. Noah positioned himself directly in the path of the Silurian stream targeting Naldine while Ozymandias blocked the stream targeting the primordial paradox. His expression was unfathomably calm. Time seemed to slow as he looked at the blinding light of the Silurian light approaching his existence. The brilliance filled his perception with colors that shouldn't have been capable of existing simultaneously. It was beautiful, and it was truly terrifying. It was exactly what he'd been searching for. He wasn't one for sacrifices. That had never been his nature. He didn't throw himself in front of attacks to protect others out of noble impulse or heroic instinct. He wasn't sacrificing himself right now, wasn't offering his existence to preserve theirs. That kind of thinking belonged to beings who didn't understand what he understood about himself. He wanted to see, he wanted to feel what a pulse was all about. That was how confident he was about his own existence. If it was a terrifying adversity even more than the swing of Grimvault's weapon, all the better. If it carried force sufficient to trigger the crucible of observable rebirth at accelerations that exceeded what the octogenary echo had provided, even better still. But more than wanting to survive it, he wanted to know if he could take it. In life, you had to do dangerous things if you wanted things to change drastically. You had to take bigger risks if you wanted bigger rewards. You couldn't grow into something unprecedented by following safe paths that others had already mapped. You had to step into the unknown and let the unknown do its worst, and he wanted things to change drastically. The Hadean bones throughout his body blazed brighter as the Silurian light approached. Observable force surged through his existence in concentrations that exceeded anything he'd channeled before. Quintessence infiniforce flooded outward from his foundations in waves of multicolored brilliance that met the approaching erasure like a tide meeting a shore. Could he take it? He was about to find out, fool. Grimvault's roar echoed across the destroyed battlefield with genuine alarm. The Kalimian tier primordial architect actually stepped forward as if he could recall what he had already released. I never intended to use the Silurian light on you. There are too many unknowns if you were erased, but it was too late for intentions. The streams of impossible brilliance had already crossed the distance. The light touched both of Noah's bodies simultaneously, and existence became unfathomably silent. Chapter 5094. What gives you the right? Excerpt from an Echoes of the First Cause. The adversity that breaks all others shall forge him. The hardship that ends all paths shall begin his. The scales demand what the scales demand, and he shall pay in currencies that have not yet been minted. 3 times shall he face the mirror of undoing. 3 times shall he choose between becoming and unbecoming. 3 times shall the answer be the same, and 3 times shall the answer be different. In the end, which is also the beginning, the infinite shall stand before the undefined. And only one shall remain to tell the tale that no one shall hear. This is an echo of first cause. This is what shall come to pass, for it has already passed, and it shall pass again. The wheel turns. The river flows. The question echoes, he shall be the answer, or he shall be nothing, or he shall be the question that ends all answers. There exists a term for those who find pleasure in pain, algophilist, from the word algos, meaning pain, and philos, meaning lover. One who loves suffering. One who seeks agony not as means to an end but as the end itself. The sensation of hurt becomes indistinguishable from the sensation of joy, and they pursue both with equal fervor because to them, both are the same. Noah Osmond was not an algophilist. Silence. All of existence turned silent as for the first time, Noah became the target of a pulse of the scales. The Silurian light touched him, and in that instant, he understood what Alexander had felt when Beowulf tortured him across millions of subjective years. Every existential nociceptor within his existence activated simultaneously, every pain receptor screaming with immensity and entered territories that most beings couldn't survive experiencing. Pain, real pain. Not the cycles of destruction and rebirth that Grimvault's weapon had provided. Not the shattering and reforming that the crucible of observable rebirth had transformed into fuel for advancement. This was something else entirely, agony that existed at the level of causality itself, suffering that came from having your very existence told it should never have been, and Noah defiantly felt all of it. He didn't defend or retreat. He didn't channel infinity or observable force to resist what was happening. He wanted to feel this. He wanted to understand what a pulse truly was, what it meant to have something derived from a cause deployed against your existence. So he opened himself to the pain and focused through it with clarity that his previous transformations had provided. His existence bellowed toward the pulse in defiance. What are you? What do you stand for, HUUM? The answer came in sensation. He felt himself being stared down by an unfathomable imperious gaze of endless potential, a presence so vast that his perception couldn't find its edges. This was a cause, the Silurian cause itself, the first ember that had ignited observable existences into being across the vastness of reality. The pulse he faced was drawing power from that originating force, and when an entity was targeted by such a thing, they felt the immensity behind it, the immensity of the Silurian cause. It seemed that one could feel it and experience a semblance of it only when targeted for complete erasure. In that moment of tremendous pain, Noah understood what the Silurian cause actually was. It was fire before fire existed. It was ignition before anything could burn. It was the spark. It had birthed observable existences, had provided the template for reality, had established the foundations upon which all current existence stood, and it wanted him gone. Understanding achieved, you have experienced direct contact with the Silurian cause through exposure to the Silurian light. This cause represents primordial ignition. The authority to declare existence into being, and therefore, the authority to declare existence into unbeing. Knowledge of this cause has been seared into your foundations. You now possess comprehension of the Silurian cause at foundational level. This comprehension may enable future derivations if sufficient resonance is established, and after he experienced this cause, after that moment of understanding bloomed through his awareness, he began to feel what came next. Every atom within his existence screamed. They were set aflame by that terrifying fiery light, burned by authority that had ignited observable existences and could therefore extinguish anything within them. The light pressed against every particle of what he was with a declaration that expected obedience. Be erased, disappear, your existence has never been and will never be, begone, HUUM, his cells screamed. His existence screamed. And all of this was happening in the span of an instant, destruction cascading through his foundations at speeds that objective time couldn't properly measure. He could feel his causality beginning to unravel, could sense the threads connecting his past to his present to his future being grasped by that fiery authority and pulled apart. With Noah at the center, cracks bloomed in 4 directions. Boom, the fractures spread outward from his existence like lightning frozen in glass, extending toward horizons that didn't exist in normal space. His unraveling was unraveling existence itself, infinity responding to the erasure of its bearer by threatening to take everything else with it. The cracks stretched infinitely in 4 different directions, north and south and east and west, reality itself protesting what was being done to someone so thoroughly entangled with its foundations. Grimbolt went pale beneath that wolf-skull helm, those pale fires in his empty eye sockets flickered. The ancient primordial architect shook his head at this scene, recognizing that collapsing every causality of the Infinity Bearer could have untold consequences that extended far beyond this battlefield. Noah's existence was roaring out in response to the unfathomable pain and unwinding of his very causality. Every part of what he was said no, a declaration of absolute refusal that pressed back against the pulse with authority that came from somewhere deeper than his current classification could explain. His quintessence infiniforce said no, his observable force said no, his connection to infinity said no, the first tongue said no, the infiniverse said no, and then Noah heard something else. A voice that didn't belong to any system or civilization or cosmic force. A voice he recognized from years of hearing it call him to dinner, wake him for school, comfort him through nightmares that childhood had provided. His mother, how dare you, boom, chapter 5095, what gives you the right? 2. Amelia Osmont, the originator of the infinite cause, raged from wherever she existed within the infiniverse. Her voice crashed through Noah's awareness with fury, the primal anger of a mother watching something try to erase her child. How dare they try to unmake what she had carried for 9 months? How dare they try to unwrite what she had raised through sleepless nights and double shifts and years of sacrifice? How dare they? At such a moment, Noah's eyes released blinding beams of light. He dared to ask the pulse of the scales, the pulse backed by the Silurian cause, a question that no one had ever asked while being targeted for erasure. His voice emerged not as sound but as existence itself bellowing toward the force that was trying to unmake him. What gives you the right, WAA? What gave this cause the authority to unravel his causality? His very being? Was this cause grander than his cause? Was the Silurian cause so absolutely superior to the infinite cause that it could simply declare him non-existent and have that declaration stick? His body surrounded itself in radiant magma-like light as the Silurian light continued its assault, flames that should have been erasing him instead illuminating his defiance for all to witness. He raised both arms, his primary body and Ozymandias moving in perfect synchrony despite the agony they both experienced. And he roared with all of his existence. Words emerged that nobody but himself and the force of the Silurian cause would hear, a challenge issued not to Grimvault but to the cause behind Grimvault's pulse. What makes your cause grander? His voice tore through the flames surrounding him. The infinite cause gave its emergence to me. Can you say with absolute certainty that the Silurian cause is grander than the infinite cause? The magma light flickered, that of the endless threads and weavings of causality, of past, present, and future. The infinite cause is not grander than the Silurian cause, HUUM. His existence shone with blinding blue-gold light that pushed back against the flames trying to erase him. Instead of fighting against the pulse itself, he pitted the force behind it against his own cause. Not power against power. Not authority against authority. But certainty against certainty. Could the Silurian cause say with absolute conviction that it would always be grander than the infinite cause? Because Noah's growth wasn't done. His trajectory wasn't complete. The infinite cause had already produced a seed of observable existence, had already demonstrated potential that rivaled what the Silurian cause itself represented. Did it have absolute certainty? Could it prove, beyond any reasonable possible doubt, that the infinite cause would never surpass it across the endless spans of future existence? HUUM, a heavy silence came. This silence was uncertainty. And if there was uncertainty, even the slightest doubt about the absolute superiority of one cause over another, then the Silurian light couldn't complete its erasure. It couldn't unravel causality that might one day prove grander than its own origin. It couldn't destroy potential that remained undefined. Noah roared out with fervor as his voice permeated across existence, the sound of someone who had just challenged a cause itself and found that cause unable to answer with absolute conviction. Critical interaction resolved. The Silurian cause behind the Silurian light cannot definitively and absolutely prove its sovereignty over the infinite cause. The infinite cause has demonstrated trajectory of growth that makes future superiority possible, if not probable. Absolute certainty of permanent superiority cannot be established when one cause continues to evolve while the other has already achieved its zenith. Result: the Silurian cause cannot unravel the infinite cause. You have gained immunity from any unraveling force of causality derived from the Silurian cause and any pulses of the scales derived from it. However, the Silurian cause is and has been grander than the infinite cause in current measurement. While you are immune to complete unraveling, the effects of the Silurian light are still expressed with terrifying immensity, capable of destroying every particle of your existence. This destruction triggers the crucible of observable rebirth. This light is more than sufficient to continue undergoing endless cycles of destruction and reformation until your Hadean organs and bones complete their transformation, until your glorious evolution attains something new. Persevere. Noah saw all these prompts as his body continued blazing with magma-like light. He felt the flames of the Silurian light scorch every cell and atom of his existence in an instant, fire that couldn't erase but could still destroy. And in that same instant, boundless quintessence infiniforce and observable force and infinity surged into the destruction, regenerating everything that had been burned before the next wave of flames arrived. A nanosecond later, the same thing happened again, and again, and again. Visually, it seemed like the magma-like light of the Silurian light was simply burning him, flames wrapping around his form in configurations of destruction that should have been lethal. But a blast of blue-gold brilliance flashed every nanosecond, explosions of reformation cascading outward from his existence with rhythm that only those who understood what was happening could perceive. Each flash signified a cycle of destruction and rebirth. Each burst of brilliance meant brand new cells across Noah's body, grander than what had existed a nanosecond before. Ozymandias underwent the same transformation. His titanic form blazed with identical magma light, flames of the Silurian light scorching every particle of his existence, while blue-gold brilliance regenerated what was lost. Both bodies burned. Both bodies reformed. Both bodies grew stronger with every nanosecond that passed, but as the nanoseconds accumulated, something became clear to everyone watching: he wasn't unraveling, his causality remained intact. His existence continued despite being targeted by a pulse that should have erased him entirely. The Silurian light burned and burned and burned, but the being it burned refused to be unwritten. Noah's eyes opened wide on both bodies. He looked out through flames that wreathed his existence. His gaze locking with Grimvault, who stared back with utter incredulity and astonishment. Those pale fires in the wolf skull helm burned brighter than ever, but they burned with confusion rather than confidence. Noah raised his right hand into a fist with both bodies, that gesture of defiance declaring something that shouldn't have been possible, merely a pulse of the scales. His voice emerged calm despite the flames still burning around him, merely the Silurian light. His fists remained raised. It seems that I am already immune to it. Boom, his words battered all nearby existence like hammers striking reality itself. A pulse couldn't be denied. That was the fundamental truth that made pulses so terrifying. They operated on levels that normal authority couldn't touch, drew power from causes that predated most current forces. Only another pulse could potentially reverse or combat a pulse, but Noah hadn't cast any pulses, so how was he alive? How was his causality intact? How was he still standing there with flames wreathing his existence, defiant and unbroken and growing stronger with every nanosecond that passed? Nobody here knew that he hadn't fought the pulse itself. He'd fought the cause behind it, had challenged the Silurian cause to prove its absolute superiority over the infinite cause, and the cause had been unable to provide that proof. Naldine stared at him with a look of stupor. In all her experience, across eons of existence among primordial architects and classifications that most couldn't imagine, she couldn't explain this. She didn't know what this was. Chapter 5096, Destruction and Rebirth. And at this time, as Noah underwent constant cycles of destruction and rebirth too fast to even be perceived, as his existence blazed with magma light and blue-gold brilliance and alternating rhythm that made his transformation accelerate beyond anything Grimvault's weapon had provided, the system provided an update: the Crucible of Observable Rebirth, Progress Update, Current Catalyst, the Silurian Light, Pulse-Derived Destruction at Maximum Intensity, Rate of Transformation has increased by factor of 47 compared to previous catalyst. Hadean Transformation Progress Report: Straight Face, Skeletal Structure Straight Face, Right Hand, the Hadean Hand of Infinite Grasp 100% complete. Right Arm, the Hadean Arm of Infinite Reach Radius, Ulna, Humerus 100% complete. Left Hand, the Hadean Hand of Infinite Will 100% complete. Left Arm, Radius, Ulna, Humerus 89% complete. Right Leg, Femur, Patella, Tibia, Fibula, Tarsals, Metatarsals, Phalanges 78% complete. Left Leg, 71% complete. Spine, Cervical, Thoracic, Lumbar, Sacral, Coccygeal Vertebrae 54% complete. Ribcage, 12 pairs of ribs. Sternum 48% complete. Skull, Cranium, Facial bones 39% complete. Pelvis, Ilium, Ischium, Pubis 44% complete. Organ systems: Straight Face, Heart, 51% Hadean saturation, lungs, 47% Hadean saturation, brain, 58% Hadean saturation, benefiting from connection to Ozymandias as the Hadean mind of infinite calculation. Liver, 41% Hadean saturation, kidneys, 38% Hadean saturation, overall Hadean transformation, 64%. Note, the Silurian light's scorching destructive power will continue to be more than sufficient for complete Hadean transformation. You simply need to persevere. Estimated time to completion at current intensity, 4 minutes, 17 seconds. Additional analysis, anomalous interaction detected. The Silurian light is designed to erase. The Silurian cause grants authority to declare existence into unbeing. To unravek causality. This is its nature. This is its purpose. Your existence cannot be erased due to uncertainty regarding cause superiority. However, the Silurian light still seeks targets for its erasing authority. Your quintessence infiniforce is redirecting this seeking, your observable force is guiding this authority, the Hadean organ of civilization is processing this power. Result: the Silurian light is being channeled toward perceivable limitations within your existence rather than your existence itself. His existence was burning brightly. Noah turned his gaze away from Grimvault. The flames of the Silurian light still wreathed his existence in magma-like brilliance, still scorched every cell and atom of what he was, still provided the catalyst for transformation that accelerated with every passing nanosecond. But the destruction had become background noise now. Fuel for advancement rather than threat to survival. He could observe other things while his existence burned and rebuilt itself endlessly. The primordial paradox floated nearby, obsidian form intact despite the chaos that had unfolded. Samarthiel remained trapped in Schrodinger's tomb, flickering between alive and dead without resolution. Naldine stood where she'd been when he intercepted the Silurian light, her singularity-dotted eyes wide with an expression he'd never seen on her imperious features. She was staring at him like she didn't know what she was looking at anymore. Both were safe. Noah turned back to Grimvault. The Kalimian Tyr primordial architect stood frozen in place. Those pale fires in his wolf skull helm burning with intensity that suggested internal conflict beyond what his massive armored form displayed. He'd just watched his pulse fail to erase someone it should have unmade entirely. He'd just witnessed an impossibility that violated everything he understood about how causes and pulses functioned, and now Noah was looking at him with eyes that blazed blue gold through flames that couldn't erase him. Grimvault, his voice emerged calm, as if he weren't currently burning with the fire of a cause that had birthed observable existences. I want to thank you. Those pale fires flickered with confusion. Many things today wouldn't have been possible if not for you. When you arrived with your companions, I saw adversity in forms I hadn't encountered before. When you swung the octogenary echo, you provided force sufficient to trigger transformations. When you unleashed the Silurian light, you gave me contact with a cause I needed to understand. He raised one hand, flames dancing around his fingers as his existence continued its endless cycle of destruction and rebirth. You have been a vessel of adversity. A hammer that forged rather than destroyed. A fire that tempered rather than consumed. Everything you threw at me became fuel for advancement you couldn't have predicted. Every attack you delivered accelerated growth you couldn't have imagined. You came here intending to beat me to paste and collect my weavings for the wild, but instead you became the instrument of my evolution. His smile held no warmth. For that, I am genuinely grateful. You've completed your task well, Grimvault. You've served your purpose with magisterial excellence. His eyes turned cold, and now, you're not needed anymore. Grimvault's pale fires blazed with fury that pressed against the destroyed battlefield. You incoherent fucking fool. Noah didn't respond with words, he responded with motion. His right hand rose slowly, index finger extended, flames of the Silurian light still wreathing his form in magma-like brilliance. The gesture was simple. Almost casual, nothing like the complex somatic movements that Naldine had demonstrated for the Silurian light or the Cambrian word. He drew the lemniscate, his finger traced the symbol of infinity in the air before him, a horizontal figure eight that looped back upon itself endlessly. The motion was elegant in its simplicity. Where his finger passed, blue gold light remained, the symbol hanging in the air with brilliance that pressed against everything within range. The somatic component of the infinite light required nothing more than this. No complex gestures. No sequences of movements that needed to be memorized. Just the symbol that represented his cause, drawn with authority that came from being the product of that cause. And then his voice emerged with the verbal component, infinite ember. The lemniscate blazed brighter, first spark of my emergence. Blue gold flames began spreading outward from the symbol. I am the thread. I am the cause. What exists without the fire of painful birth shall know that fire now. The flames intensified until looking at them became difficult even for beings at Proterozoic classification. Let causality regress. Let existence remember its emergence. Let all that stands without the pain spark of life return to the moment before that spark was possible. His voice rose with tyrannical authority that pressed against Grimvault's existence itself, the infinite light. Boom, the pulse emerged. It wasn't like the Silurian light. It didn't manifest as streams of targeted destruction or magma-like flames seeking specific victims. The infinite light emerged as a form of massive and endlessly stretching blue-gold flaming illumination that covered all space above for gigaparsecs, light that seemed to extend beyond what normal perception could measure. The sky burned, reality itself seemed to ignite with brilliance that declared a new cause had been expressed, a new pulse had been born, a new authority had entered the catalogue of powers that could reshape existence itself. The blue-gold flames stretched across distances that made the destroyed battlefield seem insignificant, covering space that most beings couldn't traverse across lifetimes of travel, and all of that pressure locked onto Grimvault. Pulse activation, the infinite light source, the infinite cause, wielder, Noah Osmont. This pulse burns with the fire of the infinite cause, drawing upon every aspect of its origin to fuel its authority, the fire of cellular division when two cells became one and then divided into countless more. The fire of metabolic combustion that sustained 9 months of formation. The fire of first breath when oxygen flooded lungs that had never known air. The fire of first heartbeat when rhythm commenced and never stopped. The fire of first mana when power entered a vessel that had known only mundane existence. But more than physical fire, this pulse burns with the fire of human experience, the fire of a mother working double shifts while pregnant because her husband gambled away the rent. The fire of being born alone in a hospital room while the one who should have been there chose cards over his own child. The fire of growing up without certainty, without safety, without the assurances that privilege provides. The fire of choosing to become something more despite every circumstance demanding you remain nothing. The infinite light burns with the fire of painful emergence. Effect, this pulse seeks to unravel the causality of anyone who has not experienced the pained emergence of life. Target will be transformed from what they currently are. Target will undergo eons of regression compressed into instants. Target's existence and civilization will unravel backward through every stage of their development until they reach the state of an embryo, and then that embryo will split back into single cells, and those cells will separate into the components that preceded their union. Grimvault, the primordial silence, has not experienced the pained emergence of life. He was formed through different processes. He is a valid target. Such a terrifying blue-gold light gathered above endlessly, gigaparsecs of burning brilliance condensing into focused intent that had only one destination. The sky itself seemed to descend as the infinite light crashed downward toward Grimvault with force. Noah stared coldly as his pulse fell upon his enemy, the Kalimian tier primordial architect who had existed since before humanity learned to count, who had consumed civilizations, who had executed 12 primordial architects under the Deliverance's directive, who possessed 94% Proterozoic bone saturation and 4 Proterozoic organs, and the Silurian light itself, now faced a pulse born from origins he couldn't share. He hadn't emerged through pain, he hadn't known the fire that came from a mother's sacrifice and a father's absence and a childhood spent surviving rather than thriving. And the infinite light demanded that fire for immunity. Chapter 5097, Destruction and Rebirth. 2. The infinite light lashed downward with speed of glory. Blue-gold flames descended from gigaparsecs of burning sky, all that gathered brilliance condensing into singular intent that had only one destination. The light moved like a predator that had finally found prey worth consuming. Grimvault raised his axiom greatsword in defensive posture, the octogenary echo blazing with authority that had shattered countless entities across eons of violence. But the infinite light didn't care about weapons. It didn't care about classifications. It cared only about whether its target possessed the fire of painful emergence. And Grimvault didn't possess that fire. The pulse struck him, ARRGH. The roar that emerged from beneath that wolf skull helm was unlike anything Noah had heard from the Kalimian entity. This was the sound of someone experiencing something they'd never experienced before and finding it utterly unbearable. Grimvault's massive figure began to fluctuate. His form, which had seemed so permanent in its armored immensity, started shifting through configurations that shouldn't have been possible for a being at his classification. He appeared smaller for an instant, his armor hanging loose on a frame that had diminished. Then larger, proportions distorting as if his existence couldn't remember what size it was supposed to be. Then smallest, a flickering glimpse of something that might have been youth if youth was a concept that applied to primordial architects. He was undergoing changes from adulthood to infancy. The infinite light's regression was taking hold, unraveling his causality backward through stages of development that his existence had traversed across eons. His proterozoic bones flickered with instability as the pulse demanded they return to states before they'd been transformed. His 4 proterozoic organs pulsed erratically as the authority of the infinite cause pressed them toward origins they'd long since surpassed, but Grimvault was still a terrifying being at Calimian. His 94% proterozoic bone saturation provided resistance that lesser entities couldn't have mustered. His 4 proterozoic organs generated force that pushed back against the regression even as it tried to claim him. And beneath all of that, his civilization spoke words that weren't words, sounds that predated sound, authority that fought against unbirth with everything it possessed. His hand rose despite the fluctuations racking his form, palm outward. Fingers spreading. The curling motion. The pulling. The rotation. The snap. The fist. The opening, Silurian ember, first of flames. His voice emerged fractured, shifting between deep and high as his existence flickered between states. I grasped the thread. I burned the thread. The Silurian light blazed outward from his spreading fingers. Meeting the infinite light in collision that warped reality itself around their intersection, what was shall be unwritten, what stood shall stand no more. Blue-gold flames met magma-like brilliance in configurations that existence wasn't designed to accommodate. The Silurian light, boom, the 2 pulses clashed. The infinite light sought to regress. The Silurian light sought to erase. Both drew power from causes that had birthed or would birth observable existences, and neither could claim absolute superiority over the other. The sky burned with colors that had no names as pulse fought pulse in displays that painted the destroyed battlefield in hues of glorious warfare, but Grimvault knew he couldn't sustain this. His form still fluctuated despite the Silurian light's counter. His existence still felt the pull of regression that the infinite light demanded. He was buying time, not achieving victory. And time was running out as his proterozoic reserves depleted faster than they could regenerate. He made a decision. His axiom greatsword, the octogenary echo, reversed in his grip. The blade that had been pointed outward turned inward, that light-drinking metal now aimed at his own armored chest. Without hesitation, without the careful consideration that beings at his classification usually employed, he drove the weapon into himself. The axiom pierced through black and silver armor that had fused with his flesh. It sank into his chest cavity. But he wasn't trying to destroy himself. He was anchoring himself, using the multiplicative force of the octogenary echo to replicate his current state 81 times in a single nanosecond, creating so many overlapping instances of his present existence that regression couldn't find purchase. Oh, his form stabilized, the fluctuations ceased. The shifting between sizes stopped. Grimvault stood anchored in his current state, axiom buried in his own chest, the Silurian light still streaming from his other hand to counter the infinite light that continued pressing against his existence. But his eyes, those pale fires burning in his wolf skull helm's empty socket, stared at Noah with fury and shock and something else. Something that Calimian entities weren't supposed to feel when facing beings at the first scale, fear, because he knew now, whatever power Noah had utilized, which should somehow be a pulse despite him having no right to possess one, could actually unravel him. Regress his causality until his existence returned to states that preceded his current form, until his civilization dissolved back into potential that had never been actualized. Him, a Calimian proterozoic scale entity, the realization pressed against his awareness with horror that made his axiom-anchored form tremble despite its enforced stability. Grimvault howled with rage that didn't quite conceal the terror beneath it. This is not the last of it, you blue-tinged Gamajan fucker. His voice boomed across the destroyed battlefield as he wrenched his axiom from his own chest, blood the color of pale starlight leaking from the wound he'd inflicted upon himself. This is not done, Osmont. His free hand rose, fingers moving through gestures that had nothing to do with pulses, words emerging in gibberish that wasn't actually gibberish at all. It is not. Boom, existence cracked, the fabric of reality splintered before Grimvault speaking, fractures spreading outward from his position in configurations that resembled shattered glass. Through those cracks, something else became visible, the interstices. The corridors through existence that allowed travel beyond what normal motion could achieve. Grimvault had torn one open right there on the battlefield, and he used it, the Kalimian tier primordial architect who had arrived with such confidence, who had issued commands expecting obedience, who had unleashed the Silurian light with certainty, threw himself through the crack in existence without looking back. He ran. The fractures sealed behind him, leaving no trace of the pathway he'd used to flee. The infinite light chased after its target endlessly, and the sky in waves of blue-gold brilliance gradually faded into the normal hues. Silence fell across the destroyed battlefield as a Kalimian Proterozoic scale entity had run away fearfully. The multicolored rain resumed. Heavy silence had hung across the destroyed battlefield in the moments following Grimvault's retreat, existence itself seeming to hold its breath after witnessing what had just occurred. But the pluvial epic of existential infinity didn't care about dramatic pauses. The rain that carried Noah's and the creature's authority returned with steady rhythm, droplets of multicolored brilliance pelting everyone present with persistence. The raindrops vaporized when they landed on Noah and Ozymandias. Magma-like light still burned around both bodies, flames of the Silurian light continuing their endless assault despite Grimvault's departure. The Kalimian entity had fled. But his pulse remained active, still scorching every cell and atom of Noah's existence with fire derived from the Silurian cause. And with every passing nanosecond, blasts of blue and gold erupted outward from both forms, brilliant explosions of reformation that signified destruction and rebirth cascading through foundations that grew grander with each cycle. Noah's thoughts turned to Grimvault's escape. It was unfortunate, certainly. The loot of a Kalimian tier primordial architect would have been extraordinary. 94% Proterozoic bone saturation. 4 Proterozoic organs. The octogenary Echo, missing out on such resources, stung in the practical part of his mind. But that entity had already given him the most profound loot he could. This constant burning of a pulse of the scales, this endless cycle of destruction that the Silurian light provided, was worth more than Grimvault's physical components. A pulse that could eradicate Kalimian tier entities was currently scorching him without pause. He was surviving it. He was using it to undergo evolution. Every nanosecond that passed brought him closer to complete Hadean transformation, and he had Grimvault to thank for providing the catalyst. The escaping enemy had still served his purpose. Noah closed his eyes to feel the cycles of destruction and rebirth flowing through his existence. Each wave of flame from the Silurian light annihilated everything he was. Each surge of quintessence infiniforce and observable force rebuilt what had been destroyed. The rhythm had become almost meditative now, destruction and reformation blending into continuous transformation that his awareness could observe without being overwhelmed by the agony it represented. With every destruction, he felt mana, he felt the first tongue break and reform into endless variations. He felt everything about him become grander. He sensed Naldine still looking at him wordlessly. Her singularity-dotted eyes hadn't moved from his form since he'd survived the Silurian light and deployed the infinite light in response. She stood there in the multicolored rain, droplets beating on her radiant white hair. The primordial paradox was the same. His obsidian titanic form floated nearby, Samarthiel still flickering in Schrodinger's tomb behind him. His gaze held profundity as he stared at Noah, ancient eyes processing implications that would take time to fully comprehend. Off to the side, Alexander rose up, his enneagram pulsed with dangerous light, 9 points blazing with authority that seemed more substantial than it had been before the battle began. Blood still stained his gloved hands from hours of work within Beowulf's chest cavity. His face still bore streaks of crimson gold fluid that he hadn't bothered to wipe away. But his expression held satisfaction when one looked at Beowulf. They understood why. The massive primordial architect still hung suspended by 9 spears, his body trembling and twitching in a daze. But something fundamental had changed. His network of second-scale receptors and nociceptors, that entire system Alexander had spent millions of subjective years studying through experiencing its torments, was gone, completely removed, transplanted into Alexander's own body, integrated into foundations that would never forget what those receptors had been used for. The tortured had become the possessor of the instrument of torture. The victim had claimed the weapon that had been used against him. Alexander looked toward Noah. Noah nodded in acknowledgement, then waved his hands toward Beowulf's suspended form. His will reached inward, touching the Hadean organ of civilization that spun within his chest. A command was issued without verbal expression, authority directed toward the construct that made his impossible progression possible. Another entrant into the Hadean Desmotirian had appeared. Command received, imprisonment of external entity, target, Beowulf, the primordial architect of armed existence, current state, heavily injured. Ryacean tier Proterozoic scale. Network of existential nociceptors removed. Cognitive function severely impaired. Civilizational anchor destabilized through prolonged torture, processing. The massive body of Beowulf began to dissolve, his form, which had seemed so immense and threatening when he first arrived at this battlefield, turned into streams of crimson gold light that flowed toward Noah's position. The 9 spears that had anchored him joined into one. His armor, his flesh, his Proterozoic bones, all of it converted into luminous streams that crossed the distance between where he'd been suspended and where Noah stood burning with magma-like flames. The streams entered Noah's chest, they flowed into the Hadean organ of civilization, into the Hadean desmoterium contained within where he would be joining Ozymandias and the living elemental and all others in that internal space. Imprisonment complete, entity, Beowulf, the primordial architect of armed existence, classification, heavily injured Rhaetian tier Proterozoic lifeform, location, the Hadean desmoterium, status, contained. Civilizational development will resume shortly. Noah observed all of this as he breathed. The cycles of destruction and rebirth continued without pause, the Silurian light still burning, blue-gold brilliance still erupting with every nanosecond. But the battle was over now. The enemies were dealt with. Barcosus had been unraveled by Naldine's Cambrian word. Samarthiel remained trapped in Schrodinger's tomb. Grimvault had fled through the interstices. Beowulf was imprisoned within his own existence. Now he could simply focus on experiencing the cycles until their final culmination. Both his bodies floated toward each other, the titanic form of Ozymandias and the smaller frame of his primary existence moving until they positioned back to back. They began to spin slowly, rotating in perfect synchrony as blasts of blue gold erupted around them in rhythm with the nanosecond cycles of destruction and rebirth. All around them, seas of observable force gathered. The connection to Ian continued flooding golden light into his existence at rates that made rivers seem like trickles. Quintessence infiniforce generated endlessly within his foundations, providing resources that the transformation required. Infinity across observable existence responded to what was happening, his claims scattered throughout reality channeling support toward his evolution. The multicolored rain fell, the flames burned, the cycles continued, and across observable existence, a few beings who had witnessed what just occurred processed many implications. It was the end of a shocking conflict that made one thing horribly clear: Osmont, the Infinity Bearer, had been attacked by a Kalinian Proterozoic scale entity. With a pulse of the scales. He'd been targeted for complete erasure by the Silurian light, the same authority that could unmake causality itself and erase beings until not even memory of them remained. And he wasn't affected, he'd even proclaimed immunity. This held far too many conclusions to draw. Chapter 5098, Destruction and Rebirth. 3. Fragment of awareness attributed to the Deliverance. In spans that predated the concept of spans, the Deliverance had observed the nature of advancement with attention that most beings could not sustain across even a fraction of such duration. It had watched countless existences conflate two processes which were, upon examination that required no effort for something of its nature, quite fundamentally distinct from one another: transcendence and ascension. Transcendence referred to the elevation of existence beyond its current categorical limitations, the movement from one classification to another in ways that redefined what the being fundamentally was. Ascension represented advancement within one's existing classification, the refinement and expansion of capabilities without actually changing the foundational nature of the existence in question. The distinction mattered. Those who failed to understand this failed at everything that followed: a primordial architect who forged additional Proterozoic bones, who cultivated new organs, who progressed from Rhaetian to Kalinian to Ediacaran. This being was ascending. They grew more powerful. They remained what they always were. Their classification did not change, only their position within that classification elevated. The Deliverance had observed this process unfold across eons beyond counting. Had watched beings celebrate advancements that changed nothing fundamental about their nature. He had been foolish enough to ask before, if one desired to transform from the bounded status to the gilded status, would such a transformation be considered transcendence? The asking itself long ago revealed his own fundamental misunderstanding of how existence had been woven. It was not possible to transform from bounded to gilded. This was not difficulty or a ceiling. The distinctions between bounded and gilded were established permanently, and those distinctions were permanent by design. They were not limitations to be overcome. They were definitions. One did not transcend a definition. One simply was or was not what the definition described, even if a gilded lifeform sealed themselves to live as bounded. They walked among those they were engineered to surpass. They experienced limitations never meant for them. Even when they forgot what they truly were, but forgetting changed nothing, the seal suppressed expression. It did not alter engineering. Remove the seal, and what was always there reasserted itself. The bounded lifeform beside them could remove 1,000 seals and would remain precisely what they were at first breath, bounded, limited by design. Constrained by intention that predated their existence by margins they could not comprehend, this truth simply was. And those who failed to understand it would continue failing, as they always had, as they always would, until existence itself concluded its long and patient turning. Existence breathes, and epochs pass, leaving civilizations that become monuments, then crumble to memory, and are long forgotten when that breath comes again. In all these epochs, infinity reigns supreme. The entire region had transformed into something unimaginable. Tumultuous primordial seas of gold observable force stretched in every direction, waves crashing against waves in configurations that had nothing to do with gravity or current. Multicolored quintessence infiniforce wove through those golden seas like rivers of impossible light threading through an ocean that shouldn't have existed. The destroyed battlefield was gone now, replaced by this churning expanse of raw authority that had gathered in response to what was occurring at its center. Typhoons bloomed across the surface of these seas, storms of observable force twisted into spiraling columns that reached toward heights that most beings couldn't perceive, their rotation carrying enough power to obliterate absolutes who strayed too close. Lightning made of quintessence infiniforce arced between the typhoons, connecting them in networks of multicolored brilliance that painted the entire region in hues of transformation and genesis, and at the very center of it all, Noah could feel his body undergoing the last cycles of destruction and rebirth. It was taking longer and longer for the Silurian light to be capable of destroying his atoms and cells. Dozens of nanoseconds before this, he'd actually had to release any natural passive defenses, consciously lowering the resistance his transforming existence had developed. Otherwise, he might not have been able to undergo the cycles of destruction at all. The fire that had once threatened to erase him entirely now struggled to even damage cells that had been rebuilt so many times they'd forgotten what weakness felt like, but finally, after cycles beyond counting, after transformation that had compressed eons into minutes, the moment arrived. Boom, the magma-like light blazed for one last moment. It pressed against his existence with everything it had remaining, that fire derived from the Silurian cause attempting one final assault on foundations that had grown too grand for it to damage. The flames cried out as if giving up, a sound that wasn't sound but rather the sensation of authority recognizing its own inadequacy, and everything about it faded. The Silurian light, the pulse that Grimvault had unleashed to erase him, the fire that had scorched his existence through countless nanoseconds of destruction and rebirth, simply ceased. Its purpose had been exhausted. Its power had been absorbed. Nothing remained but the aftermath of what it had catalyzed. Noah floated at the center of the primordial seas with his eyes closed. His body still burned with residual heat that had nothing to do with the departed pulse, warmth generated by transformation that was reaching its culmination. He raised his hands up, palms facing the churning sky of observable force that stretched above this impossible region. His last cycle of destruction displayed itself to all who were watching. His entire body broke apart into pure particles of infinity and observable force, form dissolving into components so fundamental that they preceded the concept of form itself. Ozymandias underwent the same dissolution simultaneously, that titanic frame shattering into brilliance that matched what Noah's smaller body had become. A blinding light bloomed across the primordial seas. Even Alexander turned his eyes away from what he was witnessing. Naldine, who had observed phenomena across eons of existence among primordial architects, shielded her singularity-dotted gaze. The primordial paradox shifted his obsidian form away from the epicenter. The light folded back. Particles of infinity and observable force that had scattered across the primordial seas began converging. Drawn together, they coalesced with purpose that declared their destination. Streams of brilliance flowing toward a central point where form was being reconstructed from components that had been purified through cycles beyond counting. Noah's body emerged from the convergence shining unfathomably gold, his hair now radiated with multicolored light that shifted through hues as his existence settled into its new configuration. The strands seemed to contain depths that normal hair couldn't possess, each one blazing with quintessence infiniforce that had been integrated so thoroughly it had become part of his physical appearance. His fair skin illuminated from within, golden light pressing outward through flesh that had been rebuilt at the subatomic level. The illumination wasn't harsh or aggressive. It simply was, the natural consequence of foundations saturated with observable force at densities that bounded classification shouldn't have been able to contain. And for a moment, momentarily visible to Naldine and all others present, the outline of his internal structure revealed itself through that illuminated skin, an entirely crystalline multicolored golden skeleton, every bone blazed with brilliance that declared its transformation complete, structures that had once been mundane now existing as something that exceeded Proterozoic classification entirely. The skull, the spine, the ribcage, the pelvis, every arm bone and leg bone and hand bone and foot bone, all of them shining with authority that made the Proterozoic bones of fallen primordial architects seem dim by comparison, and apart from the skeleton, there were radiant crystalline organs. His heart pulsed with golden light that pressed outward through his chest. His lungs expanded and contracted with brilliance. His brain blazed brightest of all. The massive obsidian form of Ozymandias had undergone similar transformation. The titanic frame now radiated with the same golden brilliance that Noah's smaller body displayed, crystalline structures visible beneath flesh that had been rebuilt through the same cycles of destruction and rebirth. Where there had been one transformed body, now there were two, both shining with authority that exceeded what the second scale was supposed to represent. Noah opened his eyes. The simple act felt like the opening of ancient doors. Lids rising to reveal what lay behind them with significance that pressed against all surrounding authority. The primordial seas trembled. The typhoons of observable force stuttered in their rotation. The lightning of quintessence infiniforce paused mid-arc as if waiting to see what those newly opened eyes would observe. He raised his hand and looked at himself. He felt brand new. Brand new, as if he'd never existed before this moment, as if everything that had come before was merely preparation for what he had just become, and just by raising his hand, his movement was accompanied by terrifying force that he hadn't consciously intended. A blinding gold brilliance erupted from the simple gesture. Nearby existence twisting in response, a beam of golden light tore across space from his raised fingers, carving through the primordial seas with power that could have caused a Rhaetian Proterozoic lifeform like Beowulf to go pale with terror. He hadn't meant to do that. He stopped any movements immediately, recognizing that his new existence required calibration he hadn't yet performed. His eyes closed again as he turned his attention inward, seeking to sense the changes that had occurred through cycles of transformation he'd lost count of long ago. The prompts rained down as they felt sublime. Ruination's voice and words felt sublime. You have become a Hadean lifeform. The Hadean lifeform, you remain, in apparent terms, at the first scale, having not yet formally established your civilizational anchor through the traditional methodology of affirmation. And yet, what you can accomplish now exceeds the first scale so completely that the classification becomes somewhat meaningless when applied to your existence. Hadean skeletal structure, complete. The human skeleton comprises 206 bones, and I am pleased to confirm that every single one of these structures has now achieved Hadean classification. The transformation progressed through your extremities first, as you experienced, before spreading to your axial skeleton and finally completing with structures that required the most intensive reconstruction. Cranium, the Hadean skull of infinite perception 100% complete, facial bones, 14 structures including maxilla, mandible, zygomatic, nasal, lacrimal, palatine, inferior nasal conchae, and vomer 100% complete, cervical vertebrae, the Hadean spine of infinite flexibility, C1 C7 100% complete, thoracic vertebrae, T1 T12 100% complete, lumbar vertebrae, L1 L5 100% complete, sacrum and coccyx 100% complete, ribcage, the Hadean cage of infinite protection, 12 pairs of ribs plus sternum 100% complete, clavicles and scapulae, the Hadean shoulders of infinite bearing 100% complete, humeri, radii, and ulni, the Hadean arms of infinite reach 100% complete. Carpals, metacarpals, and phalanges of both hands, the Hadean hands of infinite grasp 100% complete, pelvis, the Hadean basin of infinite foundation, including ilium, ischium, and pubis 100% complete, femora, patellae, tibiae, and fibulae, the Hadean legs of infinite stride 100% complete, tarsals, metatarsals, and phalanges of both feet, the Hadean feet of infinite standing 100% complete, Hadean organ systems, complete. The human body contains 78 organs across its various systems, and each of these structures has now achieved Hadean classification through the cycles of destruction and rebirth you experienced. Brain, the Hadean mind of infinite calculation 100% complete. This organ now processes information at rates that exceed what Proterozoic classification permits. and benefits from continued connection to Ozymandias's matching structure, heart, the Hadean heart of infinite circulation 100% complete. This organ now pumps observable force and quintessence infiniforce throughout your existence alongside conventional circulatory function, lungs, the Hadean lungs of infinite breath 100% complete. These organs now process authority from the air itself, extracting observable force from domains around you that contain it, liver, the Hadean liver of infinite processing 100% complete, kidneys, the Hadean kidneys of infinite filtration 100% complete. Stomach and intestines, the Hadean digestive system of infinite absorption 100% complete, skin, the Hadean dermis of infinite interface 100% complete. This organ, often overlooked despite being the largest, now serves as boundary between your existence and external reality that can be adjusted according to your will. Eyes, the Hadean eyes of infinite sight 100% complete. These organs now perceive spectrums of existence that your previous classification could not access. Ears, the Hadean ears of infinite hearing 100% complete, the Hadean organ of civilization, evolved. This construct, which has served as the foundation of your unprecedented progression, has undergone transformation alongside every other aspect of your existence. Its capabilities have expanded in ways that warrant careful explanation. Previous capacity for refining, storing, and processing observable force, 8,470% above baseline Proterozoic parameters. Current capacity, 1 million times the capacity of a standard bounded lifeform. You now possess the ability to process observable force at rates that approach, though do not yet match, what gilded lifeforms achieve naturally through their engineering, existential engineering, unlocked. This capability allows you to perceive the fundamental makeup of your own existence and the existence of others. You can now see the weavings that comprise beings at their most basic level, the engineering that determines what they are and what they can become. With sufficient input of observable force and quintessence infiniforce, you possess the theoretical ability to modify these weavings, to engineer your existence and the existence of others according to your will. It must be noted that this capability does not grant you the ability to transform from bounded to gilded classification. The more information obtained from Ian, the more such a transformation seems impossible. Through your connection to the secret of Ian, which has been providing observable force at enhanced rates throughout your transformation, her identity has been successfully ascertained through your newly unlocked existential engineering perception. She is Upper Golden Adelheid, a gilded life form. Her sealing of herself to live as bounded, which you were previously aware of, can now be perceived. You can partially see the weavings that comprise her existence, can observe where gilded engineering was suppressed rather than removed, can understand what she truly is beneath the limitations she chose to impose upon herself. Noah opened his eyes again, his pupils had changed. Where there could be normal darkness at the center of normal irises, now there shone something else entirely. They shone like the singularities of an unfathomable cause. Chapter 5099. Information is critical. Nakatsukuni's deepest reaches. Erwin stood before the structure where Sataka resided, his beggar-like attire seeming almost offensive against the refined architecture surrounding him. Moloch floated beside him, golden plates spinning with consideration. Both of them had paused before the doorway where Sabine and Bilesen sat guard, their attention directed not at the entrance but upward toward the sky that stretched above this hidden domain. The broadcast had been dispersed. Grimvault had shattered the illusory screens that had been displaying his confrontation across observable existence, denying most beings the ability to witness what had occurred in the wastes. Very few possessed the capability to observe through such disruption. Very few could pierce the veil that a Kalinian-tier primordial architect had thrown across the event. Moloch was one of them. His nature as a singular cognizance granted perception that others couldn't imagine, and Erwin was another. His existence as the information paradox allowed him to consume information that others couldn't access. Even when that information was scattered, even when it was hidden, even when powerful entities actively worked to prevent its spread, the paradox he embodied could draw fragments toward himself through sheer contradiction of the principle that hidden things should remain hidden. He didn't see the full picture, the details were incomplete, the sequence of events fragmented in ways that made comprehensive understanding impossible. But he saw enough. He saw Grimvault's Silurian light crash against an existence that should have been erased by it. He saw that existence survive. He saw a pulse emerge in response, blue gold flames that made even his paradoxical perception struggle to process what they represented, and he saw Grimvault flee. Erwin smiled brilliantly, his lips curved upward. Even with limited information, even with gaps in his observation that would have frustrated lesser beings, he could affirm one undeniable fact: Osmond had somehow managed to push away a Calimian Proterozoic scale entity. He had forced an entity who had existed since before most current powers learned to crawl to tear open the interstices and flee rather than continue the confrontation. This made him tremendously happy, since his conversation with Osmond in that space between spaces, since revealing his nature as the information paradox and watching his infinite seals interweave with the corrupted protomatter of the fallout, before all of it had been erased with multicolored rain, Irwin had made a decision. He had changed his target for information gathering. Where before he had focused his paradoxical consumption on the creature, now his attention had shifted to Osmond, not because he believed Osmond was grander than the creature. That couldn't possibly be true. Or rather, he couldn't really know that with certainty. The creature had existed for far too long and done far too much. But his paradoxical intuition told him to make this change. That intuition, which had guided him through eons of cultivation and consumption and contradiction, whispered that Osmond represented information worth gathering, worth focusing on, worth making the center of his attention rather than an entity whose patterns he had already observed across countless spans of existence. And now, confirming what Osmond had just accomplished, Irwin spoke commandingly, his voice emerging with authority that pressed against the stillness of Nakatsukuni's deepest reaches. Harvest all the information of how Osmond has affected observable existence since then. His words weren't directed at anyone present. They were directed at himself, at the paradox he embodied, at the violation of information conservation that comprised his fundamental nature. Gather every fragment of how much potential he has taken and displayed in the surrounding existence. All the weavings that carry his signature. All the effects that trace back to his actions. All of it, his body shone internally with paradoxical light. The brilliance existed and didn't exist simultaneously, illumination that was also darkness, visibility that was also concealment. Information began flooding toward his existence in torrents that made even his eons refined foundations tremble. He felt the consumption begin, felt the paradox draw on everything related to Osmond's effects on observable existence. And what flooded toward him almost made him shudder. The amount was ridiculous. The density was overwhelming. Information about Osmond's infinity spreading across realms. Information about his seals now interweaving with the fallout. Information about civilizations and undivided ones and formless terrors who had been affected by his emergence. Information about the pluvial epic of existential infinity he actually formed alongside the creature, and so much more. Instead of releasing this information outward as he normally would, instead of letting it spread as weavings that carried his signature alongside their original essence, Irwin released all of it into himself. He sat down in a meditative position. His beggar-like form settled against the ground before Satiker's structure, legs crossing beneath him as the paradoxical light within his existence intensified. Sabine and Bilesen watched him with expressions that mixed confusion and wariness, clearly uncertain what the living paradox was doing at their doorstep, but Irwin paid them no attention. His civilizational anchor was settling, he could feel it happening. The information he had just consumed, the sheer magnitude of Osmond's effects on observable existence, provided the final weight needed to push his paradox past the threshold he had been approaching for so long. Apart from this, endless paradoxical observable force began flooding into him. Golden light mixed with the contradictory brilliance already burning within his foundations, power that came from sources he couldn't immediately identify but didn't question. His cultivation accelerated in ways that felt almost unfair. Irwin opened his eyes with wonder that he rarely allowed himself to feel. Just what was Osmond? How was merely the information related to him and his effect on surrounding existence this grand? He hadn't consumed Osmond himself. He had only gathered information about Osmond's effects, about how his existence rippled outward through observable existence, about the changes his emergence had created across existence, and that alone had been sufficient to push him past the threshold of civilizational anchor. Irwin shook his head slowly. He focused on his rapid elevation of power, on the forces flooding into his existence with intensity. His paradox burned brighter than ever, contradiction and confirmation dancing within foundations that were transforming into something grander with every passing moment. Above him, Moloch floated with golden plates spinning faster than normal. The singular cognizance seemed thoughtful. Only now did Moloch seem to truly notice Irwin, attention shifting from whatever he had been contemplating to focus on the entity sitting in meditation below him. A heavy power was erupting from the living paradox. Moloch's plates slowed as that power pressed against his perception. as the advancement occurring within Erwin announced itself to everything nearby. The singular cognizance had brought Erwin here to make difficult allies, to secure partnerships with entities who had rejected conflict. He hadn't expected his companion to achieve a breakthrough on the doorstep of their destination, and neither Moloch nor Erwin knew what waited just beyond the doorway they stood outside of. On the other side of that entrance, within the stellar darkness of Sadaker's structure, another body of Noah Osmond stood. The very entity whose information had just catalyzed Erwin's breakthrough was right there, separated from them by nothing more than wood and stone and the power of Sadaker who separated them. The Peasant and the Infinity Bearer, about to meet again. Chapter 5100, Experimentation I. Noah gazed toward Ozymandias. His second body floated nearby in that transformed obsidian form, crystalline structures now visible beneath flesh that radiated the same golden brilliance his primary body displayed. They had undergone the same evolution through the same cycles of destruction and rebirth, both existences now Hadean in classification. He sent the command through the Hadean organ of civilization. Ozymandias dissolved into streams of blue gold light that flowed across the tumultuous seas of observable force surrounding them. Those streams entered Noah's chest, returning to the Hadean Desmoterian where the titanic form would cultivate until needed again. Noah looked at his hands, golden light still pressed outward through skin that seemed luminescent rather than merely fair. Everything about his existence felt different now, grander in ways he was still learning to comprehend. Just what had his power reached at this time, and what did it truly mean to be a Hadean lifeform? He turned his attention inward, directing his question inward. Ruination, am I still considered a bounded lifeform? The response came calmly. I find myself perceiving and obtaining information from our surroundings at rates that exceed my previous capacity by factors I am still calculating. Dozens of times faster, certainly. Dozens of times denser in the quality of what I can observe. The transformation you have undergone has elevated my own capabilities tremendously. A pause that felt contemplative rather than hesitant. As for your question regarding classification, the answer is not as simple as you might hope. You cannot be considered a bounded lifeform any longer. The limitations that define bounded existence, the ceilings engineered into their foundations, the restrictions that prevent them from accessing observable force at densities reserved for higher classifications, none of these apply to you in your current state. However, you are not a gilded lifeform either. The engineering that distinguishes gilded from bounded was not something you possessed at birth. And becoming Hadean has not retroactively granted you that engineering. You have achieved something else entirely, something that exists in territories I do not have sufficient reference points to map with confidence. Even saying you exist between bounded and gilded may not be entirely accurate. You are Hadean. This classification seems to operate according to principles that do not align neatly with the spectrum that places bounded at one end and gilded at the other. It is rather difficult to measure your current state in terms of difference between those two categories. What I can state definitively is this: as of right now, you remain lower than a gilded lifeform such as Uber-Golden Adelheid. Her engineering grants her advantages that your transformation, impressive as it is, has not replicated. But the gap between you and such entities has narrowed considerably, and given your trajectory, I would not assume that gap to be permanent. Right, Uber-Golden Adelheid. Noah let that name roll through his awareness with consideration it deserved. Such a strange and grand name for someone who had presented herself as the secret of Ian, who had sealed her gilded nature to live as bounded. The cadence of the name suggested origins and traditions he knew nothing about, cultures among the gilded that existed beyond what his current knowledge could encompass. She had been providing him observable force throughout his transformation. That connection still pulsed with warmth. Tell me more about her, Noah said. About Uber-Golden Adelheid and what you've learned through our connection. I have been conducting a silent and secret analysis of her existence through the link she established, and I am pleased to report that sufficient examination has been completed to allow for meaningful interaction. Her engineering remains perceivable to your newly unlocked existential engineering capability. Most relevantly for your immediate circumstances, you now possess the ability to communicate with her directly. The connection she established flows in both directions, and with your enhanced processing capabilities, you can easily send a message through that link for her to hear. Whether she chooses to respond, of course, remains her decision to make. Well, that was something. He filed that capability away for future use, recognizing that such communication would need to be approached with care given how little he still understood about her. While he was thinking about all of this, movement drew his attention outward. Naldine Manthan floated toward him through the tumultuous seas of observable force. Her singularity-dotted eyes blazed with intensity, ancient perception clearly working through what she was observing. She circled him slowly, her radiant white hair trailing behind her as she moved, her expression holding something between fascination and confusion. She reached out and lifted his arm, her fingers pressed against his transformed flesh as if testing its composition, as if checking whether his structure matched what her senses were telling her. She turned his hand over, examined his palm, traced lines across his skin that seemed to follow pathways only she could perceive. "What are you, really?" The question emerged with genuine bewilderment that she didn't bother concealing. Noah smiled at the familiar inquiry. He felt like he had been asked this before, many times, by entities across various classifications who couldn't reconcile what they observed with what they understood to be possible. Now Naldine Manthan asked the same question with the same inability to find satisfying answers. He clenched his fist, feeling the power that coursed through transformed flesh and Hadean bone. "You can help me find out." His voice held confidence that pressed against the surrounding seas of observable force. "I need to test the extent of my new power, and you might make a good sparring partner." Naldine's eyes became sharp at these words. The Vihuela formed from her own arm began to hum with authority that announced her classification to everything nearby. Before she could reply, movement from another direction drew both their attention. The primordial paradox floated toward them through the multicolored seas, his massive obsidian form cutting through the tumultuous observable force. Behind him, pulled by chains of paradoxical light, Schrodinger's tomb drifted in his wake. Samarthiel remained trapped within that uncertainty, flickering between alive and dead without resolution. The ancient being looked at Noah with seriousness that his obsidian features somehow conveyed despite their inhuman nature. "Youngest," his voice pressed against everything nearby, "I have returned after eons of absence, and I have much to catch up on in Helheim among other places. Old debts to collect or repay depending on how the accounting has shifted during my imprisonment." He paused, his gaze holding something that might have been respect. "I will keep in touch." Noah nodded at him with a smile. "Stay safe," Noah said. "For existence is vast and full of terrors." The primordial paradox laughed at such words as he had said them himself what seemed like eons ago. His obsidian form shook with that laughter, paradoxical light flickering across his features. "Indeed it is, youngest. Indeed it is." He turned away, pulling on the chains that connected him to Schrodinger's tomb. The massive prison of uncertainty drifted behind him as he moved toward the edge of the tumultuous seas, toward regions where the multicolored rain of the pluvial epoch fell with intensity, and then he disappeared into that rain, his obsidian form swallowed by cascading brilliance while dragging a Rhaetian tier primordial architect trapped in paradoxical uncertainty behind him. Alexander looked between Noah and Naldine, his enneagram pulsed with the dangerous light it had held since completing his work on Beowulf, 9 points blazing with authority that seemed more substantial than it had been before this battle began. The network of second-scale existential nociceptors now integrated into his existence hummed with potential that would take time to fully realize. He let out a sigh of peace. It was a strange sound coming from someone who had spent millions of subjective years being tortured, someone whose entire existence had been defined by agony inflicted by the entity now imprisoned within Noah's chest. But the sigh carried contentment. "I know my limits and what can happen now." His voice held calm that matched the peaceful sigh. "While I won't do too much, won't overextend myself into situations I can't handle, I feel like hunting primordial architects. There are many across observable existence who operate like Beowulf did. Many who deserve what I will bring to them." His eyes met Noah's with understanding that didn't require elaboration. "If I meet a wall that is too sturdy, I will let you know." Noah nodded at these words with a smile. Alexander had his own path now, his own trajectory that would carry him toward heights that most couldn't imagine reaching. The receptors of a second-scale entity transplanted into his existence would provide advantages others couldn't imagine as his foundation. "Hunt well," Noah said simply. Alexander turned and walked into the multicolored seas surrounding them. His figure moved through the tumultuous observable force with purpose, his form gradually becoming obscured as endless rain buffeted his existence from every direction. The pluvial epoch's downpour swallowed him just as it had swallowed the primordial paradox, leaving no trace of his passage. Noah watched him go. With the receptors of a second scale transplanted into him, Alexander's power would be experiencing a tremendous curve. He simply had to avoid meeting ridiculous adversity like Horus and Beowulf had represented, entities who exceeded him so vastly that even his new advantages couldn't bridge the gap. But he had his own path, and that path was his to walk. Only Noah and Naldine remained in this region now. The tumultuous seas of observable force churned around them, golden brilliance mixing with multicolored quintessence and finiforce. The typhoons still spiraled in the distance. The lightning still arced between storm systems. And two beings floated at the center of it all, one newly transformed and one ancient beyond comprehension. Noah turned to face Naldine fully. "Are you ready, Naldine Manthan?" His voice carried challenge that pressed against her existence. "You have always been so high and mighty, looking at me from classifications I couldn't reach, speaking of dangers I couldn't understand. I wish to see if I am still far from you, or whether in our short time together, I have gone ahead of you." He smiled devilishly as he said this. His multicolored hair blazed brighter. His golden skin illuminated with intensity that made looking at him difficult, his pupils, shining like singularities of an unfathomable cause, fixed upon her with attention that didn't waver. Naldine looked at him with sharp eyes, the vihuela in her hands buzzed with authority that exceeded what she had displayed during the battle against Grimvault and his companions. Her singularity-dotted gaze held something between anticipation and wariness, ancient existence recognizing that the being before her was no longer what he had been when she first agreed to teach him. She floated away from him, putting distance between them that combat would require. "Since my perception cannot fully understand you, I won't be taking it easy." Her voice carried seriousness that matched her expression. "Whatever you have become, it exists in territories I cannot map. And things I cannot map are things that can hurt me if I underestimate them." Billowing power began to gather around her, observable force flooded toward her, and blue infinity faintly shone inside her. Her proterozoic bones blazed with authority that pressed against the tumultuous seas surrounding them. Her proterozoic organs pulsed with rhythms. Truly, she seemed to be past the door of Kalinian proterozoic scale. Noah nodded at her words seriously. "Oh, you definitely should not take it easy." His voice pressed against existence itself. "Otherwise, you may not survive." Boom. He simply took a step forward, and existence itself shook as if he was commanding all the observable force nearby, as if his movement had become authority that reality couldn't ignore. The tumultuous seas parted around him, the typhoons in the distance stuttered in their rotation. The lightning froze mid-arc as if waiting to see what would happen next. "Oh."